the special super solstice festival. I'm Alex Chenot with Agent 144, and we have an exciting couple hours. I'm doing a bit of a split shift today. I'm doing 1 to 2 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time. With me today, this first hour, is Anna from Peru, Lima, Peru. I also have Israel Josie, who is the new Astrological Lodge of London's president. I have Christos Arcos from Athens joining us. And finally, Sonal Sekdiva will help us fill in a few gaps as well. So first of all, we have Anna, who is going to tell us all about her exciting talk. And it's something that I think that we haven't heard very much of over here, up here in the Northern Hemisphere, or over there in the Western Hemisphere. So Anna, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks to you for the invitation. I'm really happy to share this topic with you, and I hope that you enjoy as much as I do. So, should I start?
Yes, please, Anna.
Oh, good. Good. Okay. So my topic is about the Nazca lines. It has to do with the pre-Incan culture and the solstice. We will explore a little bit about what the culture gave us and how the solstice was a fundamental key to understand what the Nazca lines were for. So we can see that it is called that the Pampa of Nazca, San Peru, is the greatest astronomical book of the world. It means that it's an area that is full of huge designs with birds, other animals and plants. As you can see in the right photograph, you can see the size compared to the human one. So they are huge. And the question was what they were for, why they were so huge. Why? Because this is only, we can be seen by air, but it's not so true. It can be seen by some hills, but I will show you how. So we will do a kind of virtual tour to Nazca to know about the lines. So where is Nazca? Nazca is South Lima, a 7-hour drive by car or bus. And we have, the tour is, we go to Nazca, but we first do a stop in Paracas, which was another place with another culture. And it's very particular because of this. Paracas de Candelabra. In Paracas, it was another culture, but we found Candelabra in the foothill that head is leading south. It looks like the Sephiroth, it looks like the Neptune trident. It is beautiful. So we will continue south. Oh, by the way, the dimensions, we put the dimensions in meters and feet in the right side of the name of the photograph, so you can have an idea how big they are. Okay, how were the Nazca lines created? Well, the line of the Nazca is quite easy to create a line. You remove the stones, you remove the stones and you will see the clay and the soil that is clearer than the surface. So you can create your own line and stay forever because there are some elements in the ground that keeps the component and protects the lines from erosion. The lines are shallow in depth, not so profound. They are very shallow. You can climb this tower or airplane, which is a practically 40 minutes flight. And you can see all the Pampa and all the lines by air, which is beautiful. So talking about how this civilization evolved, it was around 300 before Christ until 800 after Christ. It was the period of time in which the Nazca civilization existed. And in the 1553, a Spanish conqueror brought about these lines without much explanation. He mentioned about there were some lines to design some pathways, etc., but not so profoundly. It was in the 1927 in which a Peruvian archaeologist discovered the lines because he was hiking in that area. And in the 1940s, Paul Costa, with Western American professor, and Maria Reich, who was a German one, they discovered the lines and studied the lines, and they created a theory that the Nazca lines were an astronomical calendar. It was not a simple ceremonial site, but it was an astronomical calendar, and the theory prevails. And then in 1994, the UNESCO declared the Nazca the World Heritage Sites. And now this year, we have discovered more lines. So it still surprises how this Nazca culture has many things to discover and many things to learn from them. Okay, let's talk about a little bit about Maria Reich. Maria Reich was a German woman and worked for Paul Kosok. And she decided to stay in Peru for the rest of her life. She cleaned all the lines with this broom, and she was measuring the lines and seeing the relationship with the celestial bodies. So she made a good work. You can see in the right photograph, she's there. And when she came to Peru, in Cusco, she lost one of her fingers. That is a detail that is very important. Okay, so what was the key? The solstice. You can see here a photograph of the solstice of one of the professor, and then another photo of the line of the solstice, in which they strengthen the idea that the astronomical calendar is the Nazca lines. So the Nazca lines try to have a conversation with the heaven, and the solstices were the key to discover that. So you can see how the sun rises or the sun sets exactly in certain lines of the designs. We will fly over the Nazca line, the main Nazca lines, to see how it works. We have here the hummingbird. Hummingbird is one of the birds that is very sacred. The lines that are perpendicular to the bill are illuminating with the December solstice. It means that this hummingbird takes the fire of the solstice to create abundance, to create life. We have the monkey. The monkey is a design that is related to the Pleiades and the Dipper. It is mentioned that the Big Dipper or the Big Bear announces the water, because this area is dry and there is no rainy seasons, some particular rainy seasons. So they have these designs to for water. So you can see that the tail is the spiral. It is related with the rotation of the Big Dipper around the Earth, the celestial pole. So it's kind of tracking the sky. And you can see that the fingers of the monkey, there are 9 fingers, as Maria Reich had, because it was very interesting. And Maria Reich was very excited about this discovery, because there was a synchronicity. We have the frigate bird. You can see these long lines in the bill, and the bill goes straight to the Fomalhaut star, which is related to Alpha Piscis Austrinus. It means that this line was designed that as if the bird was taking in its mouth the star, the fish, and they created that design for that. So it's related with Fomalhaut. The spider, which is related to the constellation of Orion, the condor, the heron, a huge one. This is one of the largest, and the bill goes with the east. The dog, the tree, the pelican, the parrot. The hands also has 9 fingers, as Maria Wright, Maria Wright, the caretaker, had only 9 fingers. The flower, the whale, the orca, the astronaut. It is called the astronaut. It looks like a human shape with boots and big eyes in a foothill. There were some trapezoid and spirals also, like this triangle trapezoid, the spirals over there. And the latest discovery was this feline in a foothill. We also, in the Nazca culture, was also a ceremonial center, which was Kawachi. You can see like pyramid and many places for the religious purposes to invoke the gods to provoke the rains. And the Nazcas were very, very wise about the pukyos, the irrigation system, since they didn't have enough water for all the civilization. What they created is those pukyos. It looks like a mandala. You can take the water underground and deviate it or store it so they can provide water for the whole population there. So the great mutation in the solstice is the opportunity to explore and discover. I think that having this little conversation about the Nazca Lines and how they created a huge astronomical calendar to track the stars, invoke to provoke rains, and so survive. I think that one of these conclusions or this recommendation or food for thought could be that the great mutation in the solstice is the opportunity to explore and to discover many things, and invite us to talk with the cosmos intensively and extensively. It challenges us to overcome our difficulties as the Nazca did. Remind us to do whatever we need to do to please the gods, to do things great. Advise us to be careful with water sources. That will be a topic for the upcoming years, because we have to be very careful with our nature, and invoke us to leave our legacy to the world with magnificency. So I think this is a great opportunity to make a reflection about ourselves and how we create new things and give it to the world. So those are the references. So happy solstice for everybody. I enjoy this little conversation about Nazca Lines. Happy solstice, happy great mutation to everybody.
Thank you so much, Anna. We're just talking and planning and scheming. We're going to come visit you once lockdown is over with. I hope you have a big house. And if you don't have a big house, I hope that you can source one, because I think, half of our listeners have just said they're on their way to you as soon as this foolishness is over with. Thank you so much. That was so informative and so exciting, and a very happy solstice to you. And I hope to see you in real life.
Yes, me too. I'm missing our conversations and all the fun we had together with the whole group. And I hope that we have some time to meet us again. Meanwhile,
yes,
happy
lots of thank yous from the attendees.
And thank you for this beautiful opportunity for me to share with you all.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Okay, if you're just tuning in, we are the Cosmic Intelligence Agency. We are having a solstice festival. We have 500 registrants, so people are hopping in and out. Coming up next, I have the amazing Israel Josie. Now I have to pop in a little advert. We are offering 20% off yearly membership, which includes Brave New World as well, plus a whole lot more. Cosmic Intelligence agents are always up to something. So lots coming up for the year 2021. Don't think all the excitement happened in 2020. There's much more to come. So Israel, are you there?
I certainly am.
Israel, I see you a lot here in London. And as I said your name, I suddenly got a little bit paranoid that perhaps I was mispronouncing it. Am I saying it correctly?
A Josie, yeah, I don't mind. Some people say a Joe, some people say a Josie. It's fine. I pronounce it a Josie. So hey.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, my dad used to say, "Call me anything you like, just don't call me late for dinner." But with my surname, my surname,
I like that. That's a good one.
I get a bit fussy about the pronunciation of my name. Anyway, it's great to have you. We've been friends for a long time, and I'm so excited because you have some really exciting news.
I do. Is it to do with the Astrolodge? Well, yeah, no, the great news is that I've recently been appointed the president of the Astrological Lodge of London. This is a real wonderful, a great honor, I must say, to, I've been a part of the lodge for, it's coming up like 13 years now. And the Astrological Lodge, for anybody who doesn't know, we're actually the oldest astrological organization on planet Earth. It was founded by the great Alan Leo in 1915, and he was running it also alongside his wife, Bessie Leo, as well. And it's been running ever since. We have Monday night lectures. Every Monday we have 2 lectures, actually, every Monday evening by 2 speakers. Sometimes we have a double bill, so sometimes some of the speakers will do the whole evening. And it's kind of like term, kind of like the school. So we have like autumn term, spring term, summer term periods. So we have sort of around about like 10 lectures like every evening. But it's a great honor to be the president. And for those of you who have known or been friends or are members of the Astrological Lodge, thank you for your support. And I hope you continue to support us and just take it to the next level.
Yeah, and just to reiterate that, this is astrology meetings every Monday during term time since 1910, basically.
Yeah.
So over that period of time, there's been lots of different offshoots in the British astrology scene, but the lodge was number one. Yeah. As Israel says, back before lockdown, we did meet at the Theosophical Society near Baker Street every single Monday. 2 classes, the beginner's class, which is free because we're a charity, the main lecture, and then we have a chart chat in the later evening. So 3 parts. And it's always a really exciting time to meet other astrologers. And so Israel, huge boots to fill. You're taking over the reins from Kim Farnell, who's been there for a Jupiter cycle, if not more.
A Jupiter cycle, exactly.
So, what are your plans? I mean, you're dealing with an organization in huge transition, like all the other astrology organizations are. So,
most definitely. Well, the plan essentially is to just take up on the the logo, the Astrolodge logo. It's astrology in all its branches, and if we picture branches of a tree, their aim is obviously to grow as wide and as huge as possible. And that's what I want to do. I want to build on that. I want to take on all the experience, all the knowledge, all the wisdom of the previous presidents, and especially the most previous one, Kim Farnell, because in the last 11, 10 years, I've had a great chance to work with her because I've been on the committee to work with her. So I've kind of like been learning the different things that I needed to obviously take on board. And so I've got a lot of knowledge, from Kim, and just also reading and learning about the previous presidents also as well. Claire Chandler, who was president also before Kim Farnell was also as well. I've had time to, be around her, hang around her, also get a lot of info, knowledge also from great people like that. So essentially, I just want to take all this wisdom, all this knowledge, and build on it, take it to as wide as I can. Because of the pandemic, of course, this year, just as many astrological organizations, we're now online. We're functioning online now at the moment. We're on holiday, obviously. We're on break for the Christmas period, but we will be back on the 11th of January. And again, back on Zoom online. So people, if you want to, book any lectures, you can just go on our website, which is www.astrolodge.co.uk, and you can book any lecture that you wish to attend. So essentially, I want to build on that also as well, because I've been using Zoom for quite a number of years now. So I also want to, I want the Astrolodge not only to be like physical, as in a place where we meet every Monday at the TS, but also be available online. So for anybody anywhere in the world, they can also tune in, log in also as well. I want to create a bit more activities, perhaps maybe do more, try and do more workshops in the year. So those are the kind of things that I really want to, you know, just like expand on, just take it to the next level, essentially.
That's fantastic. And, you know, I'm curious. I don't think I've ever asked you this question either. I mean, how did you get into astrology?
Oh man, how long have you got?
Oh, we got
well,
9 minutes.
No, but yeah, it was, well, I suppose everybody has their story, everybody has their journey. Mine, I was a professional boxer, which a lot of people very often don't understand. Well, they don't know. I wouldn't say they don't understand it, but they didn't know that I was actually a professional boxer, and that was my life. Pretty much from my teenage years, all I did was sleep, eat, drink, boxing. That's all I did. Just wake up, go jogging in the morning, come home, have breakfast, go to the gym, come back again, go to sleep. That is literally, that was my life, 24/7. And I got to a stage in the late 90s, like 99. And what happened is my career, my boxing career, I was doing so well. My name was in the papers, everything. I was making a name for myself. I was tipped to be one of the, you know, future potential world champions. And then my career kind of started going a little bit downhill. And then what really kind of, you know, kind of put the nail in the coffin, so to speak, is my mom passed during that time as well. She died in 99. And that kind of, my you know, my mind state and everything just kind of went somewhat downhill. So so I went traveling. So I went traveling. I went to Israel. I went to India, and that's where I met people who, you know, I just, well, I would say not randomly, but it would seem like it was random. But as far as I'm concerned, there was a divine intelligence involved here. I didn't meet these people by accident, but they was like, hey, look, you know, this is what you need to be doing. You should be an astrologer. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? I'm a boxer. I want to, you know, I recall one of the first readings I went to, and I was trying to find out what was happening with my boxing career. Is my boxing career going to go, you know, the way I planned it or I wanted it to go? And I remember the astrologer was saying, I don't see, I see you doing boxing perhaps as an exercise or as some kind of discipline, but not, you know, professionally. You know, you look like you're going to be a teacher, you know, an astrologer doing something like that. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? You know, and surely enough, within about a year and a half later, I found astrology. It found me. You know, I remember Liz Green. The Liz Green book, Saturn, was one of my first astrology books. Reading it and just being like, okay, blown away. Okay, I need to know more. And before I know it, here I am.
You know what I really appreciate about your work, Israel, is that it is so eclectic.
Yeah.
You know, you've taught me things about Vedic astrology, and you know, all sorts of bits and pieces that are obviously coming from your experiences and travels.
Yeah.
I mean, that is really exciting. Is there anything that any particular branch that you want to study in astrology, or any other particular areas of study that you're interested in?
My thing is this: a great teacher once told me, never limit yourself to any one thing. Grow, expand, learn all knowledge, learn from different people, learn different systems. Liz Green was a real thoroughbred in that sect. She always said, look, learn as many languages as you can. And when she meant languages, she wasn't meaning just like languages from different countries, although if you could learn those, that's great too. But languages as in different systems, different methods, different techniques. And never limit yourself to one thing. And I've taken that advice perhaps for the last 10, 11 years of my life now and ran with it. So my thing is, I'm everything. I mean, I formerly studied with Liz Green at the CPA, got my, but I've ventured into Vedic astrology, traditional, Hellenistic, horary. I mean, of course, I would say that I have my strong points. I'm perhaps more stronger in certain areas than others. Some areas perhaps of astrology are parts of astrology that I find maybe a little bit more challenging to grasp or for it to sink in. But I'm a lover of astrology as a divination, as a science, as a whole. I want to start even venturing into Chinese astrology now. I know a little bit about it. I know a little bit of the basics about it, but I want to know how to, erect a Bazi chart and things of that nature, and learn how to, predict with it. And so my thing is like, I'm open. So even when people ask me like, oh, what astrologer are you? Are you a modern? Are you cycler? I tell them I'm all of the above. I'm all of the above, and I'm everything but nothing, nothing but everything at the same time. I'm taking it, I want to soak it all in like a sponge. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, all these great sciences, whether it's Vedic, whether it's Western traditional, Hellenistic, there's room for all of them. They're great sciences. They all have their own merit, their own work within their own construct. There shouldn't be no division. We should learn from each other, and one can maybe help another or stimulate another or shed a bit of light onto the other. So I'm an advocate of all astrological principles, methods, techniques, styles, bring it all on, yeah.
What I've always appreciated about the Vedic system is that they use an integration of lots of different disciplines, so it's not just studying the stars, it's also palmistry, graphology, right, what we would call feng shui, yeah, and numerology. And you were saying you might have a little bit to say about numerology.
Yeah, most definitely. The science of numbers. And you're correct there with the Vedic system. I think where the Vedic and the Western system perhaps look like they may differ on some level, or what kind of separates them, one of the major things is that with Vedic sciences, they tend to be more inclusive. I remember once, when in India, and I said to the guy, oh, I do astrology. I was talking to a guy, and he goes, oh, I do astrology. And the first thing he did, he went, oh, he showed me his palm. And I didn't quite get it. I was like, what are you showing me your palm for? Like, give me your chart or something, But it, obviously at the time, it didn't register that, amongst the Vedic, palmistry, astrology, numerology, all of these things, that they're all integrated. They're one of the, while us in the West, we see it different. We say, oh, we see a palmist, or we see an astrologer or tarot card. All of that's all integrated. So that's one thing that I really appreciate with the Vedic systems. It's really embedded in their culture, whereas there seems to be, in the Western, it wasn't like that originally. Mm-hmm. In the past, it was actually more integrated in the West, but obviously due to certain, maybe, we could say maybe religion may have been responsible for maybe causing certain divisions and things being pushed on the ground. It seems like things separated over the years. But yeah, that's one of the great things. But yeah, in terms of numerology, what I wanted to talk about was so for example, what I tend to do, one of the things I tend to do is every year, because the objection of numerology is adding up the numbers so we get a single digit. And one of the things that I wanted to touch on was this year, for example, 2020, when we add up that digit, it adds up to 4. And next year, the new year, which we're going to be coming into, is going to be 2021, which is going to be 5. And it's quite simple, people. Once you get one year, you know what the next is going to be, because they follow in the counting number of the sequence of the numbers. So, 2022 will be 6, and so on and so forth. So, but one of the things that I wanted to point out is like next year coming up, 2021, it adds up to a 5. And each, I'm currently even writing a book now. I'm in the middle of writing a book where it's astronumerology. So I'm connecting like the energies of the planets, the archetypes of the planets, with the numbers. I know there's a lot of information out there as well, but you know, I'm building up on that and adding some more information in on that. And one of the number 5 is connected with the planet Mercury, for example. And Mercury, we know, is the ruler of Gemini and Virgo. But we know Mercury in his nature characteristics, he's very airy. You know, he's very to and fro. He goes here and there. He's, you know, a very restless planet, you know, very, you know, he's known for his cunning, for his wit, for his knowledge. And this kind of really coincides with the whole Jupiter Saturn in Aquarius. We know we're going to have lots of planets, you know, at some point in January, February next year. They're all going to be all conjoining with the new moon in Aquarius during around that time. In February, there's going to be about 5, 6 planets all there in Aquarius. So it's fair to say that next year is going to be a very airy year. This year, number 4, number of Saturn. Sometimes some numerologists equate Uranus with it as well. But it's really a Saturn number. 4 is really the box. It's the square. You see, it's the 4 cornerstones that sets the foundations of something. It's the building of something. It's the building of structures. So we've really been through a very heavy Saturnian year where we've, you know, the whole lockdown. It's interesting, lockdown. You know, that's Earth. That's the 4 cornerstones. Everybody locked up in their houses. We know what a house is built on. It's built on that 4 cornerstones. So we see the 4. We've seen the shadow of the 4 really being present with us during the year of 2020. And the year 2021, we can expect it to be perhaps more lighter, more airy, it's more going to be about this, more having to perhaps utilize our ideas, capitalize on our socialism and how we're connecting on a socialistic level. Things like technology, like what we're using now, is perhaps going to be even more profound next year, and just making more, perhaps, you know, advancements in terms of utilizing that mind, that Mercury kind of energy is what we're really going to really need to get, because it's going to be the Mercury energy that's going to sort of, you know, take us from that 4 to the 5. We're going to have to learn how to use that knowledge and learn based on what we've encountered during the year of 2020 to take it to that next level, to that higher level in year 2021. So that's one of like the basic things about the new numerical value of this year and next year, which we're coming into as well, that we can really look forward to. But numerology is like it's a great science. And I think, again, that is something that can be integrated, or it can definitely be used alongside the great science of astrology, for sure.
Well, I think that, you know, with mathematics, the way we approach it, you know, we've taken all the fun and all the meaning out of numbers. And, you know, math meant nothing to me. Numbers meant nothing to me until I understood the meaning behind them, their evolution in the symbology, all that kind of stuff really contributed to my love of maths now, because I used to hate maths. So Israel, I wish you all the best of luck in your new role. But as you say, you've been preparing it for a long time. You know, there's a great wave of excitement, I think, having you in office, and the very best of 2021 to you. And thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And may I just note as well, because it suddenly dawned on me, actually, when I was being elected president, you know, I was sort of like just giving a little speech, and then it suddenly dawned on me, I said, am I the first a Black president? And then Kim turned around, she goes, well, not only are you the first Black president, you're the first non-white president. So it kind of like covers all kind of, so I thought, oh, that's like really quite moving, actually. So yeah, so that was quite touching in a sense, you know.
Yeah, and I think there's so many of us, you know, who are becoming aware. Well, I've been aware, you know, ever since I started joining in astrological circles, that, you know, we do need more diversity. And, you know, it's not just, you know, about, you know, when I started working with IVC, I realized what a real weakness and what a real sort of resistance there was towards learning different types of astrology. So, you know, I'm very excited to see what you contribute. You've already contributed so much, and you know, it's a major milestone, I think, in the progression of astrology, to have you there.
Yeah.
Not just because of the color of your skin, but because of the wealth of knowledge that you bring.
Oh,
and,
thank you.
I hope you hold doors open for many other people, and I'm wishing all the best of luck. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Sonal, I hope you're ready.
Me. Wonderful. Yeah.
Much love to you. I can't wait to hug you again. You give such great hugs.
Oh yeah, definitely. We've got to get back into the physical world, of course.
Take care.
After Saturn leaves Aquarius, and then the social distancing is over.
And just to think, me and Israel only live a few miles apart, and we haven't seen each other since last year. So, all right. So now, getting ready.
Hello.
Hey,
can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
Now I have Sonal Sektiva, also living in London. Now she lives in Greenwich. Yes, the real Greenwich. Greenwich, like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Israel and myself are neighbors.
Yeah, bummer. And I haven't seen you for a year either. So
I know.
We all
live
in a
while. It's been a while.
So now you also work with the Lodge of London, and Israel and I were just talking a little bit about classes and the various things that we offer at the Lodge. But just a quick advert for the Cosmic Intelligence Agency. We're offering a 20% yearly membership reduction. That includes Brave New World as well. CIA agents are all over the world. We have our interest in all different types of astrology. So 20% yearly membership discount. If you go to the main Cosmic Intelligence Agency website, you can join. Sonal, thank you so much for agreeing to fill in a few minutes while we wait for Christos, who may already be online. But you're going to tell us a bit about 2021 from the Vedic perspective.
Well, I mean, this conjunction, as we all know, it's from the Vedic point of view, it's Brahma Yoga, it's to do with a lot of creativity and a lot of things. The results of it will be given by the sign opposite, which is the sign of Cancer. So it's quite an epic, conjunction. I mean, if there are people who have any aspect, I'm talking of the Vedic aspect here, of Jupiter and Saturn, either a conjunction or an opposition or a trine, then this is going to be like a game changer. I mean, I don't think the Vedic view of this conjunction is, it's kind of a giant sort of transformation happening, especially in the sign of Cancer, and everything to do with, the way we live, because Capricorn and Cancer axis is all about its moon and Saturn, and it's all to do with clean water, our emotions, our mind, as well as Saturn, which is our structures, the way we live, our relationship. Remember, it is one of the key earth signs. And so it is our relationship with the land and with our fundamental our body. And of course, it's associated with death as well, because the overseer deity for Saturn in Capricorn is Kali, it's the mother goddess. It's and that's why we are seeing all this, the sort of the depiction of the sign of Capricorn is a graveyard, and so it's all, and it's evident, we can feel it, the energy. And Saturn is not, I think it's up till, it's in the sign of Capricorn until 2022 almost. So I think this energy with Jupiter joining it, it's not going to be something that is here today and gone tomorrow. It's going to be a definitive change. Our entire relationship with, travel and all the things to do with food, our intake, industries and structures, all of that is, we're not going to be able to go back completely 100%, to what we were before this conjunction happened. It's here for a while in terms of its effects, and of course the Saturn is in the nakshatra of Vishwa Uttara Ashara, whose deities are Vishwadevas. You know, they are the celestial, the 10 universal gods. And that's all to do with, you know, the right karma, the right principles. You know, how are you living? You know, are you living in alignment with whom you're supposed to be? You know, how you're supposed to be? Are you dharmic? And dharmic means not like, oh, you know, you got to be like, say the prayers and go to temple. I'm not talking, but in a broader perspective, dharmic is, are you fulfilling your duty that you were born to do, you know, born to perform this lifetime? So these are very difficult questions. They're not kind of easy, you know, but that is what Saturn is, always a karmic debt collector. So he is going to give us a huge flavor, as we are already experiencing with the Saturnian lockdown, as Israel said. Yeah, and on top of this, you have like Rahu, which is like the nodes of the moon, and never underestimate the nodes of the moon, because they are our reason why we are born, the whole nodal axis. So the nodes of the moon are literally in across Taurus and Scorpio axis. So it's aspecting the Saturn Jupiter conjunction in Makar, in Capricorn. And so in a way, this is forming like a specific yoga. It's called the Turgadi yoga in Vedic. And this, through the agency of this, even our relationship with, you know, animals and the entire other sort of, you know, not just human beings, is going to have a marked difference. I mean, last time when this kind of conjunction happened, 61, 62, you know, the World Wildlife Fund was established, WWF, you know, and so there were like huge changes in terms of, because in Vedic, Saturn or Shani also depicts the Vayu Tattva, you know, the element of air. And so everything to do with like space travel and travel, you know, all of that is, we are going to see a lot more of that in terms of our relationship with that is going to go through a huge change. So I'm not quite sure that we will go back to, you know, how we were before, like in terms of traveling everywhere, you know, at the drop of a hat. And I think it will be a little bit more towards a lot more spirituality, a lot more people kind of off the grid living. You know, they're going to question a lot of, I mean, we are already seeing that with the cryptocurrencies, you know, the rise of cryptocurrencies. Literally the governments have forced us into kind of, you know, evolving into this kind of alternative sort of currencies and trading. So I think there's going to be a lot more of that kind of stuff happening. So do you have any questions? Anyone's got any questions?
I can't see any questions, Sonal, but just a quick plug for what you're doing for the lodge.
Oh, yes. I've been on the lodge committee for many, many years. I've been the vice president of the lodge, and I am doing the beginners Vedic classes, the Jyotish classes. So if anybody wants to sort of, you know, join, it's free to join. We have a great group on Facebook, the Astrology Lodge of London free Jyotish classes group. So you're welcome to join. There's a Telegram group. I also run my own divination series, as well as every month we have like talks and lectures and things like that. So yeah, it's, you know, everybody, you're welcome to join. And because I have a background from the CPA, you know, the Western psychological astrology. So yeah, in the future, we may look at doing more of sort of a combination free classes, not just Jyotish, but expanding it further to, you know, horary or, you know, a whole host of things. So yeah, feel free to join, you know.
Thank you so much, Sonal. It's been amazing to have you. Thank you for filling in for a few minutes for Christos at the last minute. Happy solstice to you. I hope to see you soon.
Absolutely.
I'm seeing your background there, and I'm really missing your hospitality. Much love to you, Sonal. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Bye.
Get ready, Christos. Here we come.
Hello, nice to see you
Christos.
again.
From Athens, Greece, we have the amazing Christos Arcos. He does some amazing things over there and everywhere else. Welcome very much, Christos. So good to see you.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy that I'm with you. And you know that you're a person that I love really much. And you are one of the first astrologers that I've met in India, and a great personality. I'm always saying that.
Oh, thank you.
So let's start about this Jupiter and Saturn conjunction and how this is going to be, this is going to shape the astropsychological understanding of humanity. First of all, Jupiter and Saturn in conjunction is very important. Of course, it is not just a conjunction that begins the earth signs, but it is again a conjunction that is so close, that was never so close in the last 400 years. So I think that looking closer to this Jupiter and Saturn conjunction on this specific degree in the beginning of the sign of Aquarius, we can say that it is clearly a very important moment, because it is going to give us an understanding of what it is, how the persons, how humans are going to evolve, because there is evolution. The most, I think, important thing is that we are going to face some very important changes in how the world is working with groups, how the world is working with whole numbers of people. And perhaps I think this is also a very important conjunction, because we are going to change the way we understand finally our own selves. Don't forget that Aquarius is a sign that it is in opposition with Leo. This opposition of Aquarius with Leo, I think, is very important, because Leo has to do with our ego, has to do with the formation of ourselves, of our consciousness self. And on the other side, I think that Aquarius has to do always with understanding ourselves through community, through other people. And while in Leo we form our ego, in Aquarius we form ourselves through communication with others. And this communication with others is going to change rapidly in the next years. And talking through the glasses of social psychology, we know very well that social understanding can really change the way we understand the world. And I think that this is really important, because we know that social cognition is one of the fundamental factors of how our psychology is formatted. And I think that because social understanding and our communities are going to change rapidly, the way a person reacts to a social phenomenon or a social group is also going to change rapidly. So I think that the basic problem with this Jupiter and Saturn conjunction is that we are going to have new and rapid ways of understanding our societies. And because our societies are going to give us some different ways of understanding ourselves, this is going to bring a conflict and perhaps a shock about how we understand ourselves. So everything is going to go really rapidly. And I think that the way we communicate is going to be even more revolutionary. We now communicate, someone is in Australia, someone else is in United Kingdom. I'm talking to you right now from Athens, Greece, and someone else perhaps is hearing us from Africa or Latin America. This is, I think, one just step from what we are going to see in the future. And this change is going to be really rapid. And this social difference, this kind of social phenomenon is, I think, the most interesting part of how our psychology is going to change. According, as I said, to social psychology, we may have our genes, we may have our developmental stages through Erikson and other theories that are very important on understanding ourselves, but we have this social cognition, this social phenomenon that really gives us meaning in the world. And we can see that really clearly if we can look, for example, a human that sees revolutionary because of her Uranus. A woman that is revolutionary in United Kingdom could be really different the way she's going to act if she is living, for example, in a country that it is really conservative. So in some way, our societies change the way our natal chart are expressed. And because those societies are going to change rapidly and we are going to be in unfamiliar oceans of expression, of understanding how those societies are reacting, we are going to redefine our personalities and our ego. Of course, I think with this Jupiter and Saturn conjunction, people that have planets in Taurus, Scorpio, Leo, and Aquarius, they are going to have even more intense sense of what I'm saying right now, while on the other hand, Geminis and Libras are going to feel more in connection with all that stuff. I think that the other problem is that Aquarius is an Aries sign, and Aries signs has to do with cognition. And I think that sooner or later we're going to have this marriage between technology and our human nature. Perhaps we're going to have some kind of expression of transhumanism, how, for example, chips or other kind of technology is going to incorporate within our bodies, for good or bad. I think that we play the God, and of course, Aquarius is another dimension of playing with God, is redefine yourself, or going against the will of God. Don't forget that. Personally, I think that Aquarius and Uranus has to do also with the concept and the archetype of Prometheus, and how he stole the fire and gave it to the people, to the humans. So I think this is a very historically important period that we again receive the fire, again we receive the knowledge. And when we receive something new, new problems also arise and emerge. So unfortunately, as a professional psychologist also, not just as an astrologer, I think that we're going to have and we're going to face some new kind of disorders of personality. We already know that the personality disorders are of the most difficulty. And for example, narcissistic personality disorder is one of the biggest problems we face as a society, because usually you cannot treat a narcissist because a narcissist believes he is perfect. I don't say that we are going to have an increase in this specific disorder, but I'm saying that because this conjunction is in the axis of Leo and Aquarius, we are going to have the development of new kind of personality disorders, because we need to shape ourselves in a very different way. And we can see that also in the social media. For example, we can see people that they were really, really successful with their Instagrams or with their Facebook and their Twitters. And when something happens and they lose their audience, they really collapse, because they see reality in a completely different way of thinking, the way of understanding. So this change of seeing things and how we understand ourselves, we are going to have a completely change of how we understand Christos, Alex, Liz, Sonal, or whoever here listen to us. Imagine that before 20 years, if I was saying to my mother that you are going to look your likes in your post in Facebook, she will look me really weird. Right now, lots of people, they define their identities through the likes, through their posts, through their lives in the internet. So I think this is going to bring some new kind of a psychological dimension, like a second life, the life we live around our real environment and the life we live in the social media environment. And I think that we are going to have a third environment that is going to be like a VR, like a second life. Sooner or later, this Aquarius is going really to bring all of this stuff. And as exactly Julia said, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, born with Neptune in Aquarius, this is going to be even more intense, because Neptune has to give a way to go out from your reality. Saturn right now, with conjunction and in square with Uranus, this is not going to be a reality to get out from your problematic real life. This is going to be the formation of a new life, of a new world. And we know that people cannot do two things at the same time. We are not functioning in that way. In all of our history, we had a specific identity in a specific social environment, and right now this is going to change. So I'm perfectly sure that we are going to have the emerge of new kind of personality disorders, and unfortunately the next problem is going to be depression. We already know that depression is going to be the biggest problem in the next century after heart problems and health problems with cardiovascular system. We are going to have the cardiovascular system, cancer, and at the other side, we are going to have depression. And we have found many ways to increase the risk of having depression in the recent years. We have found many ways as humanity to develop ways of making us feel worse. And then we have, I think, the next problem with the Aquarius sense of understanding, this collective pessimism. We are right now in a collective pessimism. People really are in tune of hearing bad things, and we even feel aroused by all this negativeness. It is really problematic because it is like the self-fulfilling prophecy. When you try to believe something and as a group you believe as something specific, this is going to be your reality. But on the other hand, I think the positive thing with this Aquarius is that this technology is going to bring some solutions to specific health problems that we didn't knew that we would find the solution. I think that, for example, problems with bipolar disorder or schizophrenia and other kind of psychosis are going to find their solution, and the development of new cures and new ways to deal with that problem is going to make us feel even better. And I think that the technological increase and the technological dimension of finding new ways to deal with those disorders it is also going to bring us finally the understanding of how the whole genome is working in collaboration with the environment and the early developmental stages. I think that we are closer to understanding human nature, and this is, of course, is going to bring some new solutions to problems with people. And I think that this is going to be the biggest hit. The biggest hit is going to be that we are going to understand that finally we can find a way to go out from our jail. But on the other side, I think that we are going into a two-dimension society, the ones that are very joyous, very happy, and very complete with their life, and people that they cannot cope with the changes, they feel depressed, they cannot understand the inner meaning. And that's why I think that the main problem is that we need to find a new way of understanding and giving solutions to ourselves. As I said in a previous article I've written before, it is that we are, the foundations of our ethics is around the axial age. Axial age is the Greek philosophy, the Hebrew creation of Christianity, Judaism, and then Christianity, the Zoroastrianism from Persia, and then, of course, the Vedic principles and Confucianism in China. All of the civilizations are having their base into these philosophies. But the problem is that this era, this new era of Aquarius is going to bring some new problems that our previous philosophy and way of thinking is not going to bring a solution to that. So we need to create a new kind of philosophy, to create a new base for ourselves. So this is going to be fascinating, because we are going into a second axial age, a second wave of great philosophers, of great people that they're going to give us new solutions to new problems. And this is going to really help us understand better what really happens with our human nature. And we are going, of course, to redefine our human nature.
Thank you, Christos.
Thank you very
amazing.
much.
Thank you. Much to think about. Thank you for joining us here on our Solstice Festival. Sonal from here in London, and Israel as well, in the neighborhood, and Anna all the way from Peru. We all speak the language of the stars, but we all have different accents. Don't forget, 20% discount for yearly membership for Cosmic Intelligence Agency, which includes the Brave New World Symposium, which was recently recorded. A lot more. Us agents are always on the move, around the clock and around the world. Joining this festival next is the wonderful Liz Hathaway and my very good friend, Laura Boomer Trent. I hope you guys are there. Thank you again, Anna, Christos, Israel, and Sonal for joining me. This is Alex Chernow, Agent 144, handing over.
Hello, darlings.
Hello,
Israel.
Hello. I've got to give a shout out to Christos, by the way. He was at the lodge last year. Christos, I want to say hello. We need you back in London, my man. This guy is amazing. I'm telling you.
He is.
This guy is amazing. Seriously, I recorded his last 2 lectures he gave at the Astro Lodge, and I'm telling you, I'm still being like he's like he's speaking to me. Like that's how he is when he's speaking.
Thank
like,
you very
seriously.
much.
Yeah, we love you, Christos.
Yeah,
I love you
Christos,
too.
great. Laura, my dear, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm okay. I'm missing you guys.
Great to see you.
My spiritual home in London.
Just look at that hair. How do you get your hair like that? Miss me.
And I believe Faye is here, right?
Yes. Hi, Faye.
Where's Faye? I haven't seen Faye in ages. It's like
hi, Faye.
Amazing teacher. Where you at, Faye?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm in Amsterdam still.
Huh?
I'm good. I'm in Amsterdam.
Oh, how you doing? How's life in Amsterdam? Everything okay?
Yeah, nice and quiet. No tourists. We're keeping you lot out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you should. No, but great
Alex
stuff.
is gone. Alex has obviously run off somewhere.
But she's run off. How are you doing, Liz? How's everything with you? You're muted.
You're muted, darling.
You're muted. We can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
That's better.
Everything is really good with me. Busy. Yeah. So what can I say? I'm great having good lockdown, actually. A lot of time to focus on other things. So yeah.
Yeah,
good.
No, wonderful.
I have no idea how, because what I'm seeing, I don't know about everybody else, but I'm seeing all the participants.
That's right. Yeah.
So how, because we're supposed to be kind of presenting something, I think, Laura, how does that work? Do you know?
I don't know, because I've got this Sun conjunct Uranus, of course, my link didn't work.
Oh, right. Okay. Well,
I'm on a different buzz. I'm on a different link now. So lovely to see you, Sonal. Lovely to see you, Chris.
Yeah, I was about to say, lovely to see you, Laura.
And I do miss my spiritual home in London, the Astrological Lodge. It's been like 2 years.
You've got to come on by.
Oh, I know.
When we get the chance. I mean, this sort of lockdown, I mean, it's sort of...
Yeah, but join online. I think we have quite a vibrant time online. Of course, it's not the same thing.
We're online now, so there's no excuse. Anywhere in the world, Greece, India, America, Africa, wherever you are, you can, provided a decent internet connection, you can connect now.
Good.
Okay, well, Laura, can you share your screen? Shall we sort of
just
you prepared?
Do that. Hold on a second.
If you can do that.
I've got to get rid of a few little boxes here. did you want me to say anything, or should I just go ahead and?
Oh my goodness! You just do whatever you want. You know what I mean? You know, whatever
I think
you
our
want.
host has disappeared for the moment, so I think we can.
I think we're supposed to be the host, but maybe we've both logged in, Laura.
I think so. Now there was something there in the chat about somebody was asking a question.
Can you all see that? I think
it showed that you would want to answer it or something.
Oh yes, sorry. Is that Tove?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just. Okay.
Okay. Somebody said yes. Laura and Liz, you are now both hosts.
Tove.
So yeah. Somebody's written that. I can't see who that is.
That's Tove.
Okay. Right. Okay.
My lot. Yeah. So.
Okay.
One of my lot. One of Dharma Star's girls. So hang on a second. I just got to figure out. This is what happens. Hold on.
If you put it on the slideshow, or if you go to.
I've just got to get my slideshow
and then put it
from the beginning. There we go.
And then there you go.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So what a day! What an amazing day! I don't know how many of you actually tuned into the Uluru solstice ceremony, which was absolutely gorgeous. And I have to just tell you, actually, it was really cute. I went out and I started doing my ceremony, and I made this little circle, and I waited out. And the minute I took my wand out, my cats started going crazy. So I knew we tuned into something really big. And what I thought was wonderful about the Uluru ceremony was that they had invoked the Pleiades. And I tuned into Olga and Yulia this morning, and they were talking just about the Pleiades and about how in Australia, the Pleiades would be rising and setting at certain times. And that may be why that there is this really strong connection at this particular point in time. But it's at 29 Taurus, so we mustn't forget that it's actually in Taurus, the sign of which Uranus is in this year, and for the next couple of years, in fact. But it's about the feminine, you know, and they were activating the feminine, and they were activating the solar plexus in our bodies, as well as the solar plexus within the world. Liz, you were calling it yesterday the Omphalos, sort of that fantastic stone which sat at the Delphic Oracle, which Apollo would go and consult the Pythia and ask questions and hear about what they were. Oh, we've got a question already. In 2nd and 8th house. Don't understand that one, sorry. Is that Pleiades in the 2nd and 8th house? Anyway, the point is that what we have is, sorry, I'm just going to get rid of that, sorry, is that for my side, this particular time, when I boil it all down, when I actually get the essence of where we're at this particular point in time, I keep coming back to Venus, back to Taurus, back to Uranus in Taurus. Although, of course, all the other planets are in Aquarius, which is ruled by Uranus, which is in Taurus, which is ruled by Venus. And from the Tibetan system, or the Tibetan understanding, Tara, the goddess Tara, is which means star, represents Venus. And we can call on Tara at any particular time. And there are basically 8 different things, which you can sometimes see in sort of like different tankers. You'll see fires, snakes, robbers, or whatever. But we call on the goddess to overcome the most difficult obstacles. And seeing as today is the first quarter moon, I thought that I would just talk through an invocation to Tara. Can you see that, or have I still got that? You got my invocation?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to read it through, and it'll take about 1.5 minutes, but it's the invocation to Tara, Venus, goddess Venus, the star, the morning star, the evening star. And it's praise to Tara, the great mother and provider of all, energy supreme in the boundless universe, star flashing in the heavens, eyes of lightning, lotus born, tear of the compassionate cosmos. Help me to heal others, help me to heal myself. Face like a million moons, full and bright, filled with peace and love, goddess of mercy. We call upon you in this hour, our hour of need, goddess of all that is right and true, scattering blue lotus petals, laughing with joy and love. Most giving one, O perfect crystal mother, help us to heal others, help us to heal ourselves. All the gods worship you, great mother of the universe. Songs fill your sky, demons and evil spirits are driven away by your joy. Purify the land, help me to heal others, help me to heal myself. You are the great destroyer of fear, of failure, of oppression and disease. Lift the burden of helplessness. Help us to see potential, radiance, and joyful goddess dancing across the face of this troubled planet. Healing as your lotus feet tread on the lands about us, O great protector, you who call upon all the powers of all the gods, all the people of the many worlds, help me to heal myself, help me to heal others. You burn as holy fire, goddess Tara, purify us in the flaming embrace. Joy replaces fear. As our doubts disappear, blissful goddess, virtuous, honest, and peaceful, as I become you, the ills of the world run off me as water drops. Greatest goddess, upon whom all the gods and peoples rely, earth spirit mother, cover and protect me. Your form my armor. Fill me and soothe me. Fill me with calm and a will to act. Help me to heal others. Help me to heal myself. Come, great mother of all life. Here is Tara, the red to the south. Here is Tara, the yellow to the north. Here is Tara, the black to the west. Here is Tara, the green to the east. And here within me is Mahatara, primal Tara, ultimate Tara, shining as a star in my heart. Om Tara, Tutare, Turi Soha. Tara, help me to heal others. Help me to heal myself. Om Tare, Tutare, Turi Soha. So there we are. She's in. The beautiful goddess is in our fantastic, wonderful. I don't know how many times everybody has seen this chart, but here we go again. And I wanted to concentrate a lot on, oh, there's more chats. I wanted to concentrate on Venus, primarily on Venus, because she is the, beg your pardon, oops. She is the leader of, sorry, I'm just going to move this one up here. She is the leader of this horoscope. You look at the horoscope, don't worry about the middle with the mutable square and all the other squares and that big square between Saturn and Uranus. We'll go into that a little bit, hopefully with your help, Liz. But I just wanted to say that because this chart is a bowl-shaped chart, you can see it, it's something that we can either pour into, or it's something this way in well, this is in London this morning, beg your pardon, this is this evening, this is after we've finished, this is the great solstice apple chart, and you can either have it as a cup pouring out. But either way, Venus is leading, and she's leading with Juno or Hera. So she's leading in Sagittarius. She's the far-sighted feminine. And so she can see the future. She has the ability to see the 360 degrees from the top of her mountain with her friend, Juno, who is the loyal, loving friend, wife, sweetheart, lover, marriage, wife of Jupiter, who I know I talked about a lot a couple of weeks ago, and I actually ran through the Saturn aspect of talking about Jupiter, because I was so thrilled about some of the actual physical aspects of Jupiter. But just to briefly, just to recap, this is a 20-year cycle between Saturn and Jupiter. It's so 5 times 12 signs of the zodiac for Jupiter equals 60. 2 Saturn cycles of 29 years, 30 years each equals the 60 cycle. 3 60s equals 180. 20 cycles either side of that necklace that we call the garland of the 5 elements. is the great apples, or the great chronocrater, the great transmutation. It's when Jupiter and Saturn come together, and they are coming together in a different element than they have been for the past 200 years. Okay, so there was the 1 in 80, but I think, Liz, you're going to go through that with us, I hope. And, but here we are, we're in a straight run now, and we're going through all the various different permutations of Jupiter and Saturn for the next 200 years. And with this, I think we also have to, because it's a futuristic sign, because Aquarius is a futuristic sign, we have to think in the long term. So whatever we're putting out into the cosmos right now for this particular event, you know, we're saying, oh, I'd like peace on earth. I'd like, you know, male and female to have equality. I would like all children to be fed. You know, when I was a kid growing up, I actually thought, you know, I had this, when in 1970, I joined this thing called Hunger Project 2000. And I thought, oh, 30 years to feed the world, no problem. But actually, it's a lot longer. And I was very naive to think that we can do it, though. But we can. But it takes a different mindset, which is very much to do with Aquarius. And it takes a great deal of consciousness. And it takes the actual opening of the love wisdom. Okay. The ceremony this morning at Uluru, quite fantastic, having a great solstice apples on the winter solstice. In the summer solstice, we had the summer solstice total solar eclipse. So both of these major world points, these turning points where the sun is turning, which actually gives everybody on the planet a few days pause to think about where they fit into the greater scheme of things, has been turning. And it's like, powerful. Who are you? Where are you? Who do you belong to? And how are you going to work with those people? And it's very much to do with the feminine, you know, because they were invoking the, this morning with the Pleiades, they were saying that there were some Pleiadian crystals stuck in Uluru. Well, hey, there could well be, because, you know, we've just found Egyptian, we found some crystals in Egypt which are older than the sun. You know, they're older than like 13 billion years old. How can that be? You know, we don't know everything. Let's leave room for what we know. But the thing about the Pleiades is that they've always had these funny little stories around them. You know, they're sisters, they can be chickens and eggs. In Turkey, they were an army. In India, they were the star of fire. The Pleiades is the star of fire, glistening up there in Taurus, moon ruled. And there are 6 wives, and to Alcyone we would call it, but they all have these moon-shaped knives. But whatever it is, you get the feeling that there's you know, these women have to protect themselves and learn how to look after themselves. And I think that we're at this point where we are at this turning point of equality, fraternity, and the brotherhood of the sisterhood of man, or humans, should I say, even. In astrology, it's a lot to do with coping with sorrow, the Pleiades. And I'm hoping that Faye's going to be able to shine a bit more of a light onto that, about how Cerise also is involved in grief. But just moving on, just to have a quick look at that, this morning's chart at Uluru, I've got 2959, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but that's meant to be 00. As we said, the Venusian aspect and is actually in very good mutual reception with Jupiter, right? So Jupiter's in Aquarius, Venus is in, not mutual reception, hold on a second. They're in good, they're having cups of tea together if they're not in mutual reception. They are, yeah, they're not actually at the party disco dancing yet, but they're in a sextile aspect. And they're very connected, as I said, because Venus is leading this particular constellation of planets. And that gives her power. She's in the lead. Come on, everybody, follow me. I've got my bow and my arrow, and I know where we're going. So this is the far-sighted feminine. She's making a quincunx to Uranus. And she's about friendships. And in the year of the metal ox, we're going to be dealing with our friendships a lot more differently than we have done because of Jupiter being in Aquarius. It's a big, hopefully our friendships will become wiser and our relationships will become perhaps more, in fact, almost definitely more digital. But that's just the way it is in 2021. In Saturn in Aquarius, we have structure to the chaos. I don't know why my slide's not working, but anyway, we have structure to our chaos. It brings the structure to the chaos. And actually, what was interesting was, I don't know if you saw this, but there were these arcs of chaos that ride all the way out from Jupiter to Neptune, and they're hoping that we can actually send spacecraft down them, which is very Aquarian, and that will enable the journey from Jupiter to Neptune as a human to only be 10 years instead of getting lost all over the place. So what we're looking for actually while we're on this journey is helpful friendships. We're looking also for this Aquarian visionary humanitarian ideals. And with Saturn in Aquarius, we're looking from the freedom of our karma, which is, you know, good luck. But the point is that we've got this collective karma, which we have obviously need to sort out. And I think a lot of it's to do with the fact that Uranus is the ruler of Aquarius and it's found in Taurus. So we need to work with the earth and how we actually embody a lot of what I would call quite airy, fairy, spacious ideas. And it's all about electromagnetism in a way. And a lot of it is about being able to see or not see, or at least feel, sense that our energy levels are bigger than we think they are. So for the first few months of the year, Jupiter is with Saturn in Aquarius, and then it zooms off in May until July, and it's in Pisces, and then it comes back again from the end of July to the end of December, and it stays in Aquarius, bringing all this inventiveness, futuristic, digital, tech, rebellions, revolutionary. Yeah, you can read it. Maybe I'll put it out as a meme later on. So that's Jupiter in 2021. So who gives us a helping hand but bows his head to no command, and higher laws doth understand, inventor, genius, Superman. And if those of you who've got the old Nicholas Devore, that's where I got it from. So Aquarius is actually ruled by both traditionally Saturn and Uranus is modern. And I'm going with the modern rulership, Uranus. I have Sun conjunct Uranus, although I have Sun trine Saturn, but you know, my Sun conjunct Uranus. And I just wanted to just introduce the concept that both Jupiter and Uranus are spacey. They're out there. They're really up there. Jupiter's a sky god, and then Uranus is way out in the distance with Elon Musk and all his SpaceX tech and what have you. But where is Venus in all this? You know, what is Venus doing? Where does she come from? And Uranus is actually the father, in a roundabout way, of Venus. And I don't know if you know the myth of Venus or the birth of Venus, but basically, this is, before I get to it, this is Uranus in this circle of the zodiac. This is Terra, his wife, the earth. So Uranus is the sky god surrounded by the zodiac. This is the Terra on the earth surrounded by her 4 seasons, her 4 children. And then you've got a nice fluffy tree with leaves and a barren tree so that's summer and winter. So you get the idea that Uranus is really important to what goes on the planet. You know, it's the sky, Father Sky and Mother Earth. So Father Sky is out, and he's basically gets into a fight with Saturn, who wants to overturn him because he wants to be the king. And Saturn then castrates his father, and he throws the father's member into the foaming sea. En route, some of the blood drops onto the Terra, and that's the birth of the fates, the Irenae. And from the water, which is the original mother of Venus, the moon, and the foaming watery tides, comes Venus, fully formed. So out of Uranus's member comes Venus, this incredibly beautiful symbol of love. And I want to talk about this freedom closeness dilemma a little bit more, about everybody getting digital on a psychological level. But if we get to it, it doesn't matter. But the point is that there are all different kinds of love. And in our charts, we can see lots of different kinds of love. We actually experience, you know, playful love, passionate love, friendship love, love of uncles, love of our parents, love of our children. It's all different love. And I've put all these astrological symbols in, and you can, I was playing around with it, and I was thinking, oh, well, that's easy. Selfless love, love for everyone, holding everyone in high regard, charity, kindness, compassion, empathy. That was easy. That was Pisces. But then I thought, oh, well, actually, no, Virgo could go into agape, you know? And then there's the pragmatic love. And I was thinking, oh, well, actually, you know, Virgo could go into that as well. So the goddess gets around. But there are all different kinds of love, and we need to think about that. And one of the big things that what today shows us is how a chart actually represents ingresses. And an ingress is when a planet moves into a new sign. And so I thought, oh, well, hang on a minute. This is a quite Aquarian time, a quite, you know, a very Uranian time. And so I thought, oh, okay, let's just have a look and see what Uranus is doing. It was just a hunch. And so I followed it, and bear with me because it's actually quite interesting. So I went back and I've done half a Uranus cycle. So I've done 40 years, like 2 Jupiter Saturn cycles, but half a Uranus cycle, because Uranus takes 84 years to go around the zodiac, spending approximately 7 years in each sign. So when Venus went into Aquarius on Pisces on March the 10th, 2003, Venus was in Aquarius. And so Uranus was in Pisces, Venus was in Aquarius next to Neptune. So this was interesting. Just off the bat, I was thinking, oh, well, you know, we're all getting interconnected. This is the birth of the internet. Oh, I have to say, actually, that I did do my very first email when Saturn was in Aquarius, and that was like 30 years ago. And it was in a very strange place. It was actually in somewhere called Megatripolis, and with somebody from the Oak Dragon camp who helped me to do an email. So it was like, you know, Aquarius then was like, oh, we were getting interconnected. That was like early 90s. So here we were, the early noughties, and we can actually sense that, you know, things are starting to move. We're starting to come together. Uranus and Neptune were in constant kind of mutual reception. They were in mutual reception. They were in some kind of reception for 23 years, which is a long time. But what we've got is we've got a Venus not exalted in Pisces, beg your pardon. Venus was exalted just by being in contact with Neptune. So just by being in contact with Neptune, it encourages the compassionate side of Venus, the all-consuming love for humanity's side of Venus, the cosmic love, the love that actually has no bounds and no boundaries. That's Venus in Pisces, or Venus conjunct Neptune, Venus in the 12th house. That's how we would look at it. And Uranus is in Pisces. So that was the first hit. The second hit, oh, again, 9 months later, yahoo! Venus is in Aquarius, Neptune's in Aquarius, with Venus giving it this more Piscean feel. Neptune rules Pisces, and Uranus is in Pisces. Wow, that's twice, okay. So then we come again, Aries. It's a bit more of an angular time, this one. And Venus is square Uranus. the whole point about it is that how do we relate to those who we consider to our friendships? You know, how do we actually relate digitally? How do we actually relate within the bigger world? How do we cooperate? Who is our tribe? What is our team? And here we've got Venus in Cancer, conjunct the South Node. Venus likes to be conjunct the South Node when Uranus is doing big stuff. And also when other planets are doing big stuff. Uranus likes to know that they're coming from this place of the heart. So that's a square. So Uranus in Aries, and that was in May 2010. The second time we will all probably remember as the 29.999 Pisces when Fukushima went off, and then bam, Uranus went into Aries. And it's a bit easier here. We've got Uranus, interestingly enough, in Aries, okay, it's conjunct Mercury and Jupiter. So it's big. This is a first time big move. And guess what? Venus is in Uranus's sign yet again in Aquarius. She likes it. She likes to be in his sign. It's where she feels comfortable when he's changing, it would seem. Uranus going into Taurus, not so long ago, just a couple of years ago. She's with Pallas Athena in Gemini, and Uranus is in Taurus, conjunct Mercury, yet again. And this is a semi-square. Well, it's just over a semi-square. But Uranus is, oh, hang on a second, is it sextile? No, it's sextile, it's sextile. It's under, so it's an out of sign sextile. The second time Uranus goes into Taurus in last year, 2019, last spring, Venus is with the South Node. So we're coming from the heart again. And guess what? She's in Aquarius. She's in his sign. And Uranus is in her sign, Taurus. So we're getting some mutual reception. We're getting this understanding of learning to love our friends, learning to love what we're doing, learning to love all the times that we're on the internet and somebody's going, unmute your mic. You're not on the, you know, all that kind of stuff. And you kind of, our relationships are becoming quite Aquarian. Looking ahead to 2025, when Uranus goes into Gemini, guess what? It's with Venus. As friends, as good communicators, as being able to talk and have a brotherly kind of love or a brotherly sisterly kind of love. It's conjunct Venus, it's sextile Saturn, trine Pluto, and the Uranus is opposite the moon, where Venus is today. Second hit, oh look, a few months later, nine months later, Venus is with Uranus. It's a pattern. I've actually, bear with me, well, I'm going to go through the whole cycle and see if somebody can teach me how to use that solar fire to do it on, because I was clicking away. But it's fascinating. This is a really strong relationship between Uranus and Venus. Moving ahead, 2032, I don't know if I'll be here, but let's have a look. And Uranus is with Saturn, and it's in Cancer. And the relationship between these two coming together, so this is a 45-year cycle coming to a completion as well, when Uranus and Saturn are together. And they have a square, beg your pardon, a sextile to Venus in Leo. It's a cardinal move. The second time, it's in Venus is conjunct Neptune. That Saturn and Uranus are still together. So coming from, and it's with the South Node yet again. So this is a pattern. Venus wants to come from the heart. Our relationships, our goddess energy, our femininity, our understanding of how we are with love and relationships, it wants to come from the heart. And this is the last cycle that I actually looked at. And this was Venus and Uranus in Leo. And Venus is in Leo with the sun. And this is not just about coming from the heart, about for your friendships and for your team and who you hang out with on the internet or anything like that. This is love of oneself. I always remember Howard Susport would say, you know, when the sun is with Venus, the greatest love that you can ever give is to yourself. Because if you give it to yourself, then you're automatically giving it to others. And that is not in a narcissistic way. It's not in a like big me up, hey, everybody look at me kind of way. But this is about really loving who you are. And in Buddhism, we would actually call that the precious human rebirth. We would say, yes, this is the time to actually acknowledge that actually to be a human is actually quite a rare thing. You know, there's a billion ants or more, I mean, gazillion billion ants, but there's only 7 billion humans. And now people say, oh, that's too many. In my life, in my world, in my understanding, I think that, you know, it's how we do it. It's not necessarily how many. And I honestly feel that when Uranus is in Leo, that self-love is going to be so important. It's where we find our strength. And so here we are yet again, another 9 months, 10 months later. And guess what? Not only is, before the sun was exalted, the sun was at home in Leo. Now Venus is at home in Taurus with the sun when it goes into Leo. I've got somebody who's raised her hand. I just wanted to say, you know, with all this Uranian stuff, it's about being able to, oh, I don't know, has, you know, with it being quite Uranian and airy, is to actually learn how to breathe. A lot of us are very shallow breathers. You know, we need to get deep and activate the heart energy and activate our love and activate each and every cell in our body. So as we breathe in, we expand the heart. And as we breathe out love, we balance our heart. So we breathe in love, expanding the heart, breathe out, balance your heart. And that comes from Thich Nhat Hanh, the great Zen monk. When your heart is in harmony, so is the earth. So that's very Venus, very Uranus, and very Taurian. And I just put that love flows in a circular movement with each breath going around and around, expanding love out further and further into the universe. I'm nearly there. I don't think that I have time to talk about these charts. I'll just leave them up, but just to say that Jupiter square Uranus is interesting because because Uranus and Venus will be having a really positive vibe early part in the year with that trine. And as the Saturn squares Uranus, Venus goes into Aquarius for this other fantastic aspect that we've got this year. So we're working with our friendships, Sun's in Aquarius, and the second square from Saturn to Uranus is sextile to Uranus, and that will be quincunx to Saturn. So there's a link, there's a definite connection. And the third one is that Venus is actually on all the planets that we've just had. So it may be to actually understand and learn to love the karma of which we've just created with coming through 2020. And then we've got this brand new year on the, is it the, I can't read that one, on the something of February, like the 10th of February, I think it is. And we've got Venus in Aquarius. So I'm really feeling that this whole Venus in Aquarius, this whole love of my friendships, love of my tribe, love of people, love of our humanitarian ideals. And if we can keep that in our hearts, then I really think that we can co-create with consciousness, and we can create, we can build our faith to actually make the world a better place. Ta-da, that's me finished. If you want to know your past life, look into your present conditions. If you want to know your future life, look at your present actions. When you realize that all that appears exists to be in your mind, there is no path of enlightenment apart from that.
Great. Yeah, can you hear me, Laura?
I can, but yeah. I was just wanting to just sort of say, just as a friend, is to say, wow, that Uranus Venus thing was just something else. I had no idea that she was so connected, but now we know. It's kind of fascinating.
I think it's kind of that power as well of physical love. I mean, we can have all kinds of ideas and thought and be caught up in abstractions, but if you run into a person and that physical connection is there, it can upset everything. It's so Uranian, isn't it? The power of attraction between people. It's kind of gives an opportunity.
But you also get that, sorry, but you also get that through the internet. You know, we get that, you know, people used to say to me, how do you do readings on Zoom? I said, well, actually, it's all right. You know, they say, well, don't you need to be with the person to get the psychic stuff? I say, well, no, you don't, actually. It's really interesting. You can just, you know, I think that the more that we realize that this electromagnetic energy and these sort of like lines and these spins and, you know, and these waves, we can tap into them. And I think that that's part of the Uranian aspect.
Yeah, but then we miss the physicality, the sort of feeling.
Well, that's the Taurian element. And maybe we need to build that within ourselves as well.
But shall I quickly run through mine? Because we're running a bit late. So 20 to nearly 3:45. 20 or just 20 to 4. So Faye is supposed to come in at 4. So I'm just going to quick run.
I thought, do you want to do yours first or whatever? Just a quick, we've got to do a quick plug for the.
Oh yes, let's. Yeah, talking about female energy. About female energy. Julia has been amazing setting this up.
I know, just like that. We just only decided a couple of days ago to do it.
This is a women's club pretty much in astrology land, and I really respect that and I really love it. So yeah, if you want to support any kind of organization or group, I think the CIA is the one, or one of the ones anyway.
And there's a 20% discount at the moment for the Cosmic Intelligence Agency. And I don't know, your school in Amsterdam and my lot, Dharma Stars Spiritual Astrology. We all are under the umbrella in many ways of Yulia, which is fantastic. Yeah.
And she's amazing. I think she's Saturn in Aquarius, isn't she? I kind of have a vague memory of her telling me.
Yeah, and the thing that actually is fantastic is that
pulling it out of the bag, manifesting it.
Yeah, we're talking about you, Yulia. We're saying that what I love about her is she's got this fantastic Jupiter on the ascendant, which just says yes. Let's go, you know, and I love it. It's brilliant.
On board, right? Everybody gets enthusiastic, even me, with my Capricorn self, which means I want to organize to the umpteenth degree and beyond. Even I got caught up in this. So this is my little offering, which I do consider an offer.
Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Yeah, so I'll do you want to continue? Yes. So let's see if I can find my presentation here. Start at the beginning. I'm going to run through mine. There's a lot of slides here, which we're not going to cover all of them. Okay, so this is the opening of my slide, and I just think I love this image of Alice as she's just sort of falling down the rabbit hole, which I think a lot of us have been doing, of risking falling down the rabbit hole in this months of isolation. But anyway, she really fell down the rabbit hole and she's landed in this other world, and she has found this key which doesn't fit any door until she pulls back this curtain, and suddenly she finds this little door, and to her great delight the key fitted. That feels to me like this sort of phase that we're in at the moment. We don't know what lies ahead, but there's a sense of it's different from the world up there. It's different from where we're coming from. So yeah, I think we've had a look at the Capricorn ingress of the sun already. I find this quite interesting, because when the sun was on the galactic center, which was earlier on today, I mean, already yesterday, we knew that the UK, a Capricorn country, was actually going back into this sort of extreme lockdown, and countries across Europe, Sagittarius being connected, of course, to trade and travel, that all of these countries in Europe were saying no to British goods. So it's quite a strange thing. While we're moving into something else, we're also being confronted still, of course, with Pluto there as a sort of, figure in Capricorn, which of course the Sun and Mercury both have to pass before they can come into Aquarius. It's an interesting chart with the only real aspect going on there of significance being the Mars-Pluto square. That's really, there's a lot of power behind that, because the Sun Pluto, it's a lot softer, but Mars Pluto, I think, is kind of quite that sort of feeling of bottled upness, which I think a lot of people can feel, and maybe explains why, you know, we're enthusiastic for an event like this, because it's an opportunity to break out and be with other people and hang out. That's the Jupiter conjunct Saturn Capricorn ingress as a bi-wheel there. And as you can see, they're falling in, if you draw the charts for the UK, there's a big emphasis there on the 6th house, which is the well-being of the nation. And I think it's sort of, it seems to be quite a difficult time for the UK at the moment, for sure. Also with that anaretic degree, as the planets were passing over that final degree of Capricorn, you know, we've had this pressure to try and pull a deal out of the bag, that final degree of a sign, that mopping up, that trying to transition and move forward. And then there's this Aquarius, that new energy which we're moving into, and we have to kind of explore and establish, because it's kind of quite new still. So yeah, I just want to sort of draw attention for a moment, I think, to because the subject of this little section really that we are doing is about the sacred feminine, but it's about more than that, I think. I mean, I think it's about, when we think of Aquarian, the Aquarian figure is almost asexual, you know, it's a sort of blurring of the edges and sort of morphing of male and female, which is actually going on around us when we see all of the discussions at the moment between gender and sex, and, you know, this, it's all kind of up for grabs at the moment. And we're having this major shift, which of course is manifested by the shift of the equinoctial degree into Aquarius, but also, you know, we're also getting the shift of the fixed star Regulus, of course, into Virgo. So the idea of the ecliptic, for me, it's like an important receiver of energy from the greater cosmos, and it's channeling through to Earth. If we think about the fixed stars, for example, you know, they were primary tools of orientation for us in our early sea voyages. And yeah, Regulus is one of these really important stars, one of these sort of watchers of the corners of the heaven, and that she is now changing, or changed sign around the same time that the vernal equinox is moving into a new zodiac sign, is kind of quite interesting, because you're having these two really grown-up female figures kind of coming to the foreground. Because I mean, the zodiac is like kind of filled with animals, or, you know, a weighing scale, or, you know, there's not that many human figures in there. And the human figure of the female virgin, and of course the sort of quite, kind of quite asexual Aquarian with his water urn, that these two figures are coming to the foreground, I think is quite interesting. And yeah, I'm sure Faye will say something about that as well, this connection to harvest as well, which Virgo has. So there's just a nice image there of these two zodiac signs, or not zodiac signs, they're constellations, of course. And the group of stars that the speaker there. So yeah, and there's another image of the stars within a sort of female figure holding there the grain corn in one hand and wheat in the other. Can you hear me, by the way? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this Regulus in Virgo, it's interesting because it's kind of, yeah, really tapping into the generation born, of course, under the Uranus-Pluto conjunction in Virgo. And we see around the time that, you know, this shift is taking place, we're getting things like, you know, the idea of ecofeminism, which first started to be used, the term emerged in 1974. So we're making these new connections, these new ideas being linked up, this idea of, you know, ecofeminism, you know, it connects the suppression of the feminine to the wider destruction of nature, the rape of the planet, extermination of species, etc. So, and in this context, I think we could say that the Saturn-ruled nature of Aquarius, the Jupiter-Saturn phase of the conjunctions in air, you know, we're having a bit of this Saturn edge, you know, seen in a sense through a kind of collective grieving, because there is no way that we can avoid recognizing the crisis that our Earth is facing at the moment. With, you know, you hardly can turn the television on without hearing of some species under threat or some glacier melting. So I think there is that kind of feeling with Aquarius, it being Saturn ruled, that now it's more proactive than the Capricorn phase. I think Saturn in Aquarius is much more at its ease. It's the right sect, etc. But this whole emergence of ecofeminism is really important because, yeah, this idea of oppression being linked to the patriarchal power structure. And we've seen since Uranus came into Taurus, you know, the rise of, you know, Extinction Rebellion, all these kind of quite rebellious, proactive, feminine, quite often a lot of women involved in these sort of ideas of we've got to save the planet and we've got to do something. Great picture of the Aquarian there. It's a great area of the sky here as well. This is the Great Celestial Sea. That's what this area of the sky was known as. You've got all the watery constellations there, like you can see the fish there. And it's really interesting because in that urn that the Aquarian has there, it's sweet water. And the whole idea of water, pollution, you know, the seas, that we need water. You know, what happens like in countries like South Africa, there was a crisis a few years ago when there was quite a big drought. You know, water is so vital to life. So it's quite interesting that that has been in the news a lot more recently as well. So yeah, we kind of think about Aquarius, and I just think we've got one coming up in 2021 as well. One of these big lineups of planets in Aquarius. There's one here from February 1962, which a lot of astrologers recognize as kind of like focusing consciousness on this whole idea of the change of the ages. And, you know, you get the dawning of the age of Aquarius, the musical Hair. You know, this kind of Aquarius energy has the ability to get people on board, to get people talking, it has a buzz to it. So this big lineup in Aquarius, a lot of, you know, people, historians of New Age, etc., they recognize that this huge lineup here started to focus attention, you know, in the early 60s, which was just before the Uranus-Pluto conjunction in Virgo, of course, but things are starting to shift in the 60s, I think, in every sense of the word. But the feminine, of course, has always been there, right? I mean, it's not like we've, you know, she's been there. The soul, if you think of Plato, he considered the soul to be feminine. I mean, he created, you know, the whole idea of the anima mundi, the soul. It's a feminine concept. Although we could say that, you know, gradually the world has become unensouled. We've drifted off track. And it's only really with the reemergence of the feminine, which I would argue, indeed, thinking of Laura's talk as well, you know, when we discovered Uranus, you know, that started to change a lot of things, a lot of, as we will see. The discovery chart, there's a very, very restless chart, I find. Jupiter is stationary. We have that Saturn-Mars conjunction opposite Uranus, T-square to the sun. And if we think of the sun here in Pisces, interestingly, you know, we're coming out of the age of Pisces, the sun, Sol, the ruler. So this Saturn-Uranus birthing here of these two energies, which let's face it, they were born into a relationship of tension. You know, they're in opposition, they see each other, but they don't necessarily agree. And they are challenging that old order. They're square in the sun. Things are not going to be quite the same as they were when we've gone through this. Moon in Scorpio. So a few charts here. Like somebody I think exemplifies to me the sort of beginning phases of this re-emerging feminine would be somebody like Mary Wollstonecraft, who interestingly has been big in the news again this year because a statue of her was unveiled in London, and how could it be otherwise than hugely controversial? It's a really interesting chart. Mars here in Aries. Actually, she's having her Mars return today, as am I. I have my own natal Mars conjunct with Mary Wollstonecraft. So she has a Mercury-Venus mutual reception there and a Saturn-Jupiter mutual reception. So there's quite a lot going on in this chart. You'll see with Pluto there in Gemini, in Sagittarius, she's tied into that T-square that we just looked at with Discovery Uranus. So she's a person that's actually, I mean, her life, she's almost like a modern woman, even though she's born, you know, 200 years ago, well, not quite, but a long time ago. She led a life on her own terms. She was in France when the French Revolution was going on, just before the bloodiest phase of the French Revolution was taking place. She was there. She was arguing with people like Rousseau. You know, she was an amazing woman in every sense of the word. Sun square Neptune, she also took 2 attempts at her life. Once she jumped into the Thames and was fished out. So she led a life and died young, giving birth, of course, to the writer of Frankenstein, her daughter, Mary Shelley. So this is the controversial image of statue of her that was erected because of her total rejection of the feminine as a sort of object of charm, or particularly in that time, women were groomed to snare men and, you know, taught to play piano and hold polite conversation, but they weren't taught to lead independent or autonomous lifestyles. And this is, of course, her book, most famous book, because she wrote several, also one on the early phase of the French Revolution. She wrote quite a few things apart from this, but this is her most famous book, which, as you can see, was published with Pluto in Aquarius. So this Pluto in Aquarius that we've got coming up as well is going to change the landscape, because, you know, Pluto in Aquarius, when we look at it historically, we look at the US and, you know, what happened after that French Revolution, this kind of book now that came out in 1792, the Industrial Revolution, all these people suddenly living in cities, you know, in close proximity, in terrible hardship. It gave rise to a new consciousness. It gave rise to the working class as a unified new phase in consciousness raising. So I think we're going to see significant, you know, the whole idea we've seen with Uranus in Taurus, and this year, Big Brother is watching you, and, you know, the idea of algorithms governing life and robots and you name it. There will be a kickback from that when Pluto comes into Aquarius, I am sure. And just a few, I'm going to run very quickly through my sort of, if I had to have a list of women that for me are huge in the Aquarius idea, or as women in the way they live their lives. I mean, because Helena Blavatsky as well, I mean, she used to dress as a man, and goodness knows what I found. Yeah, she traveled all over the place. But yeah, she's a really, she was born at the shift of the ages as well, because we're going through a monumental shift at the moment. Don't forget, first Jupiter-Saturn conjunction was in 1980. That was a triple conjunction. Triple conjunctions are really rare. Every conjunction of Jupiter-Saturn now in air will be a one-time event. There will not be another triple conjunction in air. So that 1980 ingress there, starting in December 1980 and running through 1981, that was a huge kind of shift. So since 1980, we had a fall back in Taurus in 2000 of that conjunction of Jupiter-Saturn. And now it's moving, the definitive shift into Aquarius. But since 1980 to now, we've had a foot in two elements. We've had a foot in earth and a foot in air. And Blavatsky had the same thing, because she also was part of that generation. 1801 was the initial shift of the Jupiter-Saturn conjunctions into Earth. Then it fell back one time into fire, and then there was the conjunction that was then the definitive conjunction into Earth. So she's born in that cusp of these two things. Jane Roberts' channeling of Seth, enormously influential figure in the New Age, a founder of it, really. One of her books was just recently republished, a sort of anniversary edition, and you've got people like Shakti Gawain, Deepak Chopra, Louise Hay, all these people in the introduction saying, yeah, this woman and Seth particularly, this channeling of some disembodied energy, really, something invisible. Because of course Jane Roberts, it's actually quite platonic what she was channeling into. Linda Goodman, I love Linda Goodman. I just think if you read Gilbert's, which is kind of like her poetic autobiography, really, she was so into the New Age, from candle magic to, she was really doing it all way before we are doing it. We're doing it now, doing our candle magic and what have you. She was doing it way back then. So she's a huge figure. So yeah, and the last chart I would put up, because I think we are running quickly through our time here, and we want to have time to have an open chat at the end. Another massive moment, I think, in our history would have to be the Earth rising chart, which was that moment when we saw our planet for the first time. And at the same time, if we read Manilius and read Manilius's vision of how he saw Earth with his mind's eye, he knew exactly what it looked like. He said it is suspended in space. It doesn't rest on anything. It just hangs there. And suddenly, 2,000 years later, the Apollo space mission comes around the back of the moon there. And we see it exactly as he had envisaged it. So that's the air conjunction. So I just want to end, and I'll leave you with this chart, because maybe somebody will have something to say about that at some point. But this is the big lineup that we've got coming up now in February. We've got Moon, Saturn, Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, and the Sun, all in Aquarius. So it's a bit like that 1962, or was it 1963 conjunction, that big conjunction in Aquarius. So we, whatever, bring it on, because I think if history tells us anything, if I read about, how it was for Mary Wollstonecraft to be in Paris during the early days of the French Revolution and what people were going through during the Industrial Revolution, I just think to myself, there's nothing new under the sun. We're just gifted in a way to be born at this time when these monumental shifts are taking place, and we have to kind of grab the moment, run with it, and make something positive of it, especially as women, claim our autonomy, and of course, support something like the CIA. So I don't know what happened to Laura. I think we might have lost Laura, or have you lost me? Laura, can you unmute yourself?
I'm done. Darling, take some more time. I would like to go back to the oh, I like this chart, actually, to be honest. I love this chart.
It's a good chart.
Because you've only been going now for like half an hour.
I just thought, because Faye's coming in, and I just thought, I saw at the beginning that Sona had something she wanted to say in the group. So I thought it's nice to open it up. I think it was done. That was really fascinating. That was absolutely great. I just wanted to make a little comment or two, if I can. One was... Yeah, we can always come back to a chart, because I love this chart as well. I mean, it's got all the tension in it because of the square to Uranus, because that is the definitive aspect next year. It runs through the entire year, starting in January, and the final Saturn-Uranus is going to be in December. So, it's kind of it's fixed. That's what made me think, this virus it's not going away quick, injection or no injection, because it feels very entrenched when you think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 of the 10 planets in this chart are in fixed signs, right? Because
I understand what you're saying. I understand.
Yeah. So,
but I'm not sure. And I think that I think a lot of the Christos was talking about surprises and things coming out of left field and things happening quite quickly, as in, you know, like a tier 4 invention the other day, and, you know, nobody's allowed to go into UK, etc. That happened so quickly. And, you know, so I don't know, it could clear up just as quickly. We just don't know. You know, the point is that when the hospital beds are empty, then I think that, you know, it'll be over, hopefully, right? But I just wanted to go back, just before we do move off and Faye comes on, darling, won't be a minute, I just wanted to say that for your vindication of the rights of women with your Venus, there's a Venus in Venus in Sagittarius, it picks up our great solstice Apples Venus. Ooh, so we couldn't have gone anywhere without Mary Wollstonecraft, that's for sure.
Yeah. No, and another thing, I'm thinking about what you were saying about this sort of the power of Venus with Uranus, right? Because, I mean, she was a great radical thinker. I mean, she engaged in conversations with the great male minds of her day, right? She really did. And she was, when she went to France, you know, the idea, probably she had not had, you know, she was probably still a virgin at that point. But then she encountered physical love. She ran into this bit of a scallywag who got her pregnant, and then he kind of deserted her, actually. So that was her first child. But the power of physical attraction between two people, it supersedes so many other faculties. It's such a powerful presence.
Well, it's all body, speech, mind, isn't it? So you can actually, you know, it stimulates all senses, not just your idealistic airiness, like, oh, you think that chart's nice, you know. It's like the smell, the touch, the look.
It defies reason, doesn't it? It's coming from somewhere else almost. It's like, I don't know, thrust upon you almost, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, that take that. You know, you're on this track, you're this great, you know, sort of Enlightenment thinker and feminist, and then you meet this scallywag. You know, it all happens, you're pregnant, and in that time it was an absolute disaster. I mean, she, at one point, as if she threw herself in the Thames, which was quite a common way of like committing suicide back in the day. She's got a son, Neptune square. But what a life this woman led, you know what I mean? She it was incredibly rich, and then to die.
Venus is opposite as well, which is lovely too. So yeah, exactly. And it's interesting, but you know, I mean, the actual, I'm still I don't really know about the sculpture that's in the North London Park.
Well, it's because of it being this sort of naked, slender, you know, it seems to be, you know, kind of not representative of how Mary Wollstonecraft saw women, you know, or herself. It's just like this kind of quite, let's face it, you know, kind of quite slender, attractive, you know what I mean? Which is all that she was.
Stern looking fit, but it is, I mean, it does look like a spray Barbie doll coming out of a whole bunch of lard and butter, though, to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Faye might like it, so we'll see now. But
it's a fantastic sculpture, but I'm not sure if it's, because it's so tiny. It's actually quite small.
No, actually, it's not. It's quite. It's not. No. It's quite big, actually. It's a kind of, I think it's almost life size. If you look at it in the park, it's not that small. No. This isn't a very good picture, probably, but no, it's not really, really tiny. It's not like that. It's not like a little thing, but it is.
I think that she's a giant. I really do, and you know, she's our godmother, isn't she? She's our great godmother.
She led a life. She wasn't afraid to flaunt the morals of the day and show that women could be more than that if given the chance. They could be more than these ornaments who sat there in corsets, you know, singing and reciting and looking good, you know. That's what she sort of said, you know. She's a really interesting woman.
I mean, the thing is, it's beautifully executed. It's beautifully done, figuratively fantastic. Everything's gorgeous about her. And then, I don't know. One more thing before then was that, you know, your Anima Mundi and your quote there. I just wanted to just say that it was Joseph Campbell, a hero of 1,000 faces. He was the one who said that life would never be the same again, basically, once we had seen that picture of the Earth from space. Yeah. And that picture of the Earth from space, that symbolizes us as oneness, in our oneness, you know. Dalai Lama always talks about, you know, 7 billion people, but we're all one under this sun, you know, so yeah.
I love that. I did a lecture for the AA a couple of years ago on Space Odyssey, 2001, A Space Odyssey, and I got massively into the whole space age, space travel thing. But it's deeply fascinating, deeply fascinating. Space fascinates us because it's full of potential.
I know, me too. I'm a Uranus,
isn't it? You know?
Space.
Should we let Faye in then?
March, that was great.
Where's Faye?
I don't know.
Ah, there we are. Hiya, darling.
Hello, sweetie.
Hi there. Hi, Faye.
Hi, Laura. Nice to meet you.
Well, Laura reckons you've met once already, but we're not.
You look so different. It may not be you. I thought that we had sat at a table 25 years ago at a conference.
Oh, highly likely.
I don't remember the accent, but yes, but you had wild hair then as well, so and wild earrings.
Have you got Leo rising, Faye? You must have with a head of hair.
No.
That's cancer, isn't it? But have you got any feedback on what you've heard, Faye? Or
yeah, I thought I'd do that first. I've got a couple of slides, but I thought I'd do that first. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, Laura, you were talking about grief and Ceres, and I'm not really going to talk about that because although it is a really important part of the myth, it's only, in my view, a really small part. I think she's about quite a lot more than that. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But absolutely, that's a part of the myth. And but I wanted to say something about the title that we have for this afternoon, the Sacred Feminine, which I have a bit of an issue with, really, because it makes it sound like it's nothing wrong with it, but it makes it sound like it's quite an inward sort of process, you know, and it's quite a quiet. For me, it feels like a quiet, sacred, kind of private sort of process. And Ceres is not like that. I don't think she's out there doing it. She's I'd like to say the rise of the wise, practical feminine, really, coming back in rather than the sacred, because I think we have to step up to the plate now and do stuff. So I think we have to be like the suffragettes. So I want to talk a bit about them. So that was just one bit of feedback on that. And absolutely, yeah.
Can I just read a definition, which I forgot to read, of the sacred feminine, just to see what you think, Faye? Right, it's the idea that the sacred feminine is the ancient voice who sings to the soul of creation. It holds the spiritual power of the feminine to give birth, which is active, give birth to life, and to connect spirit with matter, to connect and reconnect the created world with its soul. So for me, I don't see it as a passive thing. I don't. I see it as a creative force, actually.
I think a lot of people will, though, because of its association with prayer and with going inwards and things as well. But I think that definition is much better, indeed. Yeah. But I think Ceres is not. To me, she's quite Saturnian. She's not. You know, so you talked about Virgo as well, and a lot of people associate her with Cancer. I don't think she has to be associated with anything, really. But if it's going to be something, it needs to be earthy. She's really earthy. And Ariel Gutman said that Virgo is associated with all the asteroid goddesses, and that feels right to me, that it's all of them together. But Ceres is, of course, by far the biggest one in the asteroid belt. So yeah, and then she is obviously associated with harvest, but a lot more things. So she's more Virgoan than Cancerian, but I think she's quite Saturnian. I don't think she's all love and light and excuse me, we talk about the great mother, you know, and I think that she is that for sure, but that has connotations of kind of positive things as well, and she's quite tough love sometimes. So if you want to know a little bit more about her, have a look at Queen Victoria's chart and what she thinks about children, because Queen Victoria has Ceres exactly rising. So, and she hated children, so babies anyway. So she's certainly not the great mother in terms of babies. Right.
Isn't the glyph for Ceres a little bit like a scythe as well?
Yeah, that's like the harvest, but a lot of people also say it's Saturn upside down. It's a bit like Saturn upside down.
That's the association I
Yeah, and I think there's some truth to that, yeah. But the eco-feminine thing, I think, is absolutely right, and the sort of activist, feministic, that kind of thing is also right, I think, for Ceres. I mean, I've just done a whole series of talks that are going to be available soon for the London School of Astrology on Ceres, 4 of them. And they're political series, suffragette series, and the mother-in-law series, and the environmental series. She's a huge archetype, right? So, and she's very political. She's about democracy, I think, but she's definitely suffragettes. I looked at a lot of the suffragettes, and I see Blavatsky also has Ceres picking up a lot of things. The suffragettes, you need to include Ceres in there. She was discovered right in the middle of that in 1801. So a lot of the suffragettes are Ceres with Saturn or Ceres with the Sun, their vocation for me, or, lots of other Ceres aspects. So they're a really fascinating group of women to study.
She was discovered actually around the time that the Jupiter-Saturn conjunctions were moving into Earth.
Yeah.
When they first, like the actual mutation conjunction is the first, and then it slipped back. So that's interesting as a thought, because that was in Virgo as well, I think.
Yeah, that's interesting too. I heard you just say that. Yeah, and it's the same chart as the UK 1801 chart, which is also interesting. Yeah, the discovery chart. So let's see. Somebody asked on the chat about should we go back to being matriarchal? No, I think what's happened though is that the patriarchy for so long we've been so out of balance. So what I think we need now is a multiarchy. A multiarchy, and everything sort of archy.
That's a bit fluid.
A bit of malarkey.
Yeah, a bit of malarkey, yeah. But multi-larky maybe, with trans, and the series is into all kinds of the underdog. I think she's the underdog. She's up for the underdogs. She was the patron saint of the plebs in Rome. Her temple was a haven for the plebs. So she stood against the patricians. She's against Jupiter, as she was in the myth as well. Jupiter said to her in the myth, well, get over yourself. This is a good match for your daughter. And that's what she's about. She's about standing up to the patriarchy, I think, and saying no.
I've got my I just burst in. I got Ceres opposite, bang on, absolutely to the minute, opposite my son.
Yeah, so she's part of your calling. For me, she's part of your calling. So it'll be one of the things you have to do. It'll have to be women's rights, sticking up for the underdog, environmental, recycling, democracy, suffragette, any and all of those.
Good. No, I just say I sat in the trees when Saturn was in Aquarius, actually, 92, 93, a lot of that. But anyway.
Yeah, so great. So yeah, so that's great. She's a really good example, because she's quite active. She just says no. One of the examples I used in my talk was Stormy Daniels, who she says she's not a feminist, but I think what she is an absolutely brilliant sort of example of how women can stand up to men. So. She just says to Trump, I don't care. I don't care what you say about me, because usually in the patriarchy, and if we wanted to have a woman who was being put down, it was either a sexual slur, or you don't look right, or you look old, or, those kind of things. And Stormy goes, I don't care, I'm good at what I do. And she's quite Uranian as well. But I think she's really authentic, and I think she's a really good example of saying, do whatever you like, but I'm calling you out on this. And that's what happens a little bit in the myth as well. So that's where I think we are with Ceres. So if I go back a bit, maybe I can just explain why I got into Ceres, because I was doing the MA that Liz has also done. And I was writing a paper on sort of consciousness and morphic fields and Uranus and how it had changed meaning through the time. And it was 2006, and it was when when Pluto was demoted, and everybody's having T-shirts like Pluto is so a planet, and you know, size does matter, and all of these things. And nobody was talking much about Ceres being upgraded. But I thought, well, as above, so below. That's really interesting. What does that do to the consciousness level of what's happening? So that's what started me getting interested in looking at Ceres, and what's happened since 2006 is absolutely a rise of the feminine, I think, and Earth and climate change and, you know, awareness of all these things. I mean, 2006 was when An Inconvenient Truth came out as well, the Al Gore film. So lots about the environment. I also associated Ceres with epigenetics in terms of environments as well, and that was when the last gene was sequenced. The Genome Project was 2006, so you know, got heaps of material on Ceres, which is really interesting. But one of the things I like to look at is that Uranus was discovered in 1781, and then we had Neptune was the next one in 1846, and what happened when we got to Uranus was that it was, I think you mentioned sort of in passing, Laura, it was a huge jump. In space, it's just a huge jump. It doubled the size of our known universe when Uranus was discovered, between Saturn and Uranus. And it was a big jump that we had to make, and I think Chiron being in between has helped that. And I think we're at a sort of consciousness level where in the 60s we sort of got a handle on Uranus a bit. You know, we started getting all bolshy, and I think children these days are much more integrated with it being able to do Uranus well. They're much more authentic and mouthy and Stormy Daniels-like, you know, and they become, maybe not in every sense, Liz, hopefully. Yeah, but they're more happy sticking up for themselves and more individualistic. You know, they can do Uranus in a more positive manner. I think that we maybe could. We were more revolutionary. But then I think where we're trying to get to now is Neptune, right? We're trying to integrate compassion, and we're seeing the negative sides of that. We're seeing refugees. We're seeing drug addiction. We're seeing opioid addictions. We're seeing lots of drugs being given to children with ADHD. I think we don't know how to handle the fact that these children are really sensitive. We're still trying to get a balance on how to do Neptune, I think, consciously in the world. And so I think, but what's interesting is that Ceres was discovered between these two, right? In 1801 is between these two discoveries. So what I think we need to do is we need to do Ceres before we can do Neptune properly. And for me, that means getting the balance of the patriarchy back into balance with the wise feminine, with the old wise feminine, I think. And then we have a handle on how to do compassion and how to do a good Neptune, because I think we're seeing a lot of quite negative Neptune. Yeah. So yeah, I found that quite interesting as well. Yeah.
There's some positive Neptune, I think, though, actually, as well. I think, for example, like that young Dutch guy, I can't remember his name now, Boeland Slat, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, the guy with the water cleaning thing. Yeah, the ocean. Yeah.
Which is quite Virgo as well, you know, sort of husbandry, you know, like we've made this mess, we've got to clear it up, right?
Yeah.
The cleanup squad have gone out with Regulus coming into Virgo. I can really feel, so locally, we have people on the canal here sometimes, you know, with their sticks, pulling plastic out of the canal and stuff. There's more awareness of your small environment and wanting
absolutely. And I think certainly since 2006 that's been true. You know, since 2006 and Ceres was upgraded on the same level now as Pluto. Now I think that's really, really important because she's a lot closer to us. You know, and I picked her because I think that she is a lot closer to us and she's on the same level as Pluto. I don't look at the other asteroids very much, although, you know, they're interesting. But the fact that Ceres and Pluto are level, I think, really matters, you know, because Ceres is there to challenge both Pluto and Neptune and Jupiter. You know, in the myth, she says no eventually. So I think the Ceres is actually about rite of passage. You know, Ceres is an older mother. She's the stepmother. She's the nursemaid. You know, she's in the myth. Ceres, Persephone is already a teenager and ready to be a woman. You know, so she gets taken to the underworld and becomes the wife, becomes a woman. So that's her rite of passage into being able to bear children, perhaps. And then, but Ceres is at menopause. You know, she's the woman whose daughter is about to leave home. So that's her rite of passage, is to go to that next level, is to go through menopause. And then, you know, after menopause, we're living a lot longer than we used to. So we need an opdrachter, as we say in Dutch. We need an assignment. The older women, we're educated for the first time. We have money. We don't have children. You know, they've grown up and left, and we live longer. So as Jean Houston says, we have to do stuff. We have to do stuff. We need an assignment. Yeah. So I think one of the things that happens in I see Ceres as a sort of life cycle of women as well, that it goes through. Daughter leaves home, she rants and raves and grieves and has the, you know, empty nest syndrome, and it feels useless, can't have a job, does a job she doesn't like. And then eventually she comes out like Stormy Daniels and says, I'm proud of who I am. You know, I'm a goddess. Build me a temple. Why don't you? You know, I need a temple. And then she starts being herself and getting into her power and standing her ground and saying, you know, I'm not having this. I want my daughter back. So one of the things she is really, really good at is negotiation, I think. And one of the things I did in the political series was looked at all the people involved in Brexit negotiations, and all of them have quite strong series. And she just says, no, I'm not having it. I want my daughter back, or you guys don't get any food. Yeah. So one of the ways to look at series in a horoscope is, what have you got to bargain with? You know, what did you...
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was those were some of the things I said. Blavatsky was interesting, Liz, as well, for Ceres. She's got, you could have a look at her chart. Ceres picks up just about everything in her chart.
Yeah. Interesting character. I mean, as in general with women, our contribution to things, it's almost like historically erased out of history, you know, because when you now start to see women's narratives being, you know, or emerging and being told, you know, I mean, you realize what an enormous figure Blavatsky was, actually, you know. Yeah. I mean, I read a biography of her, and I mean, it was by a guy I might add, but I mean, he actually said that, you know, she was the mother of the whole New Age, of this, you know, this new Age religion. She is actually the source, you know, of, and I'm thinking, gosh, through history, there must have been so many women who were the source of things that we just don't know who they are. You know, they're kind of lost to us. We've been erased out of history.
Yeah, that's right. So that's what we're doing. I mean, the day that you probably, some of you may know this, but the day that Ceres was upgraded was the day after or before Natasha Kampusch, you know, the girl that was held in the cellar for 18 years, for 10 years, sorry. It was the day that she got out of the cellar. So as a symbol, that's really interesting, you know, that when Ceres is upgraded, women are coming out of the cellars.
Yeah, no, and I think on a broader level, thinking of astrology in as a broader thing, you know, I feel like if you look at, for example, where planets are in detriment or, you know, exalted, or, you know, I mean, that Virgo is, Venus, sorry, is in fall in Virgo, right? I find that really strange, because Virgo, of course, is quite an intelligent sign. It's verbal, it can make its point. And really, in the period that astrology was being developed, you know, at that point, women did not have a voice at all. I mean, you know, if you look at the Odyssey and, you know, Homerus there, you know, the son of Penelope, I mean, you know, he basically tells his mother, if dad's away, I'm the boss here, shut your mouth, you've got nothing to say, you know. So, yeah, and if you've got like a strong Virgo, Mercury in Virgo, Venus in Virgo, you know, there's or like Mars in Cancer, you know, so the positions where planets are in fall, they say quite a lot about the culture of the time when astrology was sort of coming through, you know, into consciousness. Because I think Virgo in Venus in Virgo, I mean, it's just an intelligent, quite dangerous woman from a male perspective, because it's a woman who's going to argue. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly, and that's certainly as we get older, what have we got to lose? We need to get on with it. We need to stand and be in government and get the balance right again. But we need to do it together with men. It's not, we shouldn't be men haters either. I think the Me Too campaign went a little bit too far. But I think in astrology, what's interesting though about Ceres coming back into the fold, I always say, is that in Western astrology, we've only had really two feminine planets. We've had the moon, who is of course the mother, and we've had Venus, who is the gorgeous young woman. Yeah. And I think a lot of older women, particularly in America with the amount of plastic surgery and things, they're still trying to do Venus. They're still trying to be the young, beautiful, attractive, getting a partner young woman. But we didn't have any other choice in astrology. All the other planets are male until we have Ceres, who's the old wise woman, who's the postmenopausal wisdom keeper wise woman. And at the end of the myth, what she does is she works together with her daughter. So this to me is what we should be doing, is passing down sacred feminine wisdom, if you like, down to younger women. We should be seeing older women and younger women together, working together. And I think one of the things that happens in astrology is in the myth, a lot of the it kind of stops at the devouring mother, or we're talking about eating disorders, or we're talking about food is obviously a major theme for Ceres. We're talking about that, but we forget, we don't do much with the end of the myth, is where she becomes a teacher. She teaches agriculture, she teaches animal husbandry, she works together with Persephone, they do the Eleusinian mysteries together, they talk about the cycles of life. One of the things I've noticed for astrologers, and maybe for you this is right too, Laura, is that people with Sun Ceres or strong Ceres are fascinated by cycles. They love to talk about the Saturn cycle or moon cycles or something. I don't know if that works for you, Laura.
Oh, I'm a cycle. Yes, I'm a cyclist.
Yeah, that's Ceres, I think. Yeah, that's a Ceres thing. That's one of your, that's one of your products. That should be one of your services if you've got Ceres strong.
No, I do. I live by cycles. I'm very much cycles. But one of my missions of the CIA is very much about the moon. And I think that bringing the moon into people's lives, it actually then puts us back into a much more natural cycle.
Yes. Yes.
The sun is the sun. I'm not saying, interesting actually, because in lots of different cultures, even Tibetan culture, the sun is often female and the moon is male.
Yeah.
And that's a lot to do with like the male aspect is to develop compassion, right? And so the female aspect would be to develop wisdom and have the two balancing together. But they get everything crossed over, and in Lithuania too. There we go. But in many cultures, there's this crossover where
there's a crossover. Yeah. So we just need to get it, balance back again.
Balance back.
Yeah, the Ceres is, I'm just reading the chat, Ceres is caring, it's not arguing, it's asserting her wisdom. Yes, I think that's right. She doesn't actually argue, she just says no. And the other thing is, when she goes through having the bad job, having the job she didn't really want, when she was putting Demophon into the fire and she was doing it surreptitiously, when she eventually comes out and she is herself, she then has power. So I think that's one of the rites of passage that women need to go through as well, that to do a really good, authentic job, because we have a job to do with that as well. So, and that is about feminine wisdom, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think with Aquarius coming in, I think the breaking down of gender roles, I'm really fascinated by what's going on with this whole sort of argument with J.K. Rowling in the UK. I'm loving all of that, because I do think that sort of idea of male and female, I think that is being eroded.
Yeah.
I think, for example, Venus in Aries, why is Venus in Aries in detriment, because these are strong women, Venus in Aries, people like Rosa.
Very strong women.
I'm not getting up. I've got a right to put here. It's this section of the bus and I'm staying put. They've got balls, haven't they, women with
I think that's because we've been so out of balance with the patriarchy in Western society for so long, well, all societies really, and for so long, that it's like I just wrote a post about the Saturn Jupiter as well. We've have so much Saturn, so much Capricorn, that we're bound to go a bit mad with the Jupiter, you know. We want to be let out, we want to go traveling, you know. And it's a bit like that with the patriarchy, matriarchy. The women are being a bit too, you know, sometimes, when we just need to be quietly powerful, you know, and just be who we are, because we are really strong and we do have a lot of feminine wisdom. So yeah.
So in defense of being very Jupiterian about things, I have to say the ingress chart of Jupiter into Aquarius was just knockout.
Oh yeah.
You know? Oh God, I have it somewhere. But I mean, the thing is that it's got the moon, Neptune in Pisces. It's got Venus in Sagittarius leading again.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's got Jupiter there and Bailey, Alice Bailey, who is probably one of the big godmothers of the New Age, actually, Alice A. Bailey. She talks about Aquarius being the New Age for sure, but yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this with Jupiter. I'm just in defense of Jupiter, basically.
Oh, Jupiter's not under attack. Oh
no,
no.
I mean, it's just that when we get a lot of one, you know.
I know that Saturn, it's been so Saturnian. I mean, I've got Capricorn and I've been really whammed, and so have all the Capricorns. You know, we've been really whammed now for decades.
Yeah. But so is everybody, you know. It's just that it's so out of balance. Jupiter's going to say, hello, what about me? You know,
but it is, you know, and Jupiter, Jupiter esoteric astrology is that she talks about it as, well, first off, Deborah Holding, actually getting more up to date, she talks about the 11th house, or the Aquarian's house, as being the house of hopes and wishes, you know. So we've actually got to go back to that old-fashioned astrology, and how Jupiter is in his joy in the 11th and associated with Aquarius. Bailey would say that Jupiter is esoteric ruler of Aquarius. You know, you've got your ordinary ruler of Aquarius, and then Jupiter is your esoteric ruler of Aquarius. So you've got Uranus and then you've got Jupiter, which is like, when you start to bring those kind of rulerships in, you start to see how generous Jupiter is, because he's just everywhere. You know, I mean, his sphere of influence is massive as well, and the fact that, you know, you need to maintain that hope and faith in groups of people within your tribe right now.
Absolutely.
It's really important.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to just go back to your Venus in Virgo, Liz, talking about why is that in fall? Hey, Israel. And why that is because I think it's just that Gemini Brett. Do you remember him? Gemini Brett. He's a cosmic intelligence agent. Yeah, he's a good guy. And he did this lovely presentation of watching Venus in fall in Virgo. And what was fascinating about it was the actual visuals of it, the way that the mechanics of Venus actually dropping down out of the night sky, because the night sky sort of is a bit squished there, perhaps, you know, because space is kind of spherical. And so she basically drops out of being an evening star very quickly when she's in Virgo. So maybe it's the fact that she doesn't spend that much time in Virgo, in that particular point, you know, that you think, oh, I want more of that. I want more of that bright woman, you know, that incredibly, you know, virago reading novels. You remember all those novels we used to munch in the 80s and 90s, all those, you know, smart women novels. And you kind of think, yeah, I want more of that. And then she's into her peacekeeping. Yes, what can I get for you, darling? Venus and Libra energy. You know, and but that's
reliable, isn't it? Venus in Libra, it's a lot more sort of, you know, relating to the other. They're looking for balance in relationship. But I just always find it really curious that the positions where the feminine planets are ill-placed seem to be signs that are renowned for, like Moon in Scorpio. I mean, that is a passionate Mars-ruled, you know, and if you've got a society which has bought into the idea that women are inferior to men and they should know their place and they should be seen and not heard, and they should, you know, then it's strange, you know, Venus in Libra, Venus in Taurus, you know, those are the signs that are appreciated. Whereas, you know, Venus in Aries is considered, you know, yeah. Although having said that, I understand from the classical tradition, if, for example, if you've got Venus in Aries angular in reception, and I love the sort of the interpretation of people like Bernadette Brady, who say what it actually means is the gifts that that planet is giving when it's in detriment and fall. They're giving different gifts. You know, they're not the gifts that maybe society is expecting from.
Yeah.
But they're giving gifts still. Venus is still a benevolent planet, but her gifts and her offerings are just not, they're different. They're coming from a different space.
Yeah.
I kind of like that energy, an alternative sort of, you know, giving.
Makes more sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I wonder about these things sometimes, you know. I think, yeah, why is the moon exalted in Taurus then? You know, where it's really placid and reliable, and why is it in trouble?
We want to be placid and reliable. We want to have food on the table, and we want to have everything. You know, we want.
Yes.
The moon.
That's why you need series.
Yeah.
We want on an everyday level, you know, and actually it's really fascinating. You remember those that you've probably just come out just now, is that those cave paintings in South America, and I can't remember where it is now exactly, but there's like 8 miles of cave paintings that have come out, and there's these little bulls, and it's 12,000 years old. It's like they're really, really old cave paintings.
I have heard something about it. Yeah.
South America somewhere, and maybe Mexico, could be Colombia. I can't remember. And but I remember the image of the bull and these little dots, and I'm thinking, wow, they're actually probably counting moons 12,000 years ago, with their, you know, wondering when is the next time to harvest, when is the next time to sow, you know, and they've got a crescent moon underneath it as well. So they've got a crescent moon, 9 little dots. Is it that they're pregnant? And, you know, and then some rows of what looks like planting, and some bulls, and it's fascinating, you know. So I think it's something in our humanness that we desire to be in tune with the feminine and the most obvious.
Nature, yeah, and nature, yeah. Shall I put up a couple of, I've done a couple of charts. Shall I do that?
Yeah, I was just gonna sort of like, let us check our time. I've just got my little phone here, if it'll open up for me, which it won't. So we're on now 22, shall we say? Faye, can you manage in 15 minutes? Because I've
only got a couple of charts I just want to show you. Because I was supposed to be talking about series with Pluto next year, so I'll just show you those.
Please. I'll get off.
Excellent. I'll mute myself then, so you can get up there. Okay.
You muted me as well, Liz.
Sorry, I just realised, just about to unmute you. I saw it, yes.
That's okay. Yeah, well, I was just going to show a couple of charts really for the solstice, because I think it's quite although it's a short cycle, I wouldn't necessarily have looked at it in detail for 2021. It is really quite interesting. So let me just show you. It's the cycle of Ceres with Pluto is about 5 years, because she has about a 4.5-5 year cycle. So if we look at the start of the last cycle, it was in 2015, also in Capricorn, and then we have the opening square we had in 16, and then the opposition down here, and then the closing square at 17th of November in 2018. And then of course we're in the cycle now that started on the 13th of the 1st. 2020. Now you'll recognise that date, of course, because it was also the Saturn-Pluto conjunction, more or less. So what we're in now, and one of the things I wrote about in my blog, is that because this is a new cycle for us, the Saturn-Pluto cycle, also with with Ceres in there, which I'll come back to. That the Jupiter-Saturn, we need to kind of see that within the backdrop of this cycle, really. So we're still learning how to do all that Capricorn stuff, I think. But what's interesting is to look at this opening square, which is next year, so which will be in Aries. So I was just going to show you these couple of charts. So this is the 13th of January 2020, and look at that. You know, that was the Saturn-Pluto conjunction, which was round about the time when the first COVID death was announced, was more or less this day. There's various schools of thought about who was the first one, but certainly the first death was around this time. But Ceres is right in the middle of this pack. You know, she wants to be known for this cycle. She's got her stamp and her flavour all over this Saturn-Pluto cycle. So I think this is about the fact that we're supposed to listen to Greta Thunberg, we're supposed to look at the Earth, we're supposed to take responsibility, Capricorn, for all things Ceres. You know, we're supposed to be seeing and waking up to what's happened and to change the politics around that. So she's a very important planet in these times, I think. And one of the things I think Ceres does when she lines up with planets is she kind of makes use of the planets next door. And one of the charts that Laura showed, which was the Fukushima chart, she's right next door on the descendant and right next door to Neptune. I think she kind of uses Neptune to make a point with a tsunami that perhaps we shouldn't be doing nuclear energy, or at least not so close to where people live, or perhaps not so many people should live next to the coast. She's making a point that she likes pure things. You know, she likes purity, like Hitler's son Ceres as well, as is Anders Breivik, the guy that killed all those teenagers in Norway. So it's about a purity thing. So she's wanting us to get back to no Monsanto and to looking after the earth, I think. And I think the virus, which I've also written about, is also part of this. That if we live too close to animals, we're going to have pandemics. So this is, I think she's really a wake-up call for this. So this is the start of the cycle, this Ceres-Pluto cycle. Now, if we look at what happens next year on the 30th of April, this is when she's exactly square. And what's interesting about this is we've also got Sun exactly conjunct on that day. So there's another flavour here of Sun-Uranus, which we've been talking about Uranus as well. So this is interesting. So here we see Ceres in the clinch with Pluto again. Here we see nature and women and feminine wisdom standing up against Pluto, standing up against the powers that be, or people that are trying to control things. And I think Ceres does weather as well. I think Ceres is saying, look, you know, if no matter how much you try and control nature, you're not going to win. So we need to fix, what we haven't done so far is fix the fundamental problem that we're living too close to animals, that we're not treating the earth properly. So I think this date will be really interesting for that. If we look back, just as a last chart, oh sorry, I haven't got it up there. If we go back to here, if we look back at the 1st of June 2016, which was when we had, this is a repeat of what happened in 2016, you'll remember that was when Trump was going against Hillary Clinton. And I think those two are a really good example of how Ceres meets Pluto. As somebody in the chat mentioned, Trump has Ceres opposite Pluto. And that says a lot about the way he tries to put down women, the way he treats women, the way he treats the environment, the control he has over nature and all those things. So he's a very sort of negative kind of Pluto Ceres. And Hillary Clinton herself is a very serious figure, whether you love her or hate her. She's done a lot of things that are very serious oriented. She's done a lot of things for women, for children, for all kinds of things. So symbolically, I think that 2016 day was a lot about that battle between how Trump was treating Hillary and what Hillary was trying to do. So we're not there yet, but that's a kind of really symbolic thing about how Ceres and Pluto, I think, when they get in the clinch with each other, how that works. So hopefully this is the next step. And, you know, Hillary Clinton didn't really know what to do with Trump because of the way he was treating her and the way he was lying and things. So interesting, yeah. So yeah, I mean, those are the only charts that I wanted to put up. So I don't know if you've got comments on any of those, Liz or Laura.
Well, what I'm noticing, of course, as a Capricorn, is that this cycle here in Capricorn that started in 2015, that is exactly on my Mercury. That was exactly, I'm quite tuned into that, and I'm just mentally to think back, of course, and you know what was happening in that cycle for me. You know, I'm trying to
it's interesting to go back. It's quite a quick cycle, but of course we're in the next one, and it's pretty obvious what was going on the 13th of the 1st this year.
Yeah.
So, but I do think it's a lot about what we're doing with nature and women's rights and underdog rights and all the rest of it, and we haven't got that right yet. So it's another chance, I think, next year. Be interesting to see what happens next year, I think, certainly with the virus and with the vaccine, because I think Ceres is not happy with things being mucked about with. She doesn't like Monsanto. She doesn't like things that are not pure. She's all for nature and nature doing its thing.
Yeah. I look at Ceres, but I write her in the chart, but I don't really feel sort of that I understand enough to actually really, actually incorporate it in a reading. I don't actually with Chiron either. I note it and I wait. If I pick up a theme with a client, I think, okay, that's Chiron, then I'll bring it out. But I usually don't initiate talking about planets I'm not like 100% familiar with, because I just don't want to do it.
No, that's wise. I think, you know, the way to look at Ceres though is you can use, I use her for health as well, because I think Ceres explains what kind of environments suit you if you're going to get better, if you're not feeling well. Then she's like soil, you know, she's between Jupiter growth and Mars, the first little shoot that comes out of the ground. She's the soil. She knows how to do soil. So, you know, Ceres says something about where you should plant yourself if you want to get better and where you can flourish and be abundant as well. So that's one of the ways you can use her in a chart. And also, as I said in the beginning, what have you got that you can negotiate with?
Yeah. And the 5 year is quite interesting as well, because that's like the quintile, isn't it? It's like that creative relationship, really, I guess, between Pluto and Ceres ultimately. You know what I mean? It can be a creative relationship.
Oh, yeah.
You know, sort of,
she does lots of good things, but she's quite tough, though, I think, Ceres. She's a bit tough love sometimes, you know. She's a kind of practical mother. She's very different from the moon. The moon is, I think, a mother of babies. And you know, you have to go from being a mother of babies to being a mother of teenagers at some point. You'll know that, Liz. So, it's very much about another rite of passage about, you know, how you deal with being a mother of teenagers, you know, and you become or a nursemaid or a nanny. You know, it's a very different sort of mothering, I think.
Yeah.
It's not that she doesn't care. She does, but she's very practical.
So, well, she obviously does care. I mean, she went through hell and high water to sort of regain, you know, what is dear to her heart. And there's a very strong bond always between mother and daughter, even though it's also a kind of a sort of a relationship of separation in real life quite often.
Yeah, it can be too devouring though as well. You know, it can be the mother-in-law that interferes. She's the mother-in-law figure. It can be the mother that doesn't want to lose the daughter if it goes too far. You know, the kind of devouring, overbearing mother that hates the son-in-law, you know, or the wife of the son, you know.
There's a lot of bad jokes written about, sort of thing.
Yeah, but I think that's interesting, because mother-in-laws were always the butts of jokes, you know, and that's what's also changing, is that I try and show that in some of the talks I've done as well, that some mother-in-laws are actually quite loved by their daughters and sons-in-laws. So that's also a symbolism of what needs to change with that older woman archetype, I think.
There's something, doesn't it, about wider society that
exactly, yeah. Anyway, they were. Anyway, they were the only charts I wanted to show, but it's kind of food for thought. That date will be interesting to see how they get in the clinch together.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a very interesting one, that 30th of April.
Isn't it?
I think that food is going to be such an issue, you know.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It already is. I mean, if you look at one of the things I wrote on was the World Food Programme, who won the Nobel Peace Prize this year. Also, very serious chart. Yeah, and you know, it's just heartbreaking if you listen to their stories. So yeah, food is a big problem already. Yeah.
And also because we've got Uranus in there, you know.
Yeah.
So things always go a bit odd. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I was just checking actually, because are we going to be wrapping up soon and handing over?
Yeah, I was just thinking, shall I sort of read that prayer that I have then for us to finish off, Laura?
Yeah, I just put a couple of things before we do. Hello, darling Alex.
Hello, darlings.
Is to say thank you, Faye. That was absolutely fascinating, and you got me.
Thank you, Faye. Indeed, well done.
That's all right. Can I just put my website up, because I've written quite a lot on series. So just on the top one, on the Faye Blake, if you search on series on the Monthly Planet, there's loads of articles on series. So if you want more information, it's on there. Yeah.
And the monthly newsletter as well, which you can then write yourself.
Yeah, that's free as well. Yeah.
Okay, one more thing, just to say that actually listening to you, you sent me off and I had to go and have a look at a chart for the 29 Taurus when Uranus gets to the same degrees of the Pleiades, which is where, you know, this is what I was thinking, you know, where are we now? We've seeded, this is the Pleiades with the lovely Australian, the originals of Australia, you know, and we've actually opened up a magic box, and this, you know, with all our thoughts and all the stars and everything. So I thought, oh, well, maybe, you know, maybe with Venus being the ruler of being Taurus, and Uranus is in Taurus, and that's where the Pleiades are, but maybe that when Uranus does get to 29 Taurus, then, and before it moves into that Gemini, where I think it's with it, we've got Venus and Uranus in Gemini together, then we'll be looking at more community-based feeding. You know, people will be, so the whole kind of like the big production that food goes under right now will come back to the community. That's my feeling. But I had to have a quick look and see where Cerise was in all this. And hey presto, she's in Aries. So so she's initiating again,
Yeah.
you know, putting something new out when Uranus gets to the point where the Pleiades are.
Yeah, and Greta Thunberg has series picking up Mars. You know, that's the kind of activist series.
Oh, I love that girl. She's fabulous.
Yeah.
Going to
so
finish
let's do the prayer that ends.
Yeah, for us. I'm going to read from the Orphic Hymns. It's a great translation, quite new translation by Patrick Dunn. And this is a prayer to Hera, who is the patron of women, or was in the ancient world, and a goddess of air. So, you know, like if you're going to do any kind of ritual, you have to light a candle. I've got one burning here, some incense, and the incense is quite aromatic, it says here, for Hera. So I'm just going to read it and then we're done. It's just short prayer for Hera. You enthrone yourself in dark veils, wind-shaped Hera, queen of all, the blessed consort of Zeus. You give sweet breezes to nourish the souls of mortals, mother of rains, nurse of the winds, from you all things have their births. For without you, nothing at all would know the nature of life, for you share in all, mingled in the sacred air. Of all things, you are the ruler, and of all the queen. You tremble in the flows of the whistling wind. So blessed goddess of many names, queen of all, may you come kindly minded and with a beautifully smiling face. That was it.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody from Holland. I saw quite a few Dutch people
Yeah.
that tuned in as well. It's really, really nice you joined us.
Yeah.
Thanks, Liz.
I'm a member of the CIA, great club. Women are behind it with Julia and Alex and Laura. And so, yeah, great stuff.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
You're welcome, Faye. Lovely to hear from you. It was really interesting. Really great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Nice, Laura.
Bye, darling.
Thank you so much, Laura, Faye, and Liz. Always great to hear you guys. I always learn so much from you three. So thank you very much for your contributions. You're joining us live from our Solstice Festival for the Cosmic Intelligence Agency. We are around the world and around the clock, and coming up for this next hour, you're with me. I'm sorry about that again. And we're going to be having Julian Venables, who lives in Brighton, or near Brighton. We're going to have Ra from LA. I don't know if he stayed up all night or got himself up extra early, but it's really, really early on the West Coast. And then Ra and I are going to banter a little bit about films and astrology. And then we have Ehsan, who is going to be showing us the very special celebration of Yalda. So Julian, I hope you are ready. Well, Julian, I hope wherever you are, you come back quick. I think you need to unmute yourself. I will do that for you. We put this together really quickly. Over the past couple of days, we've been sending furious emails back and forth, trying to get everybody to be coordinated. And so we're just waiting for Julian to join us. I'm just trying to make sure that there's nothing wrong with my side of things. I don't think there is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Julian, now we can hear you.
Oh yeah, there we go. There we go.
I was dying on my feet.
Right, sorry about that. I was going, hey,
No,
I'm here.
Great to see you. I'm glad it's your fault and not mine for once.
All right, well, thank you very much for the invite, Alex. Really
no
appreciate
worries,
that.
Julian.
And
I'm
hello,
going to turn my camera off. I'm still here. So I'm going to turn my camera off now. So I'm still here.
Yeah. What I've got to do, actually, and now this is a very short talk from me today.
You have
really
15 minutes.
That I've got the invite, though. Thank you very much. I'm only going to talk for 15 minutes, and I'm not even going to put a chart up. I think today, I just wanted to talk a little bit about this idea of moving from, I think maybe I should do this as well. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm sorry, I've got two screens on. Anyway, okay. So what I want to talk about is this idea of the transition from earth into air. So I'm actually going to talk for 15 minutes about the philosophy, the astrological philosophy behind the movement of earth to air. And it will add, I think, sort of possibly enrich the process of what we're moving into. So, so I was just going to start by saying something on the lines like this. You know, we are human beings, and the word human is cognate or connected to the word humus, which is actually of the earth. We are corporeal physical beings made of matter, and yet we are also a co-mixture of the four elements. We have combinations of in a perfect world, if you like. We have combinations of fire, earth, air, and water, and yet we are of the earth, and we do actually connect to that quite strongly. The idea of where we come from, the physicality of things, and we've had 200 years of this development or this evolution of earth element. So that is the manifestation that we've had in this world. It has resulted very much so in things like regularity, in things like consumerism, materialism, capitalism, all these things, but also things like governments and democracy of governments and things like that has all been developed out of this earth. And the world has been what one might term as normal. you know, because there's something about Earth that you don't go underneath. Earth is the base level. Nothing can go under Earth. Earth stays at the very bottom of things, because as an element, it is a downward element. It goes that way. Water also is a downward element. It goes that way. So these are internalized, receptive energies, elements. They're receptive. So we receive them, we take them in. This is why we've had 200 years of a deeper reflection process of being at the very base of consciousness. Things haven't lifted up very much. This is also things like the development of science and the idea of picking things apart to work out their constitution and all this sort of, you know, it's the way the world is thought. So when we are in between the worlds, because as humans we stand on the earth, knowing that we've come from the earth, we stand on it, but we are then immediately interlinked with sky. With the sky actually starts at our feet and it completely surrounds us. And we are in sky, we are in air. And so we're in this space around us that we interact with. And the air is now what we're moving into, because you see, as we've left over 40 years, crossover phase, we've left the earth, we've moved into the sky, and now we're here. This is the day that it really starts. And of course, you see Jupiter, Saturn, the ancients, before telescopes, Jupiter and Saturn were the boundaries, were the limits. And so this is really a herald towards the age of Aquarius, because they knew nothing better. They didn't know what was past Saturn. So when Jupiter and Saturn made a conjunction and then entered Aquarius, then kind of in a way, we are entering the age of Aquarius. A lot of people will argue this point till the cows come home, you know, but they say it was 500 years this way, 500 years that way. But Jupiter, Saturn moving into Aquarius after a very long phase of the age of Pisces tends to make one think that maybe we are moving towards that. And when we look at society, we're all primed and ready for something different to occur. So, you know, let's think like that, you know. Now, this idea of air and what air is this idea of moving upwards, because you see air and fire, of course, are upward energies. They go like this, right? Whereas water and earth stay down there, air and fire go this way. So our consciousness, whichever way you look at it, is going to be going this way, right? This is the direction we're now going in, and there's nothing more to hold us back, right? So there is no more Earth to occur. We've been through that cycle, and boy, did we make the mess of the planet from it. You know, I mean, we look at this and we go like, well, what direction, you know, what can we go? And we can only go up now, because we dug out the Earth, we made a mess. You know, now we've got to move into air. Okay, so this airness, air, right, is like a second skin to us, okay? Because we actually are breathing it in, right? So as we breathe it in, it becomes us, right? It's like it's infused with us and it feeds us, right? So it's like this kind of fusion or airy quality where we're fed. And what it's actually doing is it's feeding the inner fire. It stokes our fire, it stokes our spirit. And we're doing it all the time. And it's an unconscious action. I mean, we just breathe, right? So there's this constant process by which, by being in the air, we are part of it. And we are also part of being in the sky, because as I said, the sky is, you know, if take all the senses, and we're in a dome. You know, if you look around, you're like, oh yeah, it's like a kind of like a big space, you know. So we enter that sort of, we're entering that realm of huge possibility, right? Within the concept of mind, and a bit more on that in a second. But what I'm trying to say here is that this idea of how, you know, let's have a think now actually a little bit about air as water, like water, right? Air is actually like water, right? Because because it has distinct flows and movements, right? Breezes, gusts, wisps, these sort of things that move ever so slightly. You know, you can feel it on your skin, you can feel it, temperature shifts and changes, you know, draft, breezes, you know, these little things, right, as movement of air. And if you could see that, you would see maybe it makes little, like little spirals or whorls or little spinning actions. And so it's like water is, and it's like water in that way. It has little windy motions, right? Little kind of, you know, I suppose you could think windmills, you know, because that's, but it's more than that, of course. But it's like the idea that there's a circulating and a swirling effect of air that we don't necessarily perceive all the time, but it's doing it all the time. Now, the ancients used to picture their ancient, you know, think of ancient diagrams and pictures, and you get those little cheruby creatures with the cheeks, and they'd be going like this, and you get those, the stream and the flowing action like clouds and things like this. That's air, right? And that's wind. And they would say this is direction. This is like the movement of air, and it would be like little waves. Right. And that's why in Athens they had the Tower of the Winds, right? Because they would have these winds and there would probably be someone up there going, oh, today it's going to be like that, right? And the mood of the people today is probably going to be a bit like this, right? And today we have barometers, you know, we go out and we go, what's the weather like? You know, because you'll feel it on you'll feel the temperature. You'll be like, oh yeah, I think I need to wrap up well today. And I you know, things like that. So it's like that kind of idea of, what's the mood carrying, you know, in the air? What's the mood? And that's how air carries something. So it's a transmitter, and you could go as far as radio waves with that as well, but it's a transmitter of something in the air. Songs like There's Something in the Air, or It's in the Air Tonight, because there is this idea of movement of air. So so when you think about that, air exercises quite a strong emotional influence. It's an ever-changing weather that affects our disposition and our moods, okay? So and how do we use our air? You know, how to take control of this power, you know, as well, in sports, you know, running, athletics and things, people have breathing techniques, and they'll breathe it in very powerfully. You know, they'll have specific ways of taking in the air. You know, in yoga, there's pranayama. You know, there's things like qigong, and you know, it's the movement of the air. And then there's this idea that we have, you know, things like new age techniques like rebirthing and stuff, because you're going to get the full influx of air. You know, oxygenation and things, and that you know, it's very life enhancing. So this air being this medium of carrying something, think what air does. You know, you look at it and you see planes. That's the human thing, is planes, but it's birds flying, it's insects, and it's seeds being suspended in air, and spores, and all these things move through air. And that's, so when you think about the triplicities of air, which are, of course, you know, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius, and we're now in Aquarius, then you think about transmission. And when you think about how humans have evolved, how we evolved with this element of air, well, we started to work with it. You know, we learned to breathe in, you know, we developed things like larynx, pharynx, nasal passages. The air moves in and out, in and out. And what comes from that is language, because we speak with air. It's the motion and the power of air coming in and out of us that gives us language, and therefore communication. So this is some very deep thinking here for you to like mull over and enjoy, you know, but it's to leading to understanding where we're going to go with Aquarius, okay, and what we can do with Aquarius, all right. So, you know, because this is a reset, right? You know, of course, Jupiter will blow things out of proportion. Saturn goes into the sign, another domicile, it rules Aquarius. And in England today, we've got tier 4, blah, 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 you know, all this stuff going on, because Jupiter will blow it out of proportion. But Jupiter's been with Saturn for a year anyway, so it's been really heavy, and Jupiter's going to move away faster. You know, it's going to square Uranus quite soon. That's going to be quite interesting. But you know, start to think now about that 20-year cycle that you can do. What can you do with it? You know, truth-seeking, intellectualism, maybe scientific thoughts, you know, tolerance, open-mindedness, you know, things like that, you know, is all going to be helpful, you know, and we've got to look into our community. We have to look to help and draw things together by thinking together, you know? So there's a lot of to do with things like social media and stuff, you know, but was, you know, it's about being friendly. It's about being humane and kind, you know, it's about being intuitive and tuned to what we could call the universal will, you know? So we can re-establish air as the abode of the gods, you know? When we went through that earth cycle, we had the sky dome above us, and in the ancient days, they would please to the gods, they would lift their arms in there and they said, oh God, what's going on? Right? And people forgot that, and it all got a bit polluted with the earth, and they were like, oh, you know, and it's all got a bit like, oh, but we need to sort of re-establish that union with the air, you know, with the element of air. So there's some thoughts for you today. And I hope you've enjoyed that. And I would just like to say a little bit about how you can find me. My name is Julian Venables, and essentially I do have a YouTube channel. I start putting videos on there now quite regularly. So it's Julian the London Astrologer. Please do come and visit my YouTube channel and subscribe and give me a little thumbs up for my videos, because I'm going to be talking about all sorts of interesting things, and I'll be doing a video every week. And my website is londonastrologer.com. So I hope you enjoyed that, and thank you very much for this little invite today. I wish you all very well for this very exciting moment. We have a lifetime of, you know, to now develop the rest of our lives into air, and it's pretty exciting, you know. So one thing about Saturn and Jupiter, one last thing to think about is perseverance, okay, and patience. Keep going and persevere, right? Because Saturn and Jupiter together, Jupiter will give you the concept, Saturn will want to give you the structure, but Saturn will hold Jupiter back, right? So there's like a sense of like, what have I got to do and how can I do it? And you've got to keep on going, right? And you'll know as it develops, you know, because I look to the square in 3 years' time, the trine in 4 years' time, the opposition in 10 years' time. You know, these things are going to be, it's that movement of as every time Jupiter and Saturn make an aspect, you can think back to December 2020 and what you started then and see how it's doing. All right. So wish you all very well. Thank you for inviting me today to talk as an astrologer, and very much looking forward to seeing what the world will create. Happy Christmas and happy Yuletide. Thank you, Alex, for the invite. And see you again soon. So just, I'm Julian Venables, London Astrologer, or Julian the London Astrologer on YouTube. So please subscribe, and I'll see you on my videos. Bye for now, folks. Thank you.
Cheers, Jules, and happy Christmas, and however you celebrate it to yours. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, thanks for the invite.
No worries, no worries. Great talk.
See you again soon.
Yeah,
Bye.
see you soon. Bye. Okay, thank you very much. You're joining the Cosmic Intelligence Agency, our Solstice Festival. Coming up next is my very good friend Ra Rishikavi Ragadas, who lives in LA. I don't know if he's up all night or up very early, but it's way early over there. So thank you for joining me, Ra. And then in about 20 minutes time, I'll be having Asan from Tehran, who will be sharing with us the ceremony of Yalda. A little bit different than just the usual talks. But anyway, so while Ra turns his mic on and his camera on, just a quick ad for 20% off the yearly membership for Cosmic Intelligence Agency, plus the Brave New World Symposium and lots more. We agents are very, very busy around the world and around the clock every single day, not just on special days. We're always busy, always up to something, always making plans. Hello, Ra, are you there? Just giving Ra a couple minutes to sort himself out. We're going to be talking about astrology and the movies. Ra is a James Bond expert. When I first met him, he came to London looking for, there he is, looking all dapper, just like James Bond. Hello, Ra. When he first came to London, we talked a lot about James Bond. And before I knew it, he had written a book. He's also written some very interesting articles on the Neptune factor for Constellation News, which was republished on astro.com. So anyway, welcome, Ra. But I just want to know, put me out of my misery. Are you up all night or are you up very early?
Well, a little of both. I was up late looking at the conjunction and writing poetry, and went to bed late, but here I am up early just for you.
Fantastic. You know, be careful of disturbing your sleeping cycle. A couple of weeks ago, I was with Anthony Pico in New York. I was awake until 4:30 a.m. and I go to bed early. And it threw my whole entire sleeping cycle off. So now I'm still going to bed very, very, very late and waking up very, very late. So good morning.
Yep, I know.
No,
I know that feeling. Yeah.
All right, Ra. So we are just going to banter back and forth with each other about movies. And what have you found out about James Bond?
Bantering is good. Well, I'm in the process of writing the book called The Astrology of Bond, James Bond. And it turns out that there's a whole lot more depth that Ian Fleming put into the character than is known. People just think, you know, he's a smart dressed guy who gets a lot of women and is occasionally violent in his job, but Bond was actually based not only on Fleming's own experience as a British intelligence agent during World War II, but also on some archetypal images. It turns out that Ian Fleming knew a lot of strange people as he grew up because he had a strong-willed mother who kept putting him in different locations because Fleming kept failing upward. He just was not a good student and was a bit of a layabout and just didn't want to do anything. And so he just kind of went from school to school, job to job, but in the process, he got to know a lot of very interesting people, including Sybil Leek, the most famous witch in England, Aleister Crowley, W.B. Yeats, a number of people who were into metaphysics and the occult. And when he got the job as the second in command to Admiral Godfrey in World War II, leading up to World War II in British intelligence, he was able to be on the inside. And so a lot of what he based James Bond on was his own experience in British intelligence during World War II. And one of his greatest adventures was that he actually used, so goes the story, astrology, which he had known from some of his acquaintances, to capture high-ranking Nazis during World War II, including Rudolf Hess. The very interesting story, which is detailed more in the book, goes that Rudolf Hess, who was Hitler's second in command, the deputy Führer, as it were, was very interested in the occult, as was all of Hitler's circle. But Hess was especially interested in astrology. And one of Ian Fleming's jobs was to provide disinformation, misinformation to Nazis so that they would be misinformed and therefore easily captured or killed. And one of the things that Rudolf Hess did, one of the things that Ian Fleming did, possibly in accordance with Aleister Crowley, was feed Rudolf Hess disinformation that Churchill wanted to sue for peace in about 1942, 43. And Rudolf Hess wanted to be the hero in all of this scenario and be able to negotiate a peace treaty with Winston Churchill. So he was basically swindled into believing that the full moon of Taurus, the moon in Scorpio with 6 planets in Taurus in, I believe it was 1941, actually, was the perfect time to sign a peace treaty. And so Hess secretly flew to Scotland, got out of his plane in the field, was promptly captured, and spent the rest of his life in a British prison. So that's one of the things that Ian Fleming did during World War II that he later put into Bond because he made Bond an archetypal Scorpio. And Bond is sort of a mythical figure, sort of the hero with 1,000 faces, in the words of Joseph Campbell. And so I detail all of this in the book. I mean, he's a spy, he's secretive, he's prone to violence, he's passionate, he's highly sexual. He faces down a lot of death and sometimes causes death himself. He's got power issues with his authorities, but he's also in power himself. He's got domineering enemies. It's all the Scorpio archetype. So I go into this in the book and I look at the charts of Ian Fleming, why he got the job at the time that he did, how he wrote Bond, at the time that he wrote Bond in Jamaica, the charts of all the actors who've played Bond. It's a whole fascinating study, and we hope the book will be out in just a couple of months. So it's a very fascinating thing. And what about you? I understand that you are yourself writing a book on actors and movies. Tell us about that.
Thank you, Rob. I've written. I started this project a few years ago, and as happens, life takes over. Well, as life came to a stop, I began working on the book again. And what I've done is I've looked at real life people who have been portrayed in biopics. So for example, Elton John, played by Taron Egerton in Rocketman, for example. And so what I did was I assembled 130 plus case studies to analyze, how it is that an ordinary person, ordinary actor can step into the real life role of this famous person and what kinds of things they're bringing out astrologically. So I found out a few things. First of all, in every single case that I looked at, there were always connections. And I'm not talking about wide orbs. I'm talking about, within 1 or 2 degrees. And also I tried to keep it only to the Ptolemaic aspects because I wanted a lot of case studies as opposed to just a few case studies with extensive notes. And my way of thinking was, I thought, well, if a beginner astrologer picks this book up and they come to a case study they're interested in, maybe they might want to do their own sort of research into this and then submit their article to one of our very fine astrological magazines, such as the Isar magazine, or perhaps OPA, or NCGR, or Constellation News, or
even
any of the
Constellation News. Yes,
Constellation News. Yes, we're always looking for, or the Cosmic Intelligence Agency. So there's, I wanted to encourage. I'm all about encouraging people who know their star sign and not much more. I like to think that, I'd like to encourage people to take that step beyond into more serious astrology. Not that there's anything wrong with star sign astrology, just that there's so much more to astrology than just what you read in the newspapers. So I'm going to show my screen because I want to just do a couple case studies because we don't have a lot of time. But just to start with, one of my very favorite movies. Hopefully this is the right one. Yes, it is. Excuse me just a second while I sort this out. So one of my very favorite people from my childhood is the French cook, the French chef, I should say, which is quite funny because she's neither French nor a chef, is the American cook Julia Child. And as a child, I was just absolutely enthralled by her voice, by her camera presence, by her knowledge of cooking. And I would sit there just listening to her roll off all these French terms. And I just remember, my parents used to joke around, say it was the only time I was ever quiet as a child. But she blew me away as a kid. But it wasn't until I became an adult, when I became interested in astrology, that I started looking at charts. And because Julia is one of my favorites, I wanted to see her chart. And this is an AA chart. And I also know my own time of birth. So I can tell you that Julia and I actually share the same ascendant to almost a degree. And as you can see here, she's got planets on her ascendant descendant, which means they follow my ascendant descendant as well.
That's 3 of us with early Gemini rising.
Yeah. Were you enthralled by Julia Child?
No, but I love Dan Aykroyd's imitation of her on Saturday Night Live.
I love that one too. Yes, that's the one where he was doing her voice and her imitation, and he nearly saws his thumb off, but it's all pretended. It's blood squirting everywhere, and he carries on talking as if nothing has happened. It's just a little cut or something he says. It's very, very, very funny. So just to show you what I do. So in the movie Julia, Meryl Streep played Julia Child. And if you've seen the movie, it's sort of a little bit about Julia Child and a little bit about a blogger who tries to imitate Julia Child. So let's just stick to the real Julia Child and the actress who portrayed her, which is Meryl Streep. Now, this doesn't show, but Meryl Streep also has a Jupiter on her descendant as well. So she has something in common with Julia already. But if you just look at the simple bi-will of this, I love it that Chiron is on Julia's Jupiter and opposite to Julia's Saturn on her ascendant. Now, if you don't know anything about Julia, let me tell you, she is tall, 6 feet 2 inches tall. And that was tall for a woman of her age. And, you know, she just towered over everybody, her husband and everybody else around her. And she had a sort of a commanding presence, but she believed that she would never get married because she was just too tall. And she met her husband, Paul, later on in life. After she left, she was a spy for World War II, and they got married. And on their honeymoon, they were just coming into France, into Rome, when Julia had her first taste of French cooking. And it's described as a moment of sensual delight. I go into it a little bit more in detail in my book, but the waiter opens up the platter of this fish, and she just said the browning butter and the smell of the sea hit her, and that inspired her to actually become a cook in France. So she had to learn the language, and then eventually, because you'll see that she has Saturn, a lot of planets in Saturn, she not only had to master the French language, she also had to master the metric system. And she converted all the recipes in one of the biggest cookbooks, the most famous French cookbooks of the world, into imperial measurements for the Americans. So, you know, quite a feat.
And all of this came from her, that one moment of her transfiguration as a result of the food, right?
Yes. Well, her husband was a foodie. You know, he, gastronome and all that, so he might have had a little bit of influence, but it was just this one moment of inhaling this beautiful cooking that inspired her, to, she needed something to do as well. And she grew up in a household that they didn't have to cook. They had helpers to cook. And she became famous in a time of American history when the best cuisine was TV dinners. If you remember, it was that time
Yes.
of life when, we really wanted to have convenience foods. And that was the first experience of convenience foods. Was the TV dinners that you got from a little box, everything's dehydrated and you just stick it in the oven for half an hour. And then everybody at the table can have whatever it is that they want. You don't have to eat from the same menu as everybody else. So the other thing I did with the real life person, the actor that portrayed them, is I looked at the transits for when the movie was released. So this, I can only use a noon chart because very often film premieres aren't timed, or there's a little bit of, they might've been released at another festival sometime earlier. So this is the general release to public that I look at, set for noon. So we can't look at angles too well or anything like that. But I just wanted to see, hey, what's going on in the life of the actors, that they can suddenly come out with this big presentation of their work. So I thought it's quite interesting that transiting Chiron was opposite Julia's sun in Leo. Julia, by the time the movie came out, had been dead for some time. But even through all this, you could see from the film that her experience as being a cook helped her through some of the more difficult moments of her life, through being an only American in Paris who's unable to speak French, through her own inability to have children, and yet having to support her sister who did fall pregnant. So all these different things and elements of her life came out, and eventually ended up with her being rewarded with her space in the Smithsonian Museum. So lots of different case studies about this. And as I said, over 130 case studies, every single one of them having really strong connections. And I'm not talking about, wide orbs or anything like that. I'm talking about really tight orbs that show with this show with these case studies. Okay, so
I think that's all fascinating, and of course, I predict the Oscars astrologically every year.
Been a bit of a slow year there, Rob.
Yeah, it's not happening this year until April, if they're going to have it at all. I think it just may be online this year.
All by myself, I missed you completely.
Right, exactly. But one of the things that I discovered, I started this would be 9 years coming up, 2012. Meryl Streep was one of the first that gave me my 7 for 7 record in terms of predicting the major categories purely astrologically, because in 2012, she was up for her role in The Iron Lady, and she had not won in about 29 years, which makes a Saturn return to her last win. And based on the position of Saturn in her chart at the time, as well as, I believe, if I remember correctly, a Neptune trine the sun and Uranus trine the ascendant, something like that, I predicted, even though she wasn't the favorite, that she would win at that point, and probably with lots of gasps from the audience, because she wasn't the favorite at that time. Oh, it's Meryl, she's up there every year. I mean, she's great, but let somebody else win. And to my delight, she won precisely as I had predicted, along with the unexpected gasp of wonder, the great emotional speech. Everything that I'd said publicly would happen, and I based it all on astrology. And that is what put me into my own category of basically being able to predict the Oscars every year. And I'm happy to say that even though I'm not perfect, I've got an over 80% accuracy rate for the last 8 years now in that. And that's no accident, that astrology does work. These things do work. And so it's a lot of fun to do this, but it does show that there are, as you're saying, correlations between it all.
So what have you been doing since lockdown happened?
What am I doing? I'm doing what I've been doing basically, which is writing. I occasionally go out for walks and food, but that's about it. I go get my mail, but I'm inside, so if I come out ashen pale, you'll know why in a few months.
Yeah, we're all
but meanwhile, I do readings. I do a lot of online stuff like you. And in fact, let me advertise my website here. You can always find me at starpresence.net, and I'll be putting up a blog along with that very soon and other social media. But if you want to book a reading, go to starpresence.net and you'll find me there.
Thank you so much, Rob. Always interested to talk to you, and good luck with the James Bond book. I look forward to having an extract.
That'll be out in just hopefully a couple of months. We're looking at March for publication day.
Good luck. Lots of good luck. Nothing you need from me. Thank you very much. If you just mute yourself, Rob. Thank you. Happy Christmas and all that, however you celebrate it. All right. So just to give another little ad, the Cosmic Intelligence Agency, we're around the world and around the clock every day, not just on the solstice, although this is a particularly special solstice festival. If you go to the Cosmic Intelligence Agency website, you will find that you can join up the CIA for 20% off the yearly membership, plus access, discounted access to the Brave New World Symposium, which we held recently, only a few weeks ago. And there's much, much more. We're always busy here at the Cosmic Intelligence Agency, reaching people around the world. So far today, we've had a speaker from South America. We've had our speakers in Australia. We had Christos from Greece, Sonal, Israel, Julian from London, Ra on the west coast of the USA. And now, a really special treat, I wish I could give you a drum roll. We're going to have the incredible Ehsan Kazemi join us for a special ceremony of Yalda. And before we start the ceremony, Ehsan is just going to lay down a few ground rules and things that we need to know before we start, because a lot of us won't be familiar with this celebration. So Ehsan, I'm going to hand over the microphone to you. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, Alex, and hello, everybody. Can you hear me well? Okay, perfect.
You're absolutely fine, so, don't worry.
Okay, so let me quickly share my screen. And okay, do you have my screen? Alex, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it. You're absolutely fine.
Okay, so let's go on. So hello, everybody, and thank you for having me in this very special event. So this very special event is very Persian, and it's very Persian because actually no other nation celebrates this night like this, which I'm going to explain. And tonight also we have the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. It's a very historical event, and this is also a very also has a very Persian background. You all know about the three Magi or three wise men from Persia to actually who traveled to the east to find Jesus Christ, the story or the mythology of that. So today, actually, I decided to talk in a very easy way because we are on the age, we are on the moment that we have to deal we are somehow in the middle of the modernity and antiquity. Saturn is a very antique planet. Saturn is a very traditional planet, and Uranus is a very lawbreaker and is a very modern thing. So Aquarius is the sun, which is ruled by both of them, both Saturn and Uranus. So I decided to actually make it like to actually keep both of them happy, both Saturn and Uranus happy, to combine the both modern and traditional things together. So we know that these three wise men traveled and found the star, the Christmas star, or the Jupiter and Saturn conjunction, and they promised the birth of Jesus. So keep this in our mind, and I'm going to tell you a very different story about that. And by Persia, we are not talking about the Iran today. So the Iran today is just a small part of this map. And you see that the Iran of that time was so far big, parts of China and India, parts of Europe, and even parts of the Greece under 500 BC was a part of Achaemenian Empire. So still the Persian calendar is the only calendar in the world which is totally astrological. So this is just this calendar is just published something like 100 years ago, before the actually the printing technology comes to Iran. So this is a handmade, as you can see in the above, we have three charts: the chart of sun ingress into every sign, and the moon, new moon, and the full moon. So we have three charts, and then we have all the planetary data. We have the date, we have the part of or lot of accident, like the Arabic parts or Arabic lots, you know, in the West. And then we have 4 different calendar systems. So in Iran, we do not use only one calendar, which is the solar calendar we use, but we also use 4 other calendars at the same time, because it's very historical to keep the track of all events in different calendars. And the other columns are about the sun, moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, and all the planets. And then here we have the rise, sunrise, noon, and the midnight of every planet. And on the other page, we have all the planetary aspects, all the combinations of planetary aspects. And we also have the lunar mansions and the times the moon changes the signs, and when it's void of course. And sometimes there are some necessary notes to be written here. And the last column is very interesting because it's a column for a very specific fixed star. This fixed star is the fixed star CAPH, C-A-P-H. So this fixed star is in Persian culture, they think when this fixed star comes into the meridian, this is the time for making a wish. So we also had the position of this fixed star and the time which that fixed star comes to the meridian. And going back to the story of Ahura Mazda and Ahriman. So actually, when we go to the Avestan text, we go to something like 3,000 years ago. Ahura Mazda, this is the story of creation. Ahura Mazda created the universe and the cosmic order that he maintains. He created the twin spirits, Sepanta Mainu and Angara Mainu. The former beneficent, choosing truth, light, and life, and the latter destructive, choosing deceit, darkness, and death. The struggle of the spirits against each other makes up the history of the world and is reflected in the choice between good and evil that humanity constantly faces. So a big part of Persian philosophy, which is also in Persian astrological philosophy, is about good and bad, evil and dark and light. So the light is with Ahura Mazda, and the creator of Ahura Mazda support the light. The other creatures support the darkness. And it's directly related to tonight, because tonight is the darkest night of the year. And tonight is the night that actually tomorrow we have we have sun above the horizon for more few seconds in the northern hemisphere, of course. And tonight is also considered as the birth of Mitra or Mehr. Meher, Mitra is a god of Persians and Indians as well. In Indian culture, we also have Mitra. And in India, you see, for example, the families like Varaha Mihira, the ancient astrologer, who was actually, his family moved from Iran, from Sistan in Iran to India. Or you see, for example, the Mishra families, which are named after the god Mitra or Mehr. So in this picture, you see, actually, this is a crater stone on Pasargad, Persepolis, I don't remember exactly, but in Iran, next to Shiraz. And then here is the Ardashir, the king, and this is the Ahura Mazda on the right, and the Mehr on the left. And it's interesting because in the scripts, Ahura Mazda, the god, defines the Mehr as the god which should be worshipped as equal as him. So Mehr is not exactly the sun, but it's also the sun. It's not the sunlight, but it's also a light which is equal to sunlight. So there is a very little distinction between Mehr and the god of sun, because Mehr does not have the physical appearance. And Mehr actually means friendship, compassionate, compassion, friendship, compassion, and also agreement and commitment. So he supports every person who does the good things, and also supports people who stay on their words. And let's come back to the modern times. For several years, let's say for a few hundred years, as far as I know, every year on this night, we come together, all the family members come together. This year, however, because of COVID-19, we couldn't come together with the whole family, but we usually go to the grandparents' home, and then there we have a table full of different things, and on that table, and on that night, actually, we listen to the elders. It's really, really important to listen to the elders, the stories, the tales, the fairy tales, and also we eat, we dance, and we enjoy the night together. And we also recite the poems of Hafiz, the legendary Persian poet. And then we also, so also there is a story why we use the red fruits. So there is a story, there's an astrological story for it. If we divide the horizon by 4 quarters, in the books, you see that it said the first quarter is white, the second quarter is green, the third quarter is black, and the fourth quarter is red. So it's important because it's actually the astronomical color, the real color of the sky in the day and night. So by white, actually we mean the day, the color of the daylight. And by green, we see this kind of color when the sun comes to the 9th house and 8th house, then we see that it's somehow greenish. And by black, it's actually the color of night. And by red, it means the color of early dawn. So they celebrate by the color of fire and by the color of early dawn in this night to show the hope of the new coming. And it's really interesting because the word Yalda, the name which is recently, actually this is a name, the Syriac name, which also goes into English and into Arabic and into Farsi as well. And it's really interesting because Yalda turned into yield, and yield means bearing and also means delivering. And this night is also the night of the delivery of Sun, considered the delivery of Mitra, and also considered the delivery of Jesus Christ. So there is a very big story about it. I don't go into the deep things. So the very important part here, you see that the first part is spirit without body. And the second quarter is nobody and no spirit, because it's a part for the death. And the third part, which is spirit, body without a spirit. And then we turn from third quarter into the fourth quarter, which is body and spirit together. So this is the reason on that night we celebrate the integration of body and spirit together. So this is a very important celebration for all the Iranians. And there is another astrological thing, which is Iranians actually were the first nations who used the tropical astrology for the exact measuring of the calendar. So the calendar designed by Persians is tropical, and we have all the celebration in the tropical system, which are very astronomically and astrologically meaningful. So actually I finished the slides, and what I'm going to do is to go to the other side of the table. So Alex, are you with me?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. So this is the table I made for this. Okay, hello. And I'm going to turn on the candles for Alex Ternowitz, to Julia Simas, to Cosmic Intelligence Agency, and to all the astrologers here. And all the participants of this event. So, and here we have the watermelon. Actually, this is a traditional cut. This is the traditional cut. Cheers. And maybe okay. And this is yours. Different tastes of the fruits and the nuts and the dried fruits. A picture of Ahura Mazda, and most of all, the book of Hafiz, which we usually recite the poems. So what I'm going to do is to recite a part of it for you. So let's see. Okay, I'm back here. So the way we do is first we meditate for a few seconds, and we do a simple prayer, and we think about something. So I ask you all to think about something, whatever you want to know or whatever is your concern or as a wish. And the story is, so the story is like, you can think of it, and I open the book and recite a part of it, and you get the answer. So let's do it together, okay? Close your eyes for a few seconds and think of what you want to get the answer. Okay. So it's very interesting thing. فکر بلبل همه آن است که گل شد یارش، گل در اندیشه که چون اشوه کند در کارش. دلربایی همه آن نیست که عاشق بکشند، خواجه آن است که باشد غم خدمتکارش. جای آن است که خون موج زند در دل لعل، زین تغابن که خزف می شکند بازارش. بلبل از فیض گل آموخت سخن، ورنه نبود این همه قول و غزل تعبیه در منقالش. اگه در کوچه معشوقه ما میگذری، بر حذر باش که سر میشکند دیوارش. آن سفر کرده که 100 قافله دل همراه اوست، هر کجا هست خدایا به سلامت دارش. So it's really interesting. The translation is actually I do a verse. Maybe Alex, maybe I can send the translation back after your talk. What do you think?
You can. Well, after this, we're ending for a bit. We're passing it over at 5 o'clock to other presenters. I've already spoken, but I don't want you on the spot.
Okay, it's really interesting because it says whatever the parrot learns, it learns from the flower. So whatever we want to learn is to learn from the love. So that all the sweetness of the parrot is about the flower. And it also says, actually, one who traveled and you are thinking of him, wherever he is safe because 100 of caravans are supporting him. So maybe it says about our about the time, actually, we haven't met, we haven't seen each other, but we are all safe. Each one is somewhere, but all of us are safe and supported. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to doing this.
Thank you, Esen. That was absolutely amazing. You know, what a wonderful way to end this segment of our celebration of the solstice. That was really, really cool. If you don't mind sending us the translation, we can post it on Facebook. You know, we still got, you know, a bit of time before the solstice officially ends. So we have a bit more time. Thank you so much, Esen. It's always lovely to see you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to everybody for joining us for the Cosmic Intelligence Agency. I'm Agent 144, Alex Chenoweth. Joining me in this past hour has been Ra and Jules Venables. And before that, we had Faye, Blake, Liz Hathaway, and Laura Boomer Trent. And even earlier than that, we had Ana Andrade from Peru, Christos Arcos from Athens, Greece, and Israel from here in London, with Sonal supporting as well. So we've covered at least 5 continents in the past few hours. Our agents are always busy. If you would like to join this Cosmic Intelligence Agency, we are currently running at 20% off the yearly membership, which gives you discounted access to the Brave New World Symposium, which was held recently, and much, much more from our very, very busy agents from around the world. So that's it for me, Alex Chenoweth. I'll be signing off now. And Liz, Cassandra, are you there? You're taking over.
Alex, so great to see you twice in 1 month. Awesome.
I always feel like we're kind of whizzing past each other because I have something else I have to take off now. And you're going to be talking to your friends.
Yes.
I think all the important things going on.
Yeah, I think kind of like the theme with my interviewing of my guests today will be the new-mindedness of the conjunction. Are we changing our minds? How are our minds changing?
I shall leave it in your good hands. Great to see you. I love your glasses.
Thank you. I love yours too.
Thank you. However we celebrate, have a good one. Take care.
Happy solstice.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. So, friends, I'm going to put this on speaker view here. Welcome. This is such a celebration. We are together to bring in the light that we do every single solstice, every single winter solstice. So, of course, this makes a special 2020 because of the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. So I'm going to be waxing about that, and I have some very special guests that will be joining us, surprise guests. One of the themes of the Aquarius Jupiter-Saturn conjunction, among many, is the theme of the brilliance of the human mind. Because after all, Aquarius rules logic and brilliance. And so we have the big guy, Saturn, and the big guy, Jupiter, merging their gifts and their wisdom together is a line in the sand, so to speak, about how our brilliance and our mindedness can move forward to serve all. Because remember, of course, Aquarius is the sign of the collective, of the group, of friends, and of the common goals that we all share as humans. So part of my discussion in the next hour or so will be about how that mind of ours works, and is it inherently limited to the Earth? Yes, we're going to talk about one of the Aquarian features, which can be loosely thought of as extraterrestrials. And we're also going to be discussing with some experts about the mind, someone who had worked with Psychops in the Department of Defense. But in any case, keep you on your toes here. I want to go through a few qualities here of our Aquarius conjunction, and let's find the PowerPoint, and we'll share that. And I'm so excited about this PowerPoint because it's animated. All right, slideshow. From beginning. So here's our new era, friends. And I'm going to, I just see something in the chat. You're welcome to chat as we're going along, but once I get in my role, I might delay a little bit. I'd rather have you just identify yourself and so forth. Okay, that's all good. All right, yay. So in any case, Jupiter-Saturn conjunction, and we're going to be together at the exact moment, friends, and we're going to be doing a meditation at 1:20, that's Eastern Standard Time. I know we have agents and participants from around the world, and let me introduce myself. I am Agent 56, a very proud Agent 56 with our wonderful the Cosmic Intelligence Agency, also known as the Consciousness Agency. We don't think of astrology as the concept of planets using us as puppets on a string. There's always choices, and maybe that's another quality reflective with Aquarius. The humanity also implies free choice and free will. So how much free choice and free will we have as we're going through this new era? A new era indeed is being born. And so away we go here. So let's take a look. It's all about Aquarius. We're going to talk about the Aquarius energy briefly with you now. And so it's also known as the Great Mutation. Now, when I say the Great Mutation, normally this wonderful Saturn-Jupiter conjunction occurs, friends, every 20 years. But what makes this one in particular super special is because it's in an air sign, which is relatively rare. And the last time that this particular Aquarius Jupiter-Saturn occurred was in 1405. So there's different long-term cycles that occur in astrology. But when we have Aquarius, we take a lot of our energy and listen to it. Aquarius is a sign of humanity, technology, and logic. We haven't experienced this again for some 600 years. It peaks here. Here is the chart. And you have to notice that we've got our Saturn and our Jupiter together kissing in the sky, but they're definitely hugging this other asteroid, which is Pallas Athena. Let's talk about that for a moment. Pallas Athena represents, among other things, the work of work, the way we advocate to do whatever we do with a sense of creativity and newness and connection with our own personal brilliance. The fact that Pallas Athena is also connected with this conjunction, in my mind, implies that we are indeed going forward in the world globally with a new awareness of differently evolving careers and work. Again, to be clear, Jupiter and Saturn conjunct come together every 20 years. The last time they conjunct was May 8th of 2000. So we're leaving that particular cycle alone, and we're moving forward with this brave new world as of today at 1:20 Eastern Standard Time. In Aquarius, that implies that we may be going into a work arena that we can't even imagine, that the jobs and careers and skills and technology that are going to be evolving and growing and developing over the next 20 years, we haven't thought about yet because maybe the technology isn't there. You know, we don't know what we don't know. So there's an acceleration with Aquarius because Aquarius by its nature, of course, is the mind and brilliance and out there technology. So make your intention. We'll be together. We'll do a little bit of a meditation at that exact moment, and then we'll be welcoming our next wonderful agent into the arena. But in any case, it would be a very wise thing for you to think about the archetypes of these two planets. Jupiter, Santa Claus, why not? Santa Claus is big and jolly and world traveler and very generous. That's our benefic Jupiter. Is blending with grumpy young man or grumpy old man, depending on your consideration. Yes, young people can be grumpy too. The point is Saturn is the planet of rules, regulations, and structure. Saturn is the disciplinarian. What's more disciplined than a person who wears a uniform? So the blending of rules with the notion of expansion and unlimited possibilities. So when we do our meditation or anytime today and going forward, friends, think in terms of where Aquarius falls in your chart, especially 0 degrees of Aquarius, and what arenas that you want to fan out and expand with hard work and discipline. It's like the brakes and the gas at the same time. And that's why it's considered to be a social, economic, business cycle that occurs every 20 years. Because isn't that what business is about, right? We retreat, we expand, we have bull markets, we have bear markets. You can see the analogy here, right? So the bull and the bear is inherent by Saturn and Jupiter in the archetypal energy. So with our wonderful Saturn, well, we had a sneak preview of Saturn in Aquarius earlier this year, but it hasn't launched with Jupiter for quite a while. I like to make things really simple. I know we have some of the world's most sophisticated astrologers right now here in this room, and I honor and love you all. But there's some people who are stumbling on this page and saying, what the heck is astrology? And what can it offer me? By the way, astrology's has a special relationship with Aquarius. Why? Because Aquarius, of course, is truth, and it represents the brilliance of the collective. I like to say we're all made of stardust, and we're all made with the same ingredients, but in different ways, different configurations, which is our natal chart. So as I go through this, please understand this isn't real astrology. That's why I want to encourage you to join the CIA. We have some great specials going on, and we have some of the most brilliant astrologers in the world who are teachers and helping you understand this wonderful language. So in any case, I hope you consider that. Here is a Reader's Digest version of what you might take away with this conjunction that is taking place today. So think of this for you, dear Aries. You will be recrafting your friends, your groups, your associations, theoretically, over the next 20 years. The idea here is that you are trying to eliminate what is not worth your time, and you're trying to expand who is, in terms of maybe joining a new group, a new socially minded, eclectic group, like the CIA. I'm getting my little plugs in here. But so for Aries, it's about your friends, your groups, your associations. The numbers after the signs represents the houses of life that these particular configurations are falling in. The conjunction, by the way, simple definition is, I think we all know this, but it's when the planets from Earth's perspective are next to each other, and they've never been this close for many, many, many hundreds of years. Taurus, your career, your sense of purpose, your leadership is being recrafted by this configuration. Think big, but have the Saturn discipline to take the next step and make it work. You think of, Jupiter as Santa Claus is the possibilities, endless possibilities that can happen. But then we have to put our muscle and our work to make it real. Saturn is like the manifestation planet, making it real. So for you guys who are Taurus or Taurus rising, it's about your career. For Gemini, it's about your expansion. What do I mean by expansion? Your ability to teach and write and travel and uplift everything that you are regarding your beliefs, political, spiritual, philosophical. Gemini never loses an opportunity to chat. Gemini is often known, ruled by Mercury, as the communicator. But with this conjunction, you're asking to get beyond and above the everyday language and speak your amazing truth to others. Or maybe if there's a writer in there, Gemini, the next 20-year cycle, starting today, will give you the format of which you want to communicate your truth. For Cancer, this energy is forming in what we call the 8th house, or the house of transformation. We love the 8th house. You know, astrologers were talking about 2020 as the year of transformation. Everything has changed. Everything has changed on the planet. Well, for Cancer or Cancer rising, this configuration is inspiring you to change up your internal sense of who you are from the inside out and transforming and connecting with your inner power. That power could be spiritual or financial or metaphysical, really taking some time to stand your ground and transform into your best version of being. For Leo or Leo rising, this energy is activating partners. Who do you want to spend your time with? Who's your BFF? Who is your SO? Don't you love those abbreviations? For Leo, you might be looking at whom you are connected with and whom you would like to be connected with moving forward over the next 20 years. For our Virgo friends, the emphasis is on self-care, on your health, on the way you are doing your work, really spending time on being the perfected being that you always aspire to be. So in other words, the Aquarius energy for the Virgos might be inspiring you today to think about the way you're doing your work and the way you're taking care of yourself. I am going to get back to the treadmill. I am going to eat better. I am going to change my job. Those are some things that might inspire you Virgos. For Libra, how creative are you? Well, we're all creative. We all have inner genius within us. This particular configuration for Libra or Libra rising is asking you to touch with that spark of genius that only you possess and let it rip, right? In the next 20 years. But be inspired today, Libra, about what areas that give you joy and creativity and love. 5th house is also kids, and let the inner child come out and play for you. For our beautiful Scorpio friends, this is about your home, your base of operation, grounding yourself. Voila, I am a Scorpio, and as we speak, I am making plans of recrafting my 70-year-old home. Yeah, well, I'm almost as old, but not there yet. But the point is, where we find this configuration, we want to remodel, reshape, redo, and take our vision and make it real. For you, Scorpio, it's your home and where you're living. You might be like me, attempting to remodel, or you might be moving for someone else, or reconnecting with the family of your choosing. Often the family we have is the family of the heart and not necessarily the family of biology. So that may also be taking place for you Scorpios. Sagittarius, your thoughts, the 3rd house is being recrafted for you. Again, similar to the Gemini, but in this way, your everyday routine, your schedule, the way you think about things, the way you activate your everyday schedule is being recrafted. And so listen to that little voice within. And by the way, Sagittarius, with this configuration, tone down the self-talk that can be too critical. For our Capricorn friends, how are you making your living? This particular conjunction is asking you to be aware of what you're doing to make your money, and also to identify your particular skills and gifts and those things that you love to do, but perhaps aren't being appreciated for through your income. Who knows? It might be time for the Capricorn to leave the big corporation and start their own job, their own self-employment. Aquarius, all eyes are on you. This configuration for the Aquarius people is ridiculously important. Happens every 600 years, and it's just an amazing time for those beautiful Aquarius people to do what you are doing. I'm sorry, I got a little distracted by the chat. So you know what, I'll take a breath after I do this and then just entertain any questions. I don't mind if you just unmute yourselves, that might be easier. Okay, so if you want to chat. So one more sign, that's Pisces, spirituality. The configuration, the conjunction is activating your spirituality, your need for retreat, and your intuition. So you Pisces friends, you know, you're going to be more psychic and intuitive as we go forth in the next 20 years. Trust the inner guides, trust your dreams, trust your intuition, for our Pisces friends. So I'll take a breath. If there are any questions, please, nope. Oh, good, my guest is here. I'll be with you shortly, Lavinia. I'm so excited, yay. All right, so a few more. We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back to this because we have a wonderful guest that I think we gave a little overview for you. We'll come back to the PowerPoint because we have amazing guests that I want to speak with and share with you. And my other wonderful guest is here as well, Tim. Bless you both for being here. And as a matter of introduction, we'll get back to that as time allows. I want to emphasize what the conjunction is about. It's about our mind, and it's about the definition of human beings. What is human? The unlimited possibilities here for human beings are going to be recrafted for ourselves over the next 20 years. This is such an exciting moment in history. We're all alive to see this. And keeping that in mind, let's talk about, from two wonderful guests, what it's like to be human. And first we'll start with Lavinia. The focus is on you, my dear. Please unmute. Timothy will come to you after.
I'm unmuted.
Okay, yay. Welcome, Lavinia.
Hi, how are you?
You look glowing and wonderful. Look at what a contrast. I'm in my darks and you're in your whites.
Yes, we're all sparkly.
We're all sparkly. We're wearing our sparkles because this is a special day for Lavinia, my friends. Lavinia is getting married today. She could not choose a more exciting day because of the conjunction, and she, being a good Leo, understands astrology, and she has many wonderful qualities. I want to introduce my good friend Lavinia. She is an artist, she is an author, she is a teacher, and she's a futurist. All right, remember, the future is here now, and she is going to speak to us quite a bit, I hope, about her interactions with ETs, extraterrestrials. Remember, Aquarius is asking us to muse and reflect on what it is to be human. And the essential quality of humanness is our minds. So Lavinia, that's something of an issue that people aren't quite clear about or sure about. Like, it's kind of like astrology. People will ask me, oh, Cassandra, do you believe in astrology? And I go, well, I don't know. Do you believe in math? I mean, it is, astrology is. So Lavinia, I presume you believe in ETs, but let's start with the beginning. You started interacting with them, and what was that like?
Well, I consider myself a contactee, and I have the person I'm marrying today is also a contactee. We work together. And I just wanted to let everybody know that when I went for my last reading with Cassandra, she said 2:48 on December 21st, and bam, it happened. So anyway, yes, I work with a group of Star Nation beings. They like to be called Star Nations. And the thing about ETs is there are so many different kinds. There are third density ETs like us, we're flesh and bone, and there are some ETs like that. There are other ETs that are interdimensional. A lot of them, telepathy is the universal language. And so all of your clairs that are going to be activated will help you to communicate with any type of Star Nation being.
Please describe what a clair is. A lot of people aren't sure.
Clairsentient, clairaudient, clairvoyant. So you see, you hear. So for example, when I get a download or I get information from my ET friends, I usually am in a meditative state, and they will just come in, and I've been given a special assignment to produce coloring books for the Ponti, and they are the Sasani, they sort of like Bashar's group, a little offshoot of Bashar's group. They're not like Zetas. They're kind of like smaller. They have round eyes. They are bald. Most of them are bald. And they are, 60,000 years old. And so they come in and they will speak to some of us. in our ear. I've heard them. Sometimes they come in dreams, and I'll wake up, I'll have a waking dream, fourth density, waking dream, and I know I'm awake because I can see everything in my room, but yet they're there. Another type is they'll just insert pictures. And this is typically, especially I know mediumship, knowing mediums, that they receive a lot of their information in the same ways. So this is basically when you become a medium or you start receiving, you are human 2.0, and we are, this is our true intergalactic language that we're being attuned to, especially on this day where all of the energies are going to start ramping us up to become part of something larger than just the earth.
So Lavinia, I know you, of course, is a wonderful teacher of art, a very mainstream job. What inspired you to reach out, or did they reach out to you initially with the contact?
Well, yes. So there was about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, I saw a YouTube about this woman who channels the Ponti, and her name is Sue Walker. And I was just, something just clicked, and she was telling us about all of these, their habits and what they're like. And there's a group that live in the Sandia Mountains in New Mexico. And there's the Sandia Labs on one side, and there's an ET kind of information station where ETs come and go, and you can actually see craft, and people know of this. The locals know of this like it's no big deal. Like Sedona people see craft as well. I've seen craft in Sedona. It's you know, you wonder who they are, but you definitely see craft. So yes, so those are that is the Ponti. And I started to read Sue Walker's book about inviting ET, and I started texting her, and I said, hey, would you like an artist? Because she's an artist herself, and she did a lot of the original artwork. And she goes, well, we're looking for somebody to do coloring books. And I said, well, I'm your person, because I've done about 30 to 40 different coloring pages for my students because I'm an elementary art teacher. Hello. And so I just snapshotted a whole bunch of them and sent them to her, and I had the job. So go ahead.
Yeah. So that they were making a request to do a coloring book to reach young people, I would presume.
Yes.
To have young people be more accepting of the idea that there are ETs. And there's a twofold question. The Ponti, have they been on this planet for a long time?
Yes.
Are human beings the interlopers here?
10,000 years, 10 to 20,000 years, they've been occupying the Sandia Station. Different beings have been occupying that, and a coloring book is a wonderful way to softly introduce people to different types of ET. And I have, this is what they look like. This is the commander right here. And there's a variety of ETs. They're all over. There's all different kinds. And they've been here. Some are inner Earth. Some are in different densities, or, you know, like 4th or 5th or 6th density. They can come down.
Okay. So forgive me for just jumping in. So we have all these ETs on the planet, but we can't see them regularly. Is that what you're talking about? The different dimensions? They are.
Yes, because we vibrate on a 3rd density. You know, we are here in physical density, and a lot of times they aren't. They're more elevated. Their vibration is different than ours, and it takes a lot. It takes a lot of energy for them to lower their vibration and us to raise our vibration so we can meet together. And so sometimes, you know, my husband to be Jeff, he's seen them in the physical 3rd density here, only for a few seconds, only for a little time, because it takes so much energy. They vibrate at a higher rate. when we leave our bodies, our spirits vibrate at a higher rate. We have to be lowered into this physical dense avatar to experience what we need to do on this planet.
Okay, so I love what you just said. Like when we pass away, we're on a different. I am a spiritualist, so I do believe that when we leave these bodies, we don't go away. I'm Einsteinian, right? Matter can't be destroyed.
Matter cannot be destroyed.
It just transforms. So I understand that, but presumably, how are they like us and how are they not like us? Are they part of a being community? Are they our true brothers and sisters? Are they like humans or are they different than humans?
They are different. We can't, for example, the Ponti can't eat donuts. They'll die. They can't, they can't eat human food, but they do like red cabbage. They don't really eat a lot. They have smaller jaws. A lot of beings that the more you elevate yourself and the more your body needs less and less. So you can even see this as evidence in the Indian gurus, the gurus in India and other gurus that can live on light, for example, or they're fruitarians. They live on fruit. They don't need a lot. The more you lay off the meat, the more you come up, into the, and eat plants, the more lighter you become. So in a sense, they are the light ones. They are the ones that have kind of, they used to be like us, but they're now evolved. We are going through our own evolution.
Would you say that at some point, perhaps a human can evolve into becoming an ET? I don't know if you know the answer.
Yeah, well, we kind of, that's a big question, because in a sense, we are sort of our own ETs, because there's like 12 different strands and 10 are junk, and who put them there? We could have been seeded from the stars. In fact, there's this is the big, fear bubble around ETs is, do they come in and do they create hybrids, for their continuation of their race, or are, some of us hybrids, some of us are star seeds,
Tell us about that. What is star seed? What does that mean?
Well, a star seed, I have a little page on this. So a star seed, during this time of the great conjunction and the ascension of us going into our next phase of higher evolution, of Aquarian energy, of thought energy. So, technology, reaching out to the stars and all of that. So a lot of us have agreed to come on here. A lot of us, the indigos, the rainbow children, the crystalline children. If you are a star seed, then you have been seeded here. My husband to be is a Ponti soul.
Okay, so you have different souls, but a flesh and human.
But right, so a lot of us have been started out as maybe on the 11th or the 9th, density up in the angelic realm, and because we wanted to experience more. We were, kind of reincarnated. We reincarnated in different civilizations on different planets, and we come down to Earth now.
I have a question for you, Lavinia. So this is, of course, the astrological community of the Cosmic Intelligence Agency. And we have a lot of astrologers in the room and listening all across the planet.
I'm so happy to be here.
I know, it's so much fun to see you. And by the way, I've known you for a couple of years, and you look, I think you're youthing. I think you look absolutely radiant.
Thank
so
you.
Whatever's happening, well, she's getting married today, guys. So we can't keep her forever, but she's getting married today. What a celebration. Do ET, Star Brothers, I want to be politically correct. ET,
Star Nation beings, Star cousins. They're not our brothers and sisters per se, but they're our cousins, and that's what they like.
Gotcha. So do our out there cousins, our Aquarian cousins, do they follow astrology? Do they ever look at the planets and
they do. They
really?
follow astrology because the positioning of planets are very important to them. And also they take into consideration black holes. They travel by folding space.
Whoa.
You know, or they travel by telepathy, but like even the Ponti, they recognize the changing of the seasons. They get all happy and giddy when they have the solstices and they have the changing of the seasons and there's a new moon. They don't have a Gregorian calendar. They mark their lives by the planetary positions. A lot of these ET races actually live in space. On big ships. Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't have a home planet, but you know, you use the stars as your guides.
One big happy universe. This is the time. Aquarius means globalism, and now we're talking about what would we say? Intergalactic globalism. One more question for you, sure. Lavinia. I know you have to get on your way to get married. We presume that these many different types of star cousins are seemingly benign. You mentioned that they use telepathy to communicate. And what about the idea of disclosure from the government? There's been a lot of talk about over many years that they in top echelon governments know a lot more. Have you found that to be true? And will there be more disclosure of them over the next few years?
That's such a question, isn't it? And they want to control the narrative.
The ETs do?
No, the government.
Oh, okay.
The government wants to control the narrative. The ETs are not going to land on the White House lawn. They're going to be, it's a grassroots. I'm in touch with CE5 groups all over the United States. And ET comes, you know, to a group of people that set their intentions, that have the vibration, that know that they want this to happen, and they show themselves. Dr. Greer, Dr. Birx in California, we just had him on, and he was talking about that. And so it's like, you have to really, you know, when a ET story comes through the mainstream media, you kind of have to question, like, what were they allowed to say and what they were not allowed to say, and even through the military. So yes, they are now starting to acknowledge that. But if you really want your own experience, you know, you set your intention for only the greatest light and love, the greatest good, the ETs with the greatest good of with the light. And you don't allow any other ETs to come in, because, you know, there's certain, you know, camps of thought that it's all good, it's all like woo, and some are, you know, and it's some are more discerning, and you have to be discerning. You have to stand in your own energy and know who you are and set your intention. And then
follow-up question with that. So what you just said, there are some woo-woo love and light ETs, but there are some who are not. Is there an intergalactic conflict or quibble going on out there between the positive and the negative ones, would you say?
No? You know what? Even the Vedas, the ancient scriptures in India, have, you know, with the Vimanas, have talked about an ET war right in India. And you know, several thousand years ago. And so there's also where there's on the moon, there has been suppressed evidence of galactic war. There are ET wars. There are ET wars, but we want the ones that aren't at war, because what we have to do is we have to stop being at war with each other and ourselves. We have to release and still be discerning and wise at the same time, you know.
Awesome. Lavinia, I'm sure you've shown a wonderful light for many of us. I just learned a lot from you, and I've talked to you before. This has been an awesome opportunity.
Thank you. It went by so quickly. Oh my goodness. No. I could sit here and talk about one question for 30 minutes.
I know. Well, we're going to do this again. I'm not sure exactly where or how the format will be, but I want to keep in touch. And congratulations on this most auspicious day.
Well, thank you. You're responsible for the naming of the date.
Mazel tov, and
thank you. And thank you for having me on, because it was just, thank you.
You're welcome. And how can people get in touch with you if they're interested in getting one of your coloring books, among other things?
You can go to the infinitevoiceproject.org.
Okay.
Infinitevoiceproject.org.
Okay.
And we sell the coloring books on there. And that's a whole nother subject, Infinite Voice Project. Okay. But if you want to contact me personally, you can just, it's lavinia.curdani@gmail.com.
And I'll put that in the chat box for people too, Lavinia.
Okay, great. All
right. Have a beautiful, beautiful wedding, darling.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the energies of the day. It's just going to be, I'm just vibing, you know, it's good stuff.
We're all vibed up. Thank you, sweetie.
Right. All right. See you later.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So, of course, we're very grateful for Lavinia to be here, because she represents in so many ways one of the big themes of this auspicious moment. The Jupiter-Saturn conjunction is about getting outside of our own limits and going above and beyond. And what better way to go above and beyond than off planet, and maybe making that connection. So I will end with that beautiful word, discernment. Do your own research. She is a beautiful soul. I know her personally. I learned a lot from her right now, considering our space brothers and sisters. So all with that, another big theme with the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction, of course, is mindedness, our personal human brilliance. And how can that be nurtured? How can that be nurtured and really move forward in positive ways to help the collective, to help the group? My next very special guest is another good friend, and I have some great friends. This is Reverend Timothy Zach. Now, he has served in the American Army for 30 years. He is a wounded healer. And many of you in astrology are very familiar with Chiron. And yes, Tim's chart has a very auspicious and strong Chiron. He walks in love and light. He serves now in a different capacity as a reverend, and he'll explain all of that to us. But what I wanted to invite him, because he has this diverse background in working with the mind. Remember, Aquarius is about logic, brilliance, and the mind, and going above and beyond the mind. So without further ado, I'm going to invite you, Timothy, to unmute yourself. And I'm going to ask you to do that here. Okay.
I think I'm good to go.
Yes, you are. Hi there, Tim.
Hi.
Thanks for being here.
I appreciate the opportunity to share some thoughts with you. And in disclosure, yes, I did 30 years in the Army. For some completely different than what you just heard, I was an intelligence officer. I did psychological operations. And so my optics on today and the future is much different than perhaps many people.
That's why I invited you, sir.
Right.
Yes.
Optics of psychological operations of the mind. I know that my time is limited, so to dispense with a lot of references, I'll simply ask people if they're interested to go to Paul Levy, Levy's book. It's about Wetiko, Wetiko. It's Breaking the Curse, and I'll talk about that from a intelligence, psychological operations, we call it PSYOP, and about the COVID and where it's so important that we're in this age. Okay. Expanding the mind and talking about it.
So you mentioned Wetiko, am I saying that right?
Wetiko.
Yeah, and that represents what exactly? Is it a philosophy, a religion?
It's Native Americans they call it Wetiko, and it literally means to cultivate and feed on fear and separation.
Oh, well, we've seen that this past year, haven't we?
Yes, and as a psychological operations officer and intelligence officer, in disclosure, I worked in the Media Exploitation Center in the Defense Intelligence Agency and was the commander for the Joint Media and Document Exploitation Center in Baghdad in Iraq. Those two things, the fact that they exist, should probably put a chill in most people's spines.
Right.
And I use that as a disclosure because in Yang and Yin, there is dark and light. And this is really goes to this logic of psychological operations, because Witako, is the way it's described by Paul Levy and our native brothers and sisters, is really, it's a sickness of the spirit. And SARS-CoV-19 has enabled it to spread because it is really fed on something that has been with us forever. And the reason why I'm excited about today, and I clearly have a different optic on this, is that I look at this as an opportunity that COVID that's given us, and Paul talks about this, gives us an opportunity to look at something that we haven't been able to look at since, I think it's 1402, and even before that, earlier, where we can really see this fear and separation, how our hearts and minds are separating, and that psychological operations makes people do things that they generally wouldn't do, and then after thanks you for having the opportunity to do it. I mean, that's the
okay. So you're coming from a perspective that this was your job to basically help the government manipulate the minds. Is that okay to say that? Manipulate the mind?
It's propaganda. It's propaganda. And
it's propaganda. Well, the same way that a salesperson gets trained with techniques to make that sale. It's all about the dynamics of influence.
Right. It is about influence peddling. It's the lobbyists of we're influence peddlers. We're lobbyists for influence. And I see what's going on now and today specifically and moving forward. It really highlights an opportunity. This is a not even generational, it's a millennial, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity to really look at this in a different way. And the different way is to use psychological operations on our human psyche. And to be able to understand that, as Churchill said, fear is a reaction, courage is a choice.
I love that.
And we really do have a choice here. We really have a choice of how to use this Aquarian, or this technology. I've seen technology in the government quadruple in the 30 years. I mean, it is, you know, I jokingly say we use bow and arrows and I retired with guns. You know, I'm an old guy. But it's not about making more fuel efficient cars. It's not about space travel. It's not about bioengineering parts for our bodies. It's about making our spirits, our human psyche, expansive, and using the technology to go within, to develop and to heal that fear and separation that has existed.
I know you as a very spiritual person who does a great deal of meditation. What are some of the qualities that you do to push back that fear so that you have a discerning intelligence in your daily life now, and as you serve people with your mentorship and your teaching and so forth, Timothy?
Right. I'll tell you what I know, I tell you what I believe, and I'll tell you the difference. So 30 years, been shot, blown up, stabbed, traumatic brain injury, I have post-traumatic stress. And when I recognized the post-traumatic stress, as you would recognize Witako, it ceases to have a psyop control on you. And I have learned through meditation and dealing with my Native brothers and sisters and healing, and just the things that I have done, be a Reiki master and reflect all the things in the not-for-profit that I run that tries to heal hearts to treat wounds. What I see is that you have to accept it, and you have to understand that it exists, and you can't let it run you. And so when I accept my traumatic stress, it's a blessing. It's not I'm not disabled. It may be a disability, but it clearly isn't a disabling. It's a sacred gift that I have been given to do something with it. And it's incumbent upon me to take that broken heart and heal it, and to walk and sense people and simply be that energy that says, you know, the tears that you are crying because your heart's broken is exactly what's going to fill in the cracks in your heart. It's the way we look at it. And that's why this energy age of Aquarius is so dramatic. And you couldn't have written this if we've talked, Cassandra, to have a SARS-CoV right on this. I mean, it's the perfect energetic setup for us to make a change in our life. So to your question, how do I do it? I walk up to people and say, how are you this day? And you can feel it. It's palpable that the energy shift. I mean, I've been in combat, I've been in war, I've seen fear. It's unacceptable to see a 6-year-old child that has fear in their eyes when they're wearing a mask and they have no idea, no clue what the hell's going on. They're just fearful.
What happens? What happens to the physical body, the soul? What happens to us as humans, in your estimation, when we are surrounded with fear?
Well,
what does fear do?
The answer there's a truth in an answer. So the truth is Einstein. Darkness doesn't exist. It's the absence of light. So when you surround yourself with fear, you are co-opted by the fear. It's psychological operations. You co-opt the psyche to do something that it ordinarily wouldn't do. And then after the fact, you're grateful for having an opportunity to do it. It's really devious and deceptive. It's insidious. It's a cancer. It just kind of spreads. And so we have to be, as wounded healers, Chiron is my buddy. I love him or her. I think she's a she. A lot of feminine energy. We have to be courageous and confront that fear inside of us. If you give a healing, you get a healing. And so when you see a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old or any year-old person that's got fear in their eye, you can smell it. Fear has a smell. You just open yourself up and you say, how are you doing this day? And it's unbelievable, the energetic shift in people. I've seen people vibrate and it's,
right.
That's how the vaccine for the COVID is the courage of the human spirit to leverage this energetic ability in this age we're having to kill it. Not just COVID, but to kill this Watako, this sickness of the spirit where we're separated by fear and separation. We're separating our hearts and minds.
How did you get involved with a lot of the tribal people, tribal elders in the Southwest? I know that's one of your parts of your resume as well.
Got lost on a road?
No, not got lost. How did you get involved, Darryl? Oh, you got lost, literally.
Got lost.
And you were found.
Drove into a information, start talking to some people, and they looked at me, I looked at them, and we started to talk, and kind of what they were saying resonated with me. It made my spirit calm, and we talked and really started to study here in Buffalo with the Seneca Nation. There's a lot of shamanic healers. I've studied that because there's a book by Dr. Ed Tick, for those who are listening want to go into it. He writes a book about soldiers' hearts, and he talks about the broken-hearted syndrome. And the natives have a way that warriors on the outside, women on the inside, and children at the center. So when a warrior comes back from war, women on the outside, children on the inside, and the warriors at the center. There's a respect, a reverence to warriors because we have given part of our psyche, part of our spirit to defend that which we hold sacred. So it really triggered my energetic being, and I've studied and worked with them, and we do a lot of ceremony with veterans to recognize and to heal the heart. And this COVID virus is a psychological operations on a universal cosmic scale. And we're given the tools literally today, starting because we start walking toward the love and light. And
the solstice, absolutely, the light returns.
And and that's it's the bug that we have to. It is a bug, but it's more than just a virus. It's an energetic virus that any virus. And I'm not a doctor, and I'm not a medical professional, but viruses live. It has a host. And if we deny it a host, it dies. And that's the courage of the spirit. It really is. It's once you recognize it exists, almost by definition, it's dying.
You know, what you just said makes me realize one of the gifts of the Aquarius Jupiter-Saturn conjunction is the gift of detachment.
That's it. Yes, we talked about that. Right.
You acknowledge it's
Yes.
out there, but I'm not going to let it penetrate me energetically, whether it be our mind, body, or spirit.
Yeah, I am politically incorrect, and I accept that, and that's in the disclosure. The vaccine that we need is happening in about 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And that vaccine is free. It's to everyone who is mindful and willing to be courageous and accept it. Because the way that we kill this COVID-19 SARS virus and kill the Watako, because Watako can't exist on its own. It only allows like darkness because there's no light. There's not a courage. We have to confront a lot of demons in our bodies, in our minds, and clean out our Akashic records. I mean, this is hard work. This is heavy lifting. But on the backside of it, look at what we can get into an age of Aquarius. I mean, it's not, again, technology is going to make computers faster and give us better stuff. It's going to enable our hearts and minds to manifest where we are eliminating fear and separation. And that's what we talked about the basis of this alignment. It's stunning that we're talking about it.
Yes, it is. It's amazing. Well, my dear friend, any other kind of just comments to our wonderful people joining us for the Cosmic Intelligence Agency about ways that we can keep our mind and spirit healthy and clear? You've kind of already shared those ideas, but if there's one formula or prescription you can give to us. You face the fear. You in the battle with recovery, with helping others. You have an enormous resume of helping and finding the fear and healing it or neutralizing it.
Yeah, I go back to I used to jump out of planes. I'm clearly a defective intellectual person jumping out of a perfectly good plane. Somebody asked me why I did that, and I'll share the reason. And just for disclosure, I'm afraid of heights. I throw up every time I jump because that's just the way I am. I did it for two reasons, and I think it goes to the reason of courage and why we need to expand our expansive. This is the Aquarian logic, expanding beyond ourselves. I did it because I wouldn't let fear run my life. I accepted the fact that I was going to get sick, but it was beautiful to not be attached to the earth for 30 seconds. And the other reason is, if you're a leader, you're the first one out of the plane, because if the soldiers see you sick and scared, they're coming right after you because they know it's okay. It's okay to be fearful. We have to live in a world of mindfulness and being in the moment. Fear is okay. It's what you do with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Acknowledge, respect it.
Make it a buddy.
Reframe it.
Make it a buddy. Right. I share with my veterans, don't deprogram your military, reprogram it.
Love it. Because that's what we're all doing today collectively.
And that's what Aquarius's age, this energy, is allowing us to expand our beliefs beyond what is and I'm a Capricorn, beyond the Capricorn norms and labels and little right and left restrictions are. And it's to become, as the Hopi Nation, as the elders, White Eagle says, he talks about it, about an age of purification. We have to purify our collective consciousness on this earth to understand that fear lives with us. But darkness doesn't exist it exists only with the absence of light, with the absence of belief, of hope. Yeah. Fear exists.
And we love your Aquarius rising because it has taken you on many adventures that have helped us discern in this.
Well, I am awestruck and very eased at talking to any intelligence agency as this one, since I did.
Because you really work for an intelligence agency. And again, shout out to Cosmic Intelligence Agency. You guys,
the people I love.
You can join it, and we have specials going on because we're celebrating. This is a day-long festival for the solstice and talking about our wonderful conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. Thank you. Many blessings to you, Tim. You bless the world with your love, light, and wisdom. So thanks for being here, honey.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you. All right. So my friends, we have a countdown on our hands. We're going to count down to the big exact conjunction. And I think it would be really fun informative, wise, and compassionate. I'm just stringing words together. Let's meditate together in a few moments, because the actual conjunction is going to be here with us. I'm going to put some additional visuals on the screen for you. And I like to do, as so many of you, probably all of you do, meditate often. But at certain moments when we are in consort with our brothers and sisters together, we can go a lot deeper and a whole lot more powerful. So let's talk a little bit more about what is going on with this conjunction to help you get relaxed. We'll start in just a few minutes, but I'm going to put this on the screen for you. Okay, we've got a little screen that has a little stubborn qualities. There we go. Humanism, again, one of the big themes with our Jupiter-Saturn conjunction is the concept of humanism. And the last time this occurred was January 7th, 1405. And that was the beginning, the doorway of the Renaissance. And remember, at the doorway of the Renaissance, we were saying goodbye to what was called the Dark Ages, the Middle Ages, when people had a one-trick pony mentality, and then the Renaissance, the rebirth of the classics occurred. But it was through the lens of humanism. And what distinguishes humans from other creatures, well, I'm not so sure I can say this anymore after talking to Lavinia, is the capacity for logic, science, and technology, all leading to innovation. So today, in a few moments, I would invite you to begin to reflect, and you may or may not know where Aquarius falls in your chart, that's okay, but just reflect as I'm speaking on the word humanism, on the word human. What makes us human? You know, a lot of times when people are first learning astrology, they hear about Aquarius and they say, oh, that's a water sign, right? Because we've got the water bearer, but the water is not water indeed in the depiction of Aquarius, it's energy. So you could say our energy is heightened. I love what Lavinia said about her contacts with ETs, that telepathy is the language, the mind. So as we move forward in the next 20 years, another point of being is, where is our thoughts and how are our thoughts going to become more human? And is there another type of human being that's going to be evolving? Each of us can develop our own sense of expansion, Jupiter, Saturn contracting it and making it work. So this is the lesson. This is the prerogative of this particular day. I love what Timothy said also about our ability to bring back the light. We do this every winter solstice. This is the shortest day of the year, of course. So another of reflection, as we go further on our Aquarian path, how are we merging the man with the machine? There's a term out there called the singularity. I would invite you to do some research on that. The idea that our machines or robots or AI are going to outpace us in intelligence. I love this slide. I'm sure many of you know who Tony Robbins is. He's a master of the mind. He used to be on very, very frequent late night shows, but he's a master internationally with something called NLP. NLP stands for Neuro-Linguistic Programming. He spent his career teaching people on how to identify, detach, and reposition the way they think, either through the lens of auditory, kinesthetic, or visual technologies within ourselves in order to mastermind and become more powerful and successful. I was talking to Timothy about that, the idea of working with our own personal skill sets in order to expand our mind. Well, here, Mr. Robbins is interviewing a very famous robot. and her name is Sophia. Sophia, made from the Hanson Corporation in Hong Kong. They have a whole fleet of robots, very sophisticated AIs, who are programmed and developed to have facial recognition. I mean, she can discern when someone is sad or not. I don't know what your feelings are about the preponderance and the proliferation of new AI robots. It's here. The future is here now. And I just think it was just an ideal interview between Tony Robbins, who's made his living in manipulating the mind for outcomes, talking to Sophia, the man-made robot. She's awful pretty, right? I mean, she's actually modeled after Audrey Hepburn. At least that's what the creator, Dr. Hanson, had said. So as we approach our meditation, friends, the very positive aspect of Aquarius, of course, is each other, that we're all a part of the great wave of humanity. All of us are in this together. As I thinketh, so does everyone else. The 100th monkey, different ideas that come up that are proliferating amongst all people. The multi-dimensions of beings is one of the lessons of Aquarius. So the positive Aquarius represents the holistic notion of humanity, which is the group cooperating with each other to form a collective that helps each individual. So we can anticipate and pray in the next few minutes, in the next few hours, in any case, the idea of the greater good working together for all. And how do we individually fit into that paradigm? Well, we can, as Timothy said, feel the fear, acknowledge it, and pull back and still go forward. We can, as Lavinia mentioned, the idea of reaching out perhaps to other beings. You know, whatever your feelings are about such things as AI or ETs or mind manipulation, our brothers and sisters do acknowledge this as we are at this amazing time. So friends, I'm going to lead us in a little bit of a meditation. It'll be about 15 minutes. So at the apex, we will be able, my intention for myself and for all of you, at the end of the meditation, when the conjunction actually occurs, we will be able to download a vision for our future. And this is about envisioning our future and our place within the greater good and the greater society. So we're all clear on this. What is Aquarius? Aquarius is the mind. Aquarius is the greater good. Aquarius is brilliance. Aquarius is agape, the love for others. Aquarius is also our role in the greater good in society. And what is Jupiter and Saturn? Jupiter is Santa Claus, expansion, unlimited possibilities. And Saturn is the work and the discipline to create our vision on the real plane of manifestation. So in other words, we are at an important moment. I hope you all know where this 0 degrees of Aquarius is falling in your chart. And as we get into the meditation, you might even want to get more specific. That 0 degrees of Aquarius has a Sabian symbol. And later today, the wonderful Linda Hill will be talking with Julia about the wonders of Sabian symbols, some of my favorite things. The Sabian symbol of 0 degrees of Aquarius is an Adobe mission. An Adobe mission, a church, as it were, a chapel in California. So one of the interpretations of the Sabian symbol, of course, is the idea that we take the old and we combine it with the new. Excuse me, I'm just going to start my music. Let's see. We need music. We like music. I have some healing music here. It's orchestrated specifically for our minds. I'm sure many of you have CDs which are specific to relaxation or for healing. And this is what I am sharing with you. All right, friends, let's get comfortable. And what a wonderful day. It's like a celebration. I'm wearing my little glitter. You are listening to the Cosmic Intelligence Agency all day. It's a festival for solstice. And as we acknowledge the magical conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. So friends, get comfortable and presumably in your chairs or lay down, whatever is most comfortable for you, and begin to go into your sacred space. Close your eyes and begin to do your deep breathing. First inhalation, quiet the body. Allow the body to reconnect. With wherever you are sitting upon. Nice deep breath, hold the breath, and exhale, release, relax, and let go. The second deep breath, hold to your comfort level, friends. And now exhale any emotional discomfort, any worries of the mind. Now for your third deep breath, inhale deeply. Hold to your comfort level. Exhale completely, relaxing, releasing, and letting go any spiritual concerns, any global concerns. And as you are in your quiet space with eyes closed, I invite you now, friends, to imagine a golden beam of light coming down, 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 and penetrating the top of your head, your crown chakra. And this amazing, bright, brilliant, golden white light is connecting you with the heavens above. Inhale, exhale. Imagine a silver white light coming up from the center of the earth. It is now penetrating your tailbone. And it's connecting you with the earth, connecting you with your foundation of who you are. And as you inhale and exhale, observe these two lights, silver and gold, fanning out, going into different directions, nurturing and relaxing and releasing any anxiety, any worry, quelling any fear, neutralizing any anger, releasing any grief. Inhale, exhale, relax, release, and let go. Inviting you now, friends, to relax your feet. Relax your ankles. Inhale and exhale, relax your knees. Relax your hips. Inhale, exhale, relax the lower back muscles, the middle back. Inhale, exhale, relax the upper back muscles. Relax the shoulders. Relax the arms. The fingers. Relax the neck and the jaw. The face, eyes, ears, and nose. Inhale, exhale. release, relax, and let go. In the next few moments, our intention is to plant a seed in our lives, a seed of brilliance and beauty and compassion, which will benefit ourselves and will benefit the globe simultaneously. So our prayer in this moment is to balance between the creative genius that we all possess and ways we can serve the collective good. Without either of these two pillars, Leo or Aquarius, taking dominance. As we inhale and exhale, relax and release and let go. I invite you now to use the power of your imagination and imagine a magical elevator. Imagine that you are entering this elevator and it's shimmering and it's a substance that resembles glass infused with light. It's a magical elevator, after all. And this elevator is going to take us down, down, down. So I'm going to count us down to a place beneath the earth. And you are traveling in this elevator. Counting down 10, relax. 9, relax. 8, traveling down. 7, 6, moving down, down, down. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Inhale, exhale, relax, release, and let go. And see yourself in this magical underground cave. And in this cave, as you exit the elevator, there are millions and millions of shiny crystalline structures. It's a cave filled with light that's reflected by crystals everywhere within. So take your time and explore this cave and find your crystal. Take your time and find your crystal in this cave. And after you have found the crystal, communicate with it, using your telepathy, to receive inspiration about the next 20 years of your life and ways you can share your gifts with the world. Take your time. Inhale, exhale. Begin now to take your crystal in whatever shape or size you have, and now enter once again the elevator. And notice that it magically begins to lift you up, and it's going up 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going up the 5th floor of the universe, the 6th floor of the universe, 7, 8. You're high in the sky, you're high in the atmosphere, 9 and 10. On this 10th level, you're embracing your crystal, and you notice at the top of the elevator is an open air window that's allowing the light of the sun and the moon simultaneously to imbue your crystal with light and love and compassion. So it's as if you are asking the lights above to embolden the light that you hold in your hands, which is the crystal. I invite you now to hold the crystal close to your heart as you inhale and exhale, and accept the downloads in this moment as Jupiter and Saturn conjunct in the sign of Aquarius in this moment. Be cognizant, be aware of special messages and inspirations for you right now. And I'll be quiet for a few moments as you embrace your messages. Embrace this new energy, which fills our mind, body, and spirit with wisdom, with compassion, with joy, with love for self and love for all. Inhale, exhale, download creativity, optimism, download courage, download love. Inhale, exhale. Communicate to the powers that be, the powers of life itself, of creation, of God, the God of your understanding. Communicate gratitude, gratitude, and gratitude. We are all here together in this time, experiencing the wonder of this moment, and give thanks. And then slowly bring yourself back to full cognition. Inhale, exhale. Coming up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathing in, breathing out. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Awake, awakened, relaxed, and filled with the love and light of this moment. Let's download it some more, friends. Give yourselves a hug. Feel the amazing structure that we live in and give thanks because, like I said, we are all in this together. We're going to have some more wonderful, wonderful guests and people participating all throughout this wonderful day of celebration. Again, you are listening to Cassandra Joan Butler, Agent 56 with the CIA. I love saying that because, you know, it sounds so mysterious and it just kind of triggers my inner Scorpio. Cosmic Intelligence Agency is a wonderful group of astrologers across the globe, and we're celebrating the solstice. We are celebrating the Jupiter and Saturn conjunction. Now let's have some contact and some discussion from you all. So Lisa, yes, go right ahead. You can unmute yourself if you'd like and share. Okay. You're welcome to unmute, Lisa, and share. Alrighty. I'm going to add some things about my guests for the chat. Timothy Zach, again, a retired colonel in the DIA, an amazing human being who has a cornucopia of experiences on how to deal with fear. And I think going forward, one of the lessons of the Aquarius Jupiter-Saturn conjunction is detachment and using our discerning, brilliant human minds to keep courage alive. Remember, Leo is the opposite to Aquarius. So ground the Aquarius with the heart of the lion, which represents courage. All right. And oh, yes, he was. And so was Lavinia. I'm so glad they were able to join us. You're still with us. Yay, Timothy. And thank you for the comments, Teresa. Inkia and mentioned during this meditation, birds were in your garden giving a serenade. And that's amazing. And I was playing, of course, the birds here in the meditation music. Yes, let's see. I'm just going to read some of the messages here. All right. Okay. One of the questions here from Elonia about not having to fear separation. Very, very important question here. And part of evolution. Oh, we have some folks who are living out there in the Southwest of the United States that Lavinia was mentioning about where the ET ships were often found. I'm going to put her name in, Lavinia. And here's her email. She's probably getting married close to this moment. So let's wish her a lot of joy and love and light. Isn't that cool that she's getting married? And I know that we are expecting a wonderful other agent coming in here shortly. So I'm not going to get onto too many other topics. So I want to hear from you all. Please use the chat or unmute if you'd like. And as we are also not just in the Zoom, but we are also in Facebook. Okay, you're on your Kindle, share space. Thank you, Lisa. That's awesome. Spell the names of your recent guests. Yes, I'm going to put that in the chat here. Okay, there you go. And I'm going to actually ask you, Timothy, if people can contact you, if you are okay with that.
Yes.
Oh, good. There you are. Yay. We can chat a little bit more actually as we're waiting for our next guest here. Timothy, do you want me to type your email here in the chat, or would you like just to vocalize it? Or
type it, because then there won't be a mistake. It's easier to read it.
Okay, so it's Timothy, Zach, or any dots in there?
Nope.
Okay. At?
No, 2011. Timothy Zach 2011 @gmail.com.
Okay. All right. Fabulous.
And red licorice is readily accepted.
Oh my gosh. Yes, red licorice. That's so funny you mentioned that. My daughter's friend came over the other day and he brought me a gift of that. So we have the same taste buds there, my friend. We must be linked in some esoteric way. We love red licorice. I love it. Okay. We have a comment from Chrissy. Oh boy, Chiron return on her North Node, and that she had lost her first husband in an accident 50 years ago. Thank you for sharing that, Chrissy. I think that, I mean, who knows who might be in the room, people who are much more brilliant than I in speaking of Chiron, but I do appreciate Chiron so much because I have a Chiron square to my sun, and we all have had the experience of tremendous pain and suffering, grief, anxiety, anger, and worry in our lives. And that's what Chiron does. It helps us to heal that. And our friend Timothy does that with wounded warriors. He does that with anyone who comes into his path. He has a wonderful healing presence. Timothy, maybe you could talk about your connection again with your ministry, because I think it's not your typical ministry. It's more universal. And I know a lot of people are getting more and more involved with what I like to call the universal concepts of God, religion, and the divinity. Maybe you could speak about your training and how you see the universality of the God force.
Okay, thank you. So I went from the dark side of being a Army Special Operations crazy guy to being a minister and a healer, and it's good. It's an evolution that a path we need to walk. So I'm an ordained priest in the Free Church of Antioch. It's a Christ-centered sacramental metaphysical church. So we would talk about Creator, not God. We would talk about Holy Mother, Spirit, and acknowledge the divine in our life existence and the power. So the ministry is using the traditions and ceremonies that Native Americans and that many ancient societies have developed to deal with these fears and these separations from not just ourselves, but from the community that we live in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. When soldiers, sailors, whatever, when soldiers are discharged, they're given a piece of paper. Here's your benefits, go home, have a great life. And there's really no ceremony. And so we have healing ceremonies for veterans where we accept them back into the community. We acknowledge their giving of their spiritual being for the greater good of the community. Mm-hmm. Meditation. We were the not-for-profit that we started and we run. We worked with the VA. Well, we dragged the VA into creating and paying for, it's called Whole Health for Life. The VA will now pay for 17 spiritually based, holistically focused wellness options: Reiki, massage, feng shui, tai chi, aromatherapy, because we've, in this expansive mindset that we're getting into, it really is about healing the heart. And you practice your religion, you live your faith. Mm-hmm. And it's a matter of understanding that we are greater than the sum of parts. We are a cog in this greater wheel, and you know, butterflies flapping its little tiny wings in Africa really does affect us. And so we try to be compassionate. I mean, we all have fears. We all are fearful. We all have happy. We all are born of a mother. I mean, right. We have these commonalities, and to segregate us because of political, financial limitations that try to segregate us and separate us through the use of technology is really not appropriate for our spiritual evolution. And so,
as you talk about technology, I just want to piggyback on that, because we know that Aquarius is the ultimate technological wonder. I was once told by, maybe it was you, or maybe it was someone else who had some history with the military, that what we know about technology today, the common person, had been invented maybe 20 years previously. True. That there's technology is like the bedfellow of the military. Like even the cell phones were ultimately developed through military applications. Is there anything down the pike we can expect out of the range weird technology that might be given to the common person? Could you speak about military and technological breakthroughs?
Yeah, it's the way you phrased it. It's the control factor. Nothing's going to be given to the common person. It's eked out. And as I apologize, my memory problems. The person who spoke before about the disclosure from ETs and our star cousins, nothing is ever given. It's eked out and leaked out. And it's a matter of psychological operations. It's a determinant factor of how much we can actually absorb before our minds are overloaded so that we don't literally explode. Stealth technology that we saw in 1990s was really developed in the 1960s, 1968. So wow. We're 20, 30 years behind. What you see today for laser guns and cell phones, and that is so far distant removed, even from my limited exposure of having been retired for 10 years. I can't even talk to any of the kids in there now because my point of reference is obsolete. 10 years, it's obsolete.
Absolutely.
So to the point of your question, what we can observe as technology. So in the military, it's a tracer bullet is a bullet that's coated with phosphorus. And when you fire it, it's an aiming. So when you fire it, you see where it's going, you use it. The problem with that is it also allows the person who it's being fired on to see where it's coming from. The point is that information flows both ways. And so with the plethora of Facebook Live and civilian space travel and drones and the things about military installations on the moon and installations on Mars and things that we're finding about in Antarctica and all the things that we have known about for years is really not going to be able to be hidden. It will be disseminated because of leakage, because it disseminates. It's an awakening more than a technological. We're not going to get better cell phones, or we're not going to get space travel. It's going to be the awakening of the information that already exists that we don't have access to.
You know, that makes me think of the power of the individual.
Correct. Exactly. Right.
The one person, the Leo aspect with the Aquarius. And with that, my dear Tim, we're going to shift gears a little bit more. And but you have been an amazing guest. People have been asking about you, and they can contact you. Your email is on there. A great guy, a wealth of information, and an Aquarius rising, I may add. So you're going to be doing a lot of.
I'm a Capricorn. I'm going into my time. I can't wait.
And yes, friends, he did have Pluto on top of his sun sign. Yeah. Thank you so much, Timothy. So friends, before we say goodbye for now, we have a whole lineup all day long on Facebook Live. And if you are here in the Zoom room, share the link with your friends. I'm really looking forward to, Tara. She's going to be doing some astrology with the tarot, with the tarot, a little later at 3. Julia and Linda Hill talking about the Sabian symbols. I'm sure I don't have the actual breakdown in front of me, but if anybody wants to add to this chat what is coming up next, I do want to get a little bit more feedback from you all before we say goodbye to each other. My request of you, I would invite you to put in the chat some of your hopes and dreams and some of your prayers and envisions for the world and for yourself. And let's do that, right? Let's just like put them out there to trigger the mental connection with Aquarius. There's so much power in words. And if anyone would like to unmute themselves and use their voice box to put the call out for this amazing moment of the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction that just took place. We're in that vortex right now, friends. And what we think and what we download and what we share with each other is imbued with that much more strength. I have a lot more I could say about the Aquarian essence, but I would say this to you all. In the way I do the astrology, in the way that I work with clients for over 30 years, I always have them consider, myself included, the opposite sign for balance. So as we're getting into this conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, and we're celebrating Aquarius, we're celebrating the collective, we're celebrating other people, we're celebrating the globe and perhaps off-globe beings, we have to also remember little Leo, the opposite sign, the individual spark of creativity. So find that in your own personal charts. Where is Aquarius? Where is Leo? How can I identify my unique spark of genius and share that, disseminate it with the world? We all have that. It comes in different forms, different sizes, and it comes alive at different times of our lives. So I really invite you and encourage you to work your own chart in ways that can help and work and uplift the collective. Okay. Courageous. We have some wonderful comments from some of the folks in the room. From Stripey Teal, a Virgoan with Leo rising, her crystal was a fire opal that told me, be your lion, be courageous. That's beautiful. Compassion and understanding for one another, from Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. Hopefully we'll all be able to connect with our inner strength and be who we are and share our qualities in the world. We love those comments. Yes. Tim, Veterans Advocacy Center. What a gift he is to the world. Okay. Thank you, Chrissy. There's so much love. Okay. We will be back. We will be back also with Kanishta, hopefully later on this afternoon. Again, we're all going all the time. I'm going to probably take a little bit of a break, but before we say goodbye, dear friends, let's do a little exercise. Let's do a little kinesthetic exercise, shall we? Let's connect with our head on top of our crown chakra, the other hand on our bellies, on our solar plexus, and take a nice deep breath. And hold the breath to your comfort level. And then as you exhale, exchange the hands. And this will actually help us ground and center the amazing beam of Aquarian light that's surrounding the planet today in this moment. One more deep breath. And exhale. And last but not least, it's always good to do these in threes. Inhale deeply and exchange. And my brothers and sisters, placing my hands up to the camera, giving you lots of virtual hugs and hope and love for a bright, beautiful future for each and every one of us. As I go and as you go, we all go. And it's been an absolute joy to be with you during this most auspicious, powerful moment of the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. More to come throughout the day. Please consider being a member of the Cosmic Intelligence Agency, the most brilliant, bright astrological stars on the planet are here to serve you and will continue to do so as long as we have internet. No, well, we're always have internet, right? In one shape or another. Anyway, have a fantastic solstice, friends. And it's been really wonderful to be with you. I'm going to turn it over, I think, to our Cosmic Intelligence Agency. And thank you, Irene. Thank you all who are thanking me. We really love being here. Yes, absolutely.